He shrieked in pure terror because a monster was hot on his heels. The girl up ahead was sweating with nerves, firing off a quick question, "Is the mayor really here?" And the moment she got an answer, she bolted forward, slamming straight into the boy. His friend barked that he had to protect him from the monster right now, and the girl swore she'd do everything she possibly could. A young mare burst forward with fearless speed, and Noct couldn't believe it. Then her blade skated across that massive monster, and it screamed one final, unbearable roar before it went still. The owner of the big small Rutherford estate, Weisshart's father, rushed in with his eldest son, Weisshart, right to the scene. Wiscart erupted in rage when Noct shoved the girl into battle instead of taking her place, calling it a full-blown disgrace to her father's name. Weisshart snapped that this kind of behavior didn't belong to an aristocrat, and when it hit that he wasn't strong enough to fight on his own, he swallowed his pride and asked for help. Zarder warned Noct he'd still have to fight, and promised his skill would hit tomorrow. Then Father Big Small pushed him to swear, telling him straight up that everyone walks a different path, so Noct didn't have to copy his brother's way. Noct's father hit him with 2 rules: find your life's goal and stick to it no matter what, and don't let other people's words pull you off course. Criscart fumed and demanded, "Why does my father keep showering my little brother with gifts?" And his dad snapped back that it wasn't the spoiling that bothered him at all, it was the bigger problem. How an orc even slipped into the estate, so he needed to check every property right now. Noct couldn't help but wonder, does everyone have a special talent inside them? And even so, it always seemed like some people just picked their path and ran with it, because in the end, they always hit success. And sometimes he even manages countries. His father, Big Small, is pure wisdom with a gentle heart, the real deal aristocrat, but Bart Withord, he's cut from a totally different cloth, he's brutal on himself, and he's determined to march straight into his father's footsteps. All Noct could figure out about himself was that he had a wild, unbeatable talent for conking out in literally any situation, and somehow. This is the real path his life chose, because after he already burned down his job once, he swore he'd never work again. Back when I was just an ordinary office plankton in Japan, a sharp sting hit my chest, and when he finally woke up, he realized he'd been reborn as a baby in an aristocrat's house. In this brand new world, the moment anyone turns 15, the gods hand them a gift. Yet when it's his turn, the gift snaps into a fight and he's forced to battle right away, while his relatives cheer him on like it's a victory lap. So yeah, it was a huge age milestone, only for it to land as the absolute worst birthday ever. Laptop asked his brother straight up if he'd even let him sneak a bite of his birthday cake, but Weisshorter. It reminded him that Noct would pass out the moment he got the chance, because yeah, he had zero interest in going anywhere. Merritt begged him to hurry home since she'd baked an awesome cake, but Noct decided to pull a fast one, swore he was suddenly sick, and then grinned while insisting it was totally fine to lie down and rest. The caring mayor didn't waste a second. She grabbed the medicine and offered it up right away. Noct leaned in and asked if he'd get sick on the journey, and the mayor grinned, saying she had the perfect motion sickness cure tucked in the right pocket of her jacket. Wiscort then said he'd already stopped. And now that he was finally ready, it was time to move, right away. My brother told me this was a huge opportunity for Noct, not only to finally get his new gift, but to step out and see what the world looks like beyond his doorstep. His father wanted his youngest son to chase fresh experiences, but Noct just wasn't feeling it. Once they finally rolled into the capital, Noct took one look around and decided that everything. Right on cue, just like he'd feared, the area was buzzing with non-stop activity, so Noct spotted a nearby inn and immediately scouted it for hammock beds. Noct realized this hotel hadn't been repaired in ages. The place was falling apart so badly even the guy couldn't shake the doubt that it would be safe to stay inside, even though this was the capital where everything should have been fine. Turns out Noct's dad's estate kept getting smashed by orcs crawling out of the big forest, so everyone prayed to the gods that Noct would finally pick up some real fighting skills, while Noct wanted none of that trouble, chasing a carefree life with zero worries. Noct barreled into the designated spot and introduced himself, then spotted something so weird it made the hair on his arms stand up. Man looked exactly like his brother, and it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Noct was then rushed to stand in. He stepped right into the heart of the magic circle and braced himself. Noct could already feel it, like something was closing. He stood in some kind of water, and everything was so blurry you couldn't even tell what was going on. Then he finally noticed a female. He suddenly saw a figure ahead and knew this had to be the goddess, and the moment he figured it out, the boy blurted out his thanks, grateful she'd given him life in this world. He didn't know life could get so messy, because his brother was stronger than any demon, his father was incredibly kind, and everyone adored him, so yeah, he was genuinely happy with the life he had. Noct started demanding anything but combat skills, because he doesn't want to be a warrior. He said his brother would still take the estate, but earning his own auxiliary skill was the smart move. The goddess didn't answer, and Noct asked if she could hear him at all, and then he realized he'd somehow ended up back in the very same room he'd walked into before. He said, "That's it," and before Noct could even process what was happening, his skill was already unlocked. He blinked in shock at how fast it all happened, because he still had no idea how it worked. He was told to step up, reach for the magic ball, just don't ever touch it. The guy pressed knock. Could he be the son of some aristocrat? And if that's true, then he had to be weighed down by the weight of other people's hopes, and then Noct asked him what skill he'd learned in this play. The servant of God held up the scroll and exposed the title. Right there it declared the skill name, Increase and Decrease. Noct stared at the words, clueless, and asked the attendant straight up if that skill could be used in a fight, only to get the answer that the name was obvious, and it wasn't a combat skill at all. Noct finally got the whole picture, and swore that no matter what, he'd still push himself to do something that actually helps. The guy apologized for the bother and said he had to run, while the attendant told me not to lose my cool, rare combo, and you could feel it would pay off. Noct shot back that he wasn't bothered at all, he was totally fine, and then he was ready to go his own way. Noct was sure he'd finally snagged exactly what he wanted. The girl leaned in and asked Noct what good news had him grinning, and Noct told her he'd finally be able to lie on his sides for the rest of his life. No worries, no fear, just rest. All of it happened because a goddess answered his plea. She practically paved the way for him to get those useless skills, but you already know his brother's going to blow up. Still, Noct said he even went and bought souvenirs just to calm his brother down and keep his father from fuming, too. Noct told me he'd snagged jewelry for the maids. Then for my dad, he picked a tiny figurine of the Capitol's tower. And for my brother, he got a special blindfold that'll make him look absolutely irresistible if you can get him to actually put it on. Noct waved the girls goodbye, then grinned and told them he was heading back to his native estate, where he'd finally returned to doing absolutely nothing. When the girls heard Noct manner, they went pale and begged him to forgive them. Something terrible had happened, yet Noct didn't get it and kept driving straight ahead. Back at home, Noct thought he was seeing things, because the whole estate looked utterly annihilated, and there was no way he could be wrong. And it turned out to be real, because he suddenly realized he'd never get to lie down in peace again. Every plan of his had been crushed by someone, and servants raced to the distance and screamed that Master Noct was finally back. Noct pressed Joseph for answers about what happened to the estate, and who could have done something this cruel in the first place. The butler even apologized for how he looked, because this is really, oh, what a night. Joseph blurted that the estate got hit out of nowhere. An entire army of orcs crashed out of the great forest, and the chaos erupted so fast it felt unreal. Noct couldn't stop his thoughts. Where did that many orcs even come from, and how could it happen in such a blink? He demanded to know where his father and brother were, and what the butler said crushed him, because the butler answered with a heavy, sorrowful tone. Nobody's found them yet, but the hunt's already in motion, and hope refuses to die. Joseph told everyone his brother and father charged into the fight to protect the estate, but now 4 days have gone by, and nobody has heard a thing about them yet. Noct seethed and snapped that his brother and father couldn't have been beaten that easily. Then Joseph admitted he didn't want to assume the worst, but the attack was brutal, and Noct's mind spiraled, wondering. So what would happen there? Since the manor had always been his best defense, Joseph swallowed his pride, apologized again, and told them there was still no new word on what happened to his brother and father. The latest update was just blank silence. Butler swore that if there was any way, they'd uncover it, no doubt about it, and Joseph made it crystal clear. From now on, the Noct would run the estate. The butler leaned in and demanded to know what fresh skill Noct had unlocked, because the survival of his entire family might be hanging on it. Nah. He didn't waste time with explanations. He just flicked a tiny stone and showed how one clean move could turn it into something huge, like it was pure power. That was his new skill, and they didn't spell out how he learned it, but you could tell it was ridiculously convenient and easy for him. Nobody seemed blown away by those skills, so Joseph leaned in and demanded how they'd even help right now. Joseph and the other servants started firing questions at him. What now when the estate was wrecked to dust and there wasn't a single place left to live? Noct finally understood they weren't wrong, because in that moment, his skill was totally useless. Noct regretted it instantly and swore he should have asked for a battle skill right away. Then he stared at his options, thought it through, and suggested we hit the neighboring domain for a bit, especially since the crowd's running thin. Joseph hammered it into him. Running from the estate's owner was unforgivable, and if he chose to do it, he was signing up for the death penalty. Noct spun around to his men and told them he'd never lay blame on anyone. If they chose to stay or strike out to the neighbors, he wouldn't accuse a soul, but by the end, Joseph just looked crushed and admitted it was only the three of them. Noct guessed their hunt for those monsters wouldn't last long, so they should head back soon, because he refused to believe his father and brothers could actually fall to those vile orcs, and honestly, he just wanted his new carefree life to begin without his father and brothers dragging him down. Noct didn't remember a word his father said, but his dad had warned him. One day Noct would finally understand that this was his land, and then he'd have to step up and fight back with whatever it takes. Noct felt that time hit, this was it. Joseph pushed again, asking what they were going to do next. To do the next step, yet the old servant was caught off guard when Noct snapped that he needed to get some sleep first. Joseph shot Noct a question. How on earth could he fall asleep in a mess like this? It looked like. Noct was totally faking it, pretending to be asleep, pretending it was real, but after a few minutes Joseph clocked it. The young master wasn't acting anymore. He was genuinely out cold, and there was only one explanation. He even started snoring, totally clueless to everything going on. Then Noct began mumbling in his sleep that he'd never survive problems like this without his father, and brother Joseph said it with a rueful sigh, like, yeah, it really felt like the end of that big, small world. Family estate, the servants still stood around, and Joseph fumed that the young master had been knocked out for 12 hours, like Noct didn't have a clue how serious this situation really was. Joseph blurted out a plan. Don't waste time, head to the neighboring property maybe. Then Joseph started explaining straight after that. But after the dust settled, all that remained was the estate. No workers, no food, no safety. The walls were smashed to rubble, and now monsters could strike anytime. So nobody can blame her for running off to save her own life. The mayor knew Joseph was right. She just couldn't bring herself to walk away. Noct finally snapped awake, grinned at everyone, and wished them a good morning, and the young master, straight up proud, told him that a night of solid rest melts away fatigue because he felt dramatically better the moment he woke up. Joseph couldn't believe the young master was acting like he'd been reborn, and he straight up asked what all of it even meant, because everything was already wrecked. Mayor still let out a quiet laugh, and Joseph cut in fast, reminding her this wasn't the moment to be joking around. Noct blurted out that he was damn grateful they stayed with him and didn't run off from their own home, because he's desperate to bring the old life back to these lands, and he needs their help until my father finally comes back with my brother. Noct leaned in and asked, straight up, if the two of them would stand by him and back him in everything he did. Mer snapped back that she was ready to help rebuild the land, and Joseph admitted he was seriously blown away by how Mr. Knott talked about his plans. Mer then told Joseph they had to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young master in this brutal hour, because there was literally no one else left. Good news, this mansion is still standing, so they can settle in and cook without a hitch, and yeah, they don't just ignore his delicious tea like it's nothing. Then he pointed out that Mare swore the well was perfectly fine too, which means they can finally take a proper bath, wash their clothes, and stop worrying about the big, nasty problems piling up. Noct shot them a quick question. Did they truly have zero food left? Joseph and Mary confirmed their worries, then told everyone they hadn't eaten a single thing themselves. Yesterday, the girl told Nak she'd hunted down every last edible thing, but it was barely anything at all, not even close to enough for a single person, and that meant almost every food supply had already been grabbed by the estate's surviving residents. Mare blurted out that she was on a diet, so Joseph and Noct could go ahead and eat, then she'd just have to wait it out patiently. Joseph insisted he was just the butler and wouldn't dare touch what belonged to the master, and Noct shot back that he didn't want to look selfish by devouring it all alone, so they agreed to split the food into 3, even if it wouldn't be much, because at least it'd be fair. Then Noct snapped to it. He could try to boost the food, and that new skill might actually help. Even Mayor was. He grinned and pushed for a test drive of this wild new ability, one that could either slash or boost the items around him. Not applied magnification, so yeah, there really was. Joseph and Mare dug in for a little more food, and the result blew them away, leaving them grinning like, this is incredible. Shocked by how well he'd done, he still didn't let it end there, because he wanted to fill the lives of everyone who believed in him and refused to walk away. In his place, a father and brother, wise, brave, ready for anything, should have been there, but life handed him something totally different. Noct couldn't believe this world dared to call him a bad ruler. He was convinced everyone else had it all twisted. The mayor wailed and begged Noct to stop piling on more food. He insisted it was already way too much, and then he grabbed at the young master's sake, begging him to wake up. She told him Noct overplayed it with how huge the food portions were. The mayor patted Noct on the back and praised his insane talent. Now they could finally feast without holding back. Noct suddenly realized it was on them. Those 3 had to wrestle with every single problem, somehow, starting now. The girl jabbed a finger toward the horizon, and from that angle the houses next door looked tiny. Noct stared at his own lands and wondered if he could ever recreate the exact beautiful world where people could actually live in joy, because the scariest part, he'd probably die in the process, just like last time in his previous life. After those brutal events, the once thriving Big Small domain was left with just 3 people. The land lay in ruins, and Noct had no choice. He could only count on 2 loyal servants. They were thrown into a brutal fight for survival, battling savage conditions just to stay alive. With a mountain of work waiting, the new owner of Noct finally felt something he didn't expect: sweat from honest grind, and for the first time in his new life, it actually felt good. Noct admitted that after all that work, he crashes and sleeps like a baby, and Joseph teased that if you truly understood the spirit of common people, you'd get what it's like being the new patron of the estate. Then Joseph snapped, furious that Noct hadn't really unearthed much at all, and even bragged that the old butler had done more work than him. Mayer, meanwhile, had dinner ready and told Joseph and Noct to stop grinding for a bit and take a proper rest. As they dug in, Noct leaned over and praised the girl's lunch, then spotted it. Every bite was dressed up with fragrant herbs. Mayer grinned and admitted she cooked it using different recipes, all to keep the flavors fresh and make it something to really enjoy. Mayer said, "Let's start with Mordica enamel," and Noct shot back that sesame oil makes the bitterness sing. Joseph chimed in that Memordica helps drop your blood glucose. Then Mayer pushed for the next move: deep-fried Memordica with no dough and no breadcrumbs. Noct loved it instantly, grinning at how the bones crunch, and Joseph added that this kind of food helps you bounce back fast after you've been wiped out from physical exhaustion. Mayer told Noct to cool off with some pickled Memordica after all that sesame oil, but Noct snapped back that the flavor still lingered with a bitter edge. Then Joseph grumbled that spicy food was the kind of thing that keeps the liver happy. Now he quickly clocked that Joseph wasn't feeling the food either, so he told him, "Don't choke." Mayer groaned and apologized, saying her cooking was modest but her taste was too good for her own good. Then Noct cut in, telling her not to worry, because honestly she had no real options when it came to cooking. Cook knocked on the door and asked how long the veggies would last in the field. She said arugula ripens for about a month, but after just a couple weeks you can already eat it as fresh leaves, and he didn't realize he'd need to handle the whole food situation in the next 2 weeks, with only one option left. So Mordica. Noct admitted it's only been 2 days and he can't even stand to look at her anymore. The whole thing tastes sluggish, it's nowhere near nutritious, and after everything he's still starving and can't even bring himself to do anything, so we have to rush and get iron-rich food now. He even added he'd take anything else, and the mayor promised she'd crack the whole iron problem in their meals. Mayer drew her dagger, but Joseph lunged in and slammed her down, demanding to know what she was planning. Mayer insisted she just wanted to be useful to the young master, but Joseph snapped back that they had plenty of iron and memordic to make up for it. Then Joseph turned to Noct and asked if he'd noticed anything weird about Mayer lately. Noct shook his head and said he hadn't seen a thing. Mayer was only pushing herself hard to help, and once they wrapped up and finally got to eat it, Joseph told the young master it was time to hit the sack and reminded him they still had tons of work left, but it didn't slow him down a bit. And Noct was right on the edge of sleep, while Joseph and Mary sat there waiting for him. Then when he finally came back, Joseph explained they'd been handling urgent stuff on their property so Noct could help. Don't ignore what's tripping a person up on their road to success. Joseph said start with food. If you don't eat right, everything crumbles, even your sleep gets worse. Then he flipped the page and read off the major problems he'd carefully compiled. Joseph barked that the first move was clear: fix the fence, then rebuild the food industry, open trade, and pump life back into the fields. Then Noct snatched for a quill and shot back that he'd need to hunt for food beyond Memorial. Joseph froze when he saw that new item, and Noct snapped that he'd put it at the very top of his priorities. Then he threw out the plan: we split up and start looking. Noct cornered Joseph and told him to inspect Lawrence's fields, while the mayor sent someone to check out Sammy's plantation. Joseph already knew Sammy kept his grounds in great shape, so he figured there had to be something there, and the mayor snapped that it might be the perfect shot to diversify their food supply. Then Noct basically told me, don't waste a second. Noct took a closer look at what they could really do, while the guy spotted a jelly slime, fully omnivorous, unnervingly calm. Weak until I realized the slime had been gobbling up all the healthy plants in the field, and that's when I decided to use. Noct sank into the slime like it was a pillow, soft, bouncy, and weirdly comfy, like a living water cushion. Noct caught a sweet berry scent and instantly swore slime had been snacking on strawberries somewhere. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped straight into the slime, started hacking and coughing up the goo. Noct seethed with frustration and slammed a reduction spell on slime. He even recoiled at the thought, sure it wouldn't stand a chance against real monsters. But then, to his shock, it all worked flawlessly, and he actually shrank even a living creature. Noct slapped the reduction on himself, and the moment it hit, he froze, because it felt like he'd shrunk straight into a wild jungle, and then he realized it was just ordinary field grass. Noct shot in with a blazing lunge, and right then it clicked. This wasn't a monster at all, just an ordinary bird desperate for a meal, until he finally outsmarted it and realized that the long-tailed kiwi. Flying on the edge of extinction, this bird can take to the sky, but it's hanging on by a thread. He fumbled, didn't even notice how soft those feathers were, only to have the bird slip right out of his grip and rocket down in a flash. All he could focus on was the breathtaking view from up high, until the moment reality hit, and he knew he couldn't afford to think about it. He stared at the beautiful view, knowing he couldn't risk a fall or he'd crack, but when it finally happened, instead of a brutal hit, Noct felt a soothing, rocking sensation. After all, he managed to land on a soft spikelet knock, sheer relief, and the sparks hit him so hard he grinned at the wild new sensations, deciding right then that this. A comfy bed wrapped him up, and somehow the whole world, right down to that tiny man, looked breathtaking, even if the heat near the edge was burning him up. Turns out being small wasn't as easy as it looked. It was a whole battle. Mayer spotted the young master, lit up and said he looked amazing, then leaned in and asked what he was doing here, like, what's going on. Noct said he was just testing his new skill, then he straight up asked what Mayer was doing right now. Mayer admitted the broken fence had let monsters flood every field, so she figured it was better to. Noct can give him a hand for a moment, just enough to keep Joseph from sniffing him out, because Joseph is already going to be grumbling and furious again, and he's dying for sleep and peace, not another headache. The mayor burst out laughing and swore he'd do exactly what the young master asked. Noct also ordered the girl to block the sun for a bit and throw him a shadow to hide in, because everything hinged on that. As a small kid, that heat nearly cooked him alive. Then the mayor immediately stepped in and came up with a brilliant solution to create. He drew a shadow and leaned in, asking how the young master was feeling. Noct said it was way better that way, and the sun stopped baking for good, while the guy just stared, convinced Mare was a seriously weird girl, Joseph. Just like that, someone burst in and fired off questions, what Mare was doing, and who she was chatting with, and Noct instantly knew his plan to sleep peacefully was a total disaster. Joseph's rage flared as he demanded answers. Why was the young master forcing that girl to show her underwear? Noct tried to argue back, insisting he never asked the mayor for anything like that, but Joseph shot back that Noct's father wouldn't have tolerated it for a second. Mare told Joseph not to pin everything on the master. She only wanted to keep him safe from the brutal sun, but Joseph wouldn't buy it and snapped for Mare to cover up fast. Not. Mare shot into a panic when he heard the shouting that he'd finally stopped stomping. This felt like a real earthquake to him, and he bolted straight for the young master, desperate to grab him. Noct said he was totally fine, just a small scratch, and Joseph immediately started apologizing, insisting this was unacceptable because the young master got hurt because of him, but Noct waved it off, saying she didn't have to worry at all and that he was really okay. Mare then told me to show her the wound so she could. The girl fired her cell activation ability, and just like that, the wound snapped shut and healed on the spot. Noct couldn't believe how quickly the treatment worked. He thanked the maid with a grin, because he was basically brand new, with not a scratch anywhere, and then he noticed Joseph was still glaring at him, pure anger burning in his eyes. Not to ask the mayor what she could do, because the girl already spelled it out. She can activate your cells, forcing your whole body to regenerate and heal wounds in a flash. He never even thought to try that ability. Then he leaned in and asked if her cell regeneration skill could work on vegetables, because if it could, that would totally fix their food problem. Mayor Triter fired off his cell growth acceleration skill, then grinned and announced that the plants had, already shot up a little. Noct finally realized it wasn't as easy as he wanted, but he still gave the girl full credit for her hard work. Meanwhile, the young master's mayor isn't going to bed yet, because they've still got a ton to handle. Of course he didn't listen. After that quick nap, he decided he needed sleep, but then a strange noise suddenly cut through the quiet and stopped him from resting. Turns out she was there, forcing her focus through the noise, shouting at the top of her lungs like she'd never stop. The girl pushed herself harder and harder, trying to crank up her cell activation power and make that plant grow as fast as humanly possible. Spinning her hard work in my mind, Noct got up for round 2 once again. He couldn't shake the feeling she was downright strange, and then it hit him. Maybe she ate something weird and it scrambled her behavior. Mayor refused to quit, thrilled to watch every single leaf appear, because the girl insisted, I'm trying to convince the plants to grow huge and strong, so the young master won't go hungry. The mayor told her, pay back Noct's gratitude for what happened 10 years ago, and Noct. Back then, an enraged farmer snapped because someone had dared to rob his field, and Sammy came roaring in, demanding the culprit be seized and thrown in a dungeon, or he'd take matters into his own hands. Father Noct demanded the culprit be dragged in, then punished without mercy. But he didn't step in. He tried to convince Sammy that it was probably not true the girl had gone into the. She did it just to keep herself alive in that field, so yeah, you've got to cut her some slack. But Semi was furious and shot back, asking how he was supposed to survive after what the young master was blaming him for. Noct vowed to make the angry farmer whole for the damage, and to prove it, he'd sell one of the souvenirs his mother gave him. He asked the farmer if that deal would work, and Sammy's rage finally cooled as he told Noct not to give up something so precious. Sammy swore he'd handle his own mess, and Noct thanked the farmer for seeing reason, while my father demanded to know why Noct would do all that and ended up defending that shady thief. Noct reminded everyone that the big small family has to guard the people they claim, and that's why this girl was now under his wing. My father even asked what Noct would do if she messed up again, and Noct just smiled, confident it wouldn't happen, then declared she'd be his personal maid from here on out. The father shot him a stunned look, but swallowed the disagreement and let it ride. Noct turned to the girl and asked her name, and when she realized she wasn't in any danger, she gave it. Then Noct wasted no time, telling the mayor this girl had a crucial job to do and that she'd have. Deal. Noct told the mayor to get his bed ready, then leaned in and asked, "Can you handle it?" Right then. Everyone stared in shock at the young master, because after all he'd done, saving a little girl whose days were basically numbered, his next move left them completely stunned. The world kept spinning, but the mayor snapped that it was her turn to take care of her mask. She hurried to grow an edible plant at once, and seethed when it just wouldn't work. Quickly, Mare's whole world felt wrong, because right now she couldn't lift a finger, and when the young master truly needed her, she snapped inside, convinced her existence was pointless if she couldn't save him in a moment like this. Noct watched the girl and realized she was doing everything she could for him, just like his father used to drill into him, protect his people no matter what. The words hit hard, and Noct immediately started wondering how to become a worthy heir and a ruler his people could trust for. The moment the mayor spotted the young master, she zeroed in on him and demanded to know why he was up, no answers until he explained himself. Chasing another chance to test her skill, the girl went for it again. She tried to wake the plant's cell back up. But the outcome stayed the same, and that's when Noct snapped and decided to step in. He quietly activated his magnification skill, and the plant shot up with instant, wild growth. And Noct snapped into it, realizing God really had handed him the perfect power for the moments that mattered. Now he could finally see exactly how to use it, and honestly, it can ramp up and dial down anything you want, showing its full power in real time. When he started mixing his skill with the other abilities around him, the possibilities went through the roof, like it was quietly exposing everyone's real power. The maid lit up at the results, and he didn't bother telling her that he had combined his augmentation skill with her cell activations. At first, he wasn't even sure it would work, but he pushed that doubt aside, told her not to worry so much, and insisted his suffering wasn't anywhere near as bad as she was picturing. Still, it's painfully clear, his family is gone, and they're running out of both money and food. Even now, just the thought of having Mare and Joseph, and others like them in his life, lights him up with pure joy. Oct said he's putting his full trust in them, and he wants to hand them the rest of everything, too. The mayor relived her first meeting with that young master, and swore to stay loyal to him for all of eternity. Joseph demanded to know why the young master was up and acting so weird, and Noct snapped back that he'd been slammed with work, and now they'd finally settled the. Yeah, then the very next day rolled in, and it was back to full business mode, until right around noon when the mayor snapped everyone into dinner. On this table they laid out crispy fried avocado and arugula, no breadcrumbs, no dough, plus charred toasted asparagus, beans, and pepper, and even a killer vegetable soup that promised serious nutrition, and I told everyone this meal was all about perfect balance. While Noct didn't care about the health pitch, he just dug into the taste and loved it. The mayor beamed at the outcome and handed out a supplement to everyone, while Noct, already stuffed, muttered that this felt like way too much for just one round. Joseph snapped at the girl that she was acting inappropriate at the table, reading a book while eating, but the mayor shrugged, saying it didn't matter. After all, they had tons of ingredients, so she couldn't hide behind excuses anymore. No, he will. Joseph shot her a question. Was the young master forcing her to do this? Noct snapped back that he had absolutely nothing to do with it, then turned around and told Mary not to push herself too hard. Mare told everyone she'd push herself harder than ever, and that this time, she'll deliver better results for the people. Good. Noct figured the girl's attitude might come in handy. Then he shrugged and told her vegetables were okay, but he was done waiting to sink his teeth into meat. Mare snapped that she'd handle it in a flash. but Joseph froze, terror striking when he saw that blade, and begged her to stop messing around like that. Knox snapped into action and started restoring the estate, slamming down an earth shield to get the work going. And guess what? This world isn't just about skills. Magic is real too. There are 6 elements total: fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. And Noct was born with a freaky gift for both earth and fire magic. Noct hurled a fireball into the air, and Mare grinned at the outcome, praising the young master for striking the fire and declaring him a sharp, capable decider. The fire god, Noct grinned and said lighting the furnace was the easiest job he'd ever done, and as the water heated up fast, he figured it had been about a month and a half, and he finally got to sink into a hot bath, and the young master practically melted with spiritual bliss, just basking in that warm water, while Joseph kept grumbling like always. Nah. He ignored everything else and just soaked in the sparkling water and that endless stretch of bright blue sky. I shot him a question: what else did complete happiness even require? Joseph blinked in shock and demanded, then tell me, what else does the young master need? The mayor finally. She swears she'll never turn down chamomile or apple flavor, because she's dying to wrap herself in that sweet, fruity scent. Joseph said he'd love to see perfectly, no glasses, no excuses, because his lenses were fogged so badly he was always scrambling to wipe them, and I wasn't going to calm him down while he stared into impossible daydreams that would only make everything worse. But Mur said there'd be a sale tomorrow, and Noct snapped back, I don't get what. Joseph broke it down more precise than that, and said Raphael, the merchant, was showing up tomorrow with a solid bond to the young master's father. Merrick swore this merchant was an incredible hookup where you could order anything, but back when Noct showed up, he always slept through it, passed out every afternoon, and that's exactly why Noct ended up getting hooked on the merchant's visits. Then he said he wanted to buy a memory pillow from him. Mayor snapped to it and asked for chamomile scents, and Joseph reminded her to grab eyeglass wipes too, and just like that, everyone agreed these little things would make life way more pleasant. I didn't push Raphael to talk. He'd probably been on the road forever, so I told him to start with lunch, and if he still wanted, I'd point him to the bath afterward. Raphael shot Noct a question: so you're the new owner of this land? And Noct straightened up, introduced himself, then admitted that with his father and brother gone, he was running every estate of F. Raphael greeted the new lord, the rightful successor of these lands, and even though those harsh measures shocked everyone else, it didn't surprise him, because this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Raphael told everyone that ever since way back, he and his father have always clicked, and they've been crushing business together for ages. Even now, years later, he still follows Father Noct's advice every time he trades, because Noct could practically smell Raphael's sweet peppermint scent, and the merchant had to apologize for rambling about him. Then Raphael pushed them to move fast, asked if they wanted to buy something from his things, because I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect this guy to be slick and pleasant to deal with. Raphael grinned and said, ask for anything, you'll get exactly what you want for each person. He asked if everything I needed fit in a single suitcase, then his eyes lit up with doubt. What if the merchant didn't have the pillow he'd been hunting for? Joseph didn't waste a second. He immediately demanded the details, asking about the glasses the napkins merchant uses, like Raphael's assistant is about to hit them with a drum roll. Then he reached into his suitcase with shaking care and pulled out a beautiful napkin made just to wrap Joseph's glasses. She blurted out that she wanted chamomile flavoring, and Raphael didn't hesitate. He snapped open the suitcase and pulled out the very same chamomile fragrance right away. Noct demanded a memory pillow and snapped that the slime pillow was downright awful. Merchant Raphael weighed his request, but Noct was already sure they didn't have a single one. But just as fast, Raphael called for another drum roll from his assistant. Then he burst out in a solemn, heavy shout, like it meant everything. He's got the perfect pillow ready for the young master. Noct still couldn't believe it, and he was blown away by the merchant's skill. Raphael snapped through the math fast, then declared he'd pay 200 rubles for everything, and Noct hurriedly counted his coins and answered. He wore a defeated look, like he'd fallen short of what he needed, and Raphael the merchant only smirked as he said, then you've got to choose, either a pillow or chamomile fragrance, and don't forget the napkin. His desire got crushed mid-surge, and he had no choice left but to make that brutal call. To grab everything he needed for his mission. Tonight, the young master couldn't sleep a wink. His mind was stuck on that beautiful pillow. Then Noct decided to storm over to the merchant in his tent, and Raphael insisted it wasn't necessary. So instead of all that, you could just call him, and don't even bother explaining that it was an accident, that it was all just, he was. Noct strolled in, and the young master boldly offered to sell the merchant fresh vegetables, and even let him use the mansion's beds overnight. Noct sweetened the deal, saying it would only cost 3,000 rubles, but Raphael shot it down fast, insisting they were already used to crashing there overnight. Noct's heart sank when his little scheme blew up in his face. Then he offered Raphael the chance to use the bathroom, and the young master bragged that he'd only just built it, so of course there'd be a special deal for him, a hot bath for 3,000 rubles, or you could trade for. Raphael wore a deep frown, then asked, if you truly haven't thought about your destiny in the future, because the second point is the creation of. The young master weighed the merchant's words in his mind, then fired back that the bath's creation wasn't some accident, it was heaven's will. The merchant snapped back that if that's how it was, then he'd never step foot in that manner again. Kyle's assistant shoved a request into my hands, kill the light and toss me to bed with a cigarette, 'cause it was way past bedtime, and when we finally said goodbye, the merchant outright refused to even let me get a bath. Swamped by crushing fatigue, not choked up over his own failure, and couldn't wrap his head around why Raphael suddenly stopped coming to see him at the manor. Right then I caught that sweet mint scent wafting from the merchant, until a wild thought hit me, was it coming from some monster instead? And that's exactly why Raphael always stayed on edge, because the moment he steps into that bath, he'd be wide open and helpless against any threat that comes for him. Noct scanned the whole area and only spotted a tiny slime. When Mare and Joseph heard the news, they snapped, because the merchant wouldn't come back, and nobody even bothered to explain that Raphael had shut it down after spotting monsters tearing through their fields. And on top of that, there was simply no one left to trade with. The young master snapped that their land is brutally dangerous, and there isn't even a fence, so nobody's coming to this place to trade, and nobody's rushing in to apologize to Joseph and the mayor for the wrong priorities, or that ridiculous tub, because first things first, they had to build something useful. Joseph snapped that if Raphael ever stopped showing up, everything would go south fast, because the merchant is the lifeline, and when trade dies, their lands would grind to a halt. Then Noct gulped, realizing that if it all fell apart, he'd never get the right pillow again. The young master promised, with full confidence, that they'd build a solid fence, so Raphael could come back and visit them again. Mare asked if it could work with just the three of them, and Noct told me to trust him, because he had a solid plan ready to go. Joseph tapped into that muscle-boosting power, and just like that, he started hauling massive weight with zero effort. Noct stared in awe at his butler, like he couldn't take his eyes off him. They'd really found a true titan, one that let them slam together up to 10 meters of fence in a single hour, and right then Noct realized the gut punch. There just wasn't enough time or supplies to finish. Before morning, the plan is already set, because it sounded flawless at first, until the mayor turns to her and asks, should you help Joseph too? Joseph admitted that after those brutal loads and all that spilled sweat, a bath was going to feel extra amazing for him. Noct kept replaying the butler's words, while the mayor couldn't understand why the young master was so fixated on it. Not long after, Joseph realized he had the perfect idea. Meanwhile, Merchant Raphael snapped his fingers at Pico's assistant and ordered him to wake up, because it was time to get ready for the next step. Pico trotted up, barked a bright good morning to his master, and Raphael fired back, go grab my drumsticks, so the kid snatched his chopsticks and swore he'd be ready in a flash. Raphael couldn't forget how much Mr. Rutherford had done for him back then, so when trouble showed up, he was ready to step in and help without hesitation. Staring at his ruined land feels unbearable, and it's way worse than he ever imagined. Even worse, nobody can explain why his youngest son is making a bath when everything's falling apart, and it looks like there's only one reason for that. This kid's shoulders can't handle the weight of a ruler's burden, and even without any walls, you can barely call this place his to own. Raphael rushed over to Pico and apologized for dragging him into that deadly place, then promised, I won't do it again, the moment the merchant finally stepped out of the tent. He swore he was still asleep. There was no way his eyes could be real, until Raphael snapped back that it was utterly impossible for anyone to throw up walls this massive overnight. Then the merchant rapped on the stone and felt it for himself. The wall was rock solid, the kind of fortress that would keep them safe. Marin tied the dozing knot, right as Mr. Raphael showed up already in the room. The merchant snapped in disbelief and demanded, how did this happen, and where in the world did that insane, powerful wall come from? He didn't explain it to drag the moment out. He just fused his skill with earth magic, and honestly, we got a little lucky to pull it off before morning. Pico said awestruck that it was an unbelievably handy skill, while Raphael frowned, convinced it was nothing like it looked at first, and that the price of using such forces could be deadly for anyone. This work needs to be massive, because there's no way you can pull off something this huge in such a tiny window of time. Raphael blurted out, why won't you push this brutal task to tomorrow, Noct? Knox said it was smarter to rest tonight, because tomorrow could already be too late, and he thanked Raphael, crediting him for helping Noct get his priorities straight. And his settlement was way too dangerous, so don't even tell me it can't be protected, because I'm not buying that for a second. Merchant Raphael leaned in and said Noct finally got what he was really here for. Then the young master snapped, "Follow me, I'll show the merchant something else," and Noct told him to stand with the others and link hands. He didn't even get to use the magnification ability before Raphael blurted that it was Mordecai acting as the elevator merchant. Then he admitted he never expected to be that shocked. The merchant pointed him ahead, and right there on the wall was this huge open-air bath, waiting for him like a secret. Raphael nearly couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the beautiful bath again, because the young master reminded him he hadn't even had the chance to bathe before, but here, in this place, he could finally feel safe and let himself enjoy every bit of it. He never lets it slip that he's dying to get his hands on that gorgeous pillow, so, for everyone else, he pushes the others to summon Raphael back to the estate. Raphael shot back that every merchant has one make-or-break quality, the kind that matters most. The merchant had to prove he could judge the item's worth, so he grilled Raphael about what the price really meant. Then Raphael said anyone could figure out the money behind it. Price, yeah, but here you're not just guessing numbers, you're forced to figure out something way more important. Raphael admitted he was only focused on protecting the property, but he was stunned. The young master wasn't just thinking security anymore, he was also thinking how to bring joy to someone, even in conditions this brutal. Raphael stared at the faces of the Noctis served, and the moment he did, he instantly realized just how much the young master truly was worth. The merchant basically told him, "Forget it, I'm not about to cut ties with someone this good." Raphael swore he'd come next time and haul in a truckload of goodies, and Knox grinned, saying that when the merchant finally shows up, he'll already have built the safest sleep park ever, so you can crash there to your heart's content. Raphael just nodded like, "This is amazing." But before anything else, he still craved a killer bath, and he wasn't happy about it. Now he'd finally pleased the merchant, and you could bet the next trade was about to get a whole lot better. Raphael sank into the warm water, sighed in relief, and shot a grateful nod to the young master for giving him the chance to. So everyone finally got to rest, and Noct urged them to quit acting so shy, since they weren't even in the pool and this was their home. But Joseph cut in fast, reminding her that she still had to keep her behavior modest around girls and guests. Pico leaned in and demanded Raphael explain why this young gentleman acted so strangely right in the open, and the merchant just scratched his head and nodded, because sure enough, the kid doesn't look anything like his no-nonsense father, and that's exactly why he's so much more fun to watch. And now the real question is wild. How's he, the brand new ruler of these lands, going to outfit them and showcase his native home? A whole month had blown past since Noct kicked off rebuilding his domain, and thanks to working side by side with Mayor, he finally crushed the food problem. With his land magic and hard-earned skill, he cracked the mystery and brought those walls back, shielding the manor from harm. So the merchant, Raphael, vowed he'd keep trading on. With him, the young master pored over the next move for his settlement's growth, and his sights were set on. Replenish the settlement with desperately needed manpower. The mayor squinted into the distance and announced that merchant Raphael was coming fast, grinning like he'd just struck gold, bringing fresh migrants with him to start new lives. Noct marched up to the merchant Raphael and demanded help, then cranked his skill to supercharge the gems, taking half the revenue as his cut for the job. Raphael was grinning about the deal, and even though the young master refused to abuse his skill's power, Raphael felt nothing but pure joy, so he announced that their estate's revival was finally underway for real, then prayed that once things calmed down, he'd get to finally loaf around and sleep to his heart's content. I ran into Raphael, shook his hand, greeted him, then hit him with, "So how have you been?" The merchant bragged that he'd brought 4 migrants, and right on cue, he told Pico's assistant to fire up a drum roll. Noct froze, stunned, and immediately wondered if the merchant was finally about to pull the migrants out of his suitcase, but in truth, Raphael pulled out a rare souvenir he snatched from the capital and handed it straight to the young master, and then more migrants started flooding out. And Noct blinked in shock. There were real beastmen standing right there, not some rumor at all. Raphael quickly told him there was no need to. Noct snapped back that this wasn't just worry talk. These beastmen weren't ex-slaves, and even now they're still trapped under unequal rights and harsh condemnation, because the sadness in their eyes tells you exactly what they survived back then. He didn't even bother greeting the new residents. He just barked their names, and when the older woman spoke up, she introduced herself as Olivia. The little girl, mortified, blurted out, "I'm Kuklua," not just to introduce herself, but to make sure he knew. She knew he was the owner of this estate, and she was genuinely happy to meet him. Another migrant snapped that the knock was way too small, and the young too unready to ever be a feudal lord, and then the conversation spilled into two migrants. From the way they talked, it was obvious, relatives, and judging by their towering height, they decided those kids needed to get out fast, because standing up there was way too dangerous. They bolted off the wagon like it was on fire, only to find out they weren't regular migrants at all. They were dwarves, and even though they looked small, they were already full-grown. The dwarves snapped that they hadn't been adults for long, because this year they turned 121. The dwarves didn't just introduce themselves, they handed their names over to Rog and Jaelma like a secret only they could carry. Was totally shocked when the ground crumbled under their feet the moment they jumped down from the. Jilna flew into a rage and snapped that they had a perfectly normal average weight for their age, so Joseph instantly cut in, yanked the young master back from that sloppy talk toward girls, reminded him to mind his manners. Apologized right away for his own tactless slip, and swore it wouldn't happen again. Then Jilna fired back that the real problem wasn't him, it was their weapon, way too heavy, and that's why it hit like that on the. Merchant Raphael swore that the capital is packed with people desperate to move into that estate, because the dwarves' family behind the city's tower are elite, top-tier carpenters who will build the place with pure perfection. Noct couldn't take his eyes off the dwarves' craft, because the Tower of Light looked absolutely unreal. And right there, the young master started to wonder why on earth masters of that caliber would choose to make their home in his mansion. Jaelna slammed the brakes on her noisy brother's outburst and explained. They just wanted to see the world with their own eyes, so they ditched the capital and set off. Noct still couldn't figure out why the dwarves showed up, but one thing screamed truth. They weren't here for nothing. Thanks to their skills, they'd rebuild the estate houses and level up the whole settlement. The young master admitted he'd already seen the capital's tower. It was insanely tall and breathtakingly beautiful. Then the dwarves chimed in that they could build little structures too, and every single one of their works was nothing short of divine. They were thrilled to do it, and when the young master finally saw these tiny people hauling monster-sized weapons, he couldn't help but grin, because apparently they loved big things. Rog told us his sister designed the Capitol Tower, then he pushed for us to check out the model they used to build it, and I swear I didn't expect it, but the design quality was insane because it looked perfect. Didn't even realize how overjoyed Jilna was, and Noct latched onto it as the perfect sign they could work together, and the young master admitted he was blown away the moment he saw the Capitol's tower in real life. He'd never laid eyes on anything that huge, that impressive. Then Noct caught it. Ghislaine's face shifted just a little, and he had no clue what sparked it. The young master went on about how amazing it was that such a giant tower could be built from a model so precise. Then Jaelna snapped, telling him to drop it, and Noct clocked just how fast her temper flared before swearing he wouldn't bring it up again. The young master then once again thanked every new tenant for sticking with him, and Noct cut in to explain the situation and the guarantees, starting with a promise to hand each resident a 3-month stash of food, a place to live plus work fields, and $5 grand worth of tickets for the open-air bath. Olivia immediately pressed me to spell out what 3 months' supply of food actually meant, and Noct shot back that it wasn't something to worry about. Noct felt the moment for him and watched his power jump instantly. The young master even broke down how his skill works, then froze because the truth hit hard. He had to apologize since he could only supply as many vegetables as the food stock allowed, and as Noct stared, he caught the doll's sharp little fangs and couldn't stop wondering why they showed up so. Animated, the Beastman girl surged forward, racing hard even as the words, "not," tried to figure out what she was up to, and then Noct's jaw dropped at just how strong. A doll was the perfect helper, because it could rip vegetables straight out of the ground with zero effort. Kuklua leaned in and asked the young master if he could crank up the vegetables. Olivia snapped at Kuklua to act more modestly and stop pulling that kind of stunt again, because demanding the young master like that is straight-up rude. Noct told her not to worry at all. He made it sound effortless, and then he just boosted the vegetable level to exactly what they wanted. Kuklua burst into delight, and Noct smiled because he'd managed to win the young girl over completely. Kuklua grinned and dug into the fruit, savoring every delicious bite like it was pure heaven. Then he called out, barging in like, "Hey, tell your daddy." Olivia apologized for her daughter and blurted out that she is something else. She just loves vegetables asterisk, and honestly, this girl looked so much like a tiny fox it was unreal. Olivia even admitted they were absolutely thrilled the estate's owner was such a good soul, and Olivia wondered, how on earth can we ever repay this kindness? Master made it crystal clear, on his land, only people who truly, desperately want to work with him get in. And there's zero point in forcing yourself to do something you absolutely can't stand. If they like it, let them. If you want vegetables so bad, then go plant them and enjoy the results for yourself. Little Cuckoo blurted that she'd totally grow vegetables, not thanking the girl for her good, and told her to trust him and lean on him in this situation. Then the dwarf horn turned to his sister and demanded, "So what are we supposed to do?" Jilna shot back instantly, saying she'd handle taking care of her sides every single day, while Noct couldn't believe the hunger in that decision. He didn't see this coming at all. Then the young master admitted he'd honestly thought the dwarves would jump in and help him rebuild his domain. Jelna leaned in fast, asking what was going wrong, and she snapped right away that Not himself had said only those who truly wanted to work should work. Not figured if they didn't work for him, it'd crush his profits, so he told them not to slack off, then snapped that they'd need to get way more cunning about it, and that's when he started to say how they could be so dismissive of their. And he can't believe it, he thought they'd push through, because they need asterisk to keep building and creating, not throwing in the towel. But Jilna snapped that Noct needed to stop yapping and start proving himself, not just trying to win them over, because if he owned these lands, then every word he fired had to be on his shoulders, and Noct was fuming as the moment cut him. Kuklua blared at the dwarves, telling them to stop mocking the young master, while Jaelna pulled the little girl aside and warned her not to butt into adults' conversations, because that's just not polite. Kuklua did. They let out a smug sigh and basically said, "Since we call ourselves adults, then we should step up and do our part for the good of everyone." Jilna shot back that it wasn't a half-bad try at convincing a beastman, but Kuklua snapped back instantly, lazy, idle, and nothing but a pest. Then the young doll leaned in and started to explain. Those who just sit there and take gifts for granted are nothing but walking corpses, utterly useless. Olivia hurried in and snapped that it was way too rude to treat someone like that, but Kukulua shot back that she couldn't just let the young master get treated that way, and she was exhausted from hearing the same excuses from people day after day. Because nothing erupts out of thin air, and you've got to fight for results yourself. Olivia finally steadied her daughter and told her to stop saying things like that, and in the end, her words landed hard, because Jilna promised she'd work just like everyone else. Noct watched the little girl tear through her speech with pure fire, and he loudly praised her for that amazing win. Nut threw the dwarves a grateful nod for agreeing to help, then blurted out that he had something he needed to ask them, right now. Jilner snapped back that the young master didn't want them building him a house. Nut insisted, "That's not what I meant," and demanded they head straight to his father's office. The young master's courage cracked. Jaelna heard there was a crack in the wall and that fixing it now could stop the damage from getting worse, so she demanded proof that they'd really start working even without breakfast, swore she'd investigate, told her brother to go grab some sleep, and then pushed the young master out of the office, warning him he'd only get in her way. Noct spotted his father and snapped. Those cracks were freaking him out, and right then the young master got hit with a wave of memories, all of it dragging him back to relatives he'd lost. He breathed easier knowing the same master who raised the capital's tower would be the one renovating his father's study, because this house is the one place where their family memories live, and there was no way it was getting destroyed. After a quick stroll, Nott snapped back and decided to head toward the. He was in the office when, boom, something loud shattered the air and he snapped, "Is it really that noisy just to patch one crack?" But would. He caught the sight inside the office, and it hit him like a punch, leaving him stunned at how this could possibly be true. Chiana slumped against the wall, mumbling that everything had gone sideways from how she'd imagined it. The young master couldn't bear to look at the devastation. He snapped the direction and demanded, "What on earth is happening here?" Jilna shot back calmly, basically saying, "I didn't even lift a finger, the wall just crumbled on its own." Noct's father's office wasn't just some boring workplace, it felt like the heart of everything. Ever since he was a kid, he couldn't wait to run in and visit. My father always lit up whenever Noct showed up in his study. He'd grin and tell the little one to hop onto the chair and sit a while in the master's spot. Noct's eyes would sparkle as he smiled back, saying that chair was still, just like always, the softest and the most comfortable in the whole house. His older brother Weishart would snap with constant outrage, reminding him, "When we grow up, you'll be the one sitting in this chair." And their father hammered it into the boys. "Adults, you help each other in everything, especially you, Orth. Treat your brother with respect." My father's office became their home base, where the three of them spent so much time that just thinking about it warmed my soul. Right now, the young master couldn't wrap his mind around what just happened to his father's office. Jilna tried to swear it was all a fluke, her hand just trembled, so it didn't count. Her sheer strength made Raphael, the merchant, sprint toward the commotion, only to be absolutely horrified by what he. Raphael said there were even hunters here who promised to back the young master's settlement, only if they could have a roof over their heads. And if you could actually pull these hunters onto your side, Then meat would stop being a problem, and Noct couldn't help but wonder what it truly felt like to be a feudal lord. No matter who he is in that role, he can't ever abandon his people. He's got to know their strengths, face their flaws, and do whatever it takes to keep them smiling. Noct, meanwhile, couldn't stop wondering where Jilna bolted off to so fast, and he was even more curious about the dwarf's actual average weight. After tearing through the area, Noct finally spotted Jilna and snapped. If he could just slide into the seat beside her, she'd demand, right away, whether he came here on purpose to throw reproach at her, or if he was only trying to explain himself. Turns out they were all wrong, and even him, the owner of these territories, can't stop messing up either. So Noct leaned in and asked, "Is this gile in my hand really just shaking?" Ghislaine snapped back that Noct wasn't dumb enough to swallow that pathetic excuse. Then the girl finally caved and admitted she can't do anything at all, and it's all just crushingly sad. She can't even make it to where she's headed with that hammer, because her power is completely out of her control. And honestly, the biggest divine flex is building something massive, and for every dwarf, the dream is to pull off one legendary feat, so she bolted from her home. Jilna leaned in and said, "Honestly, I don't do magic like everyone thinks. I can only craft stunning layouts, and that's why my abilities and every achievement stop right there." I never saw it coming. This news hit like a total shock, and I didn't even know. If the young master really admired my handiwork, then he'd lean in and ask what it would take to make the bridge sway a little, because honestly, it looks absolutely incredible. Jelna leaned in and said, "This layout is built from sand, but it still captures everything perfectly, just like it should in real life." Jaylene doesn't care for the big buildings at all, at least, that's what we've gathered about the Dwarven way, and while the rest of her tribe sticks to those shared values, Jaylene is different. She loves crafting tiny layouts instead. Just look at that gorgeous sandcastle, everything clicks instantly, and Jelena even agreed the dwarves being different is weird, but honestly, it's not a bad kind of different. Noct broke it down. He's dying to build a place where everyone can do exactly what they want, no judgment. Then the young master chimed in, saying, I'd happily sleep for days straight, even if everyone else hates the idea." Jilna's eyes widened when the young master blurted his boast. Noct claimed he could knock out in just 3 seconds, and that was his whole gift. Jilna snapped back that it was a pretty dubious talent for a feudal lord, and with that hanging over everything, even her own strange ability didn't look nearly as convincing as she'd hoped, because it was all turning out to be much. The girl laid out the house plans with mind-blowing precision, every tiny detail captured down to the last corner. The young master froze in disbelief at how stunning the model turned out. She even opened windows and doors on her own, and Jilna was bragging, grinning, because she swore she'd sweated over every tiny detail. Noct weighed the wild idea of going beyond his usual non-abilities. Then I decided to hit her with a total shock, using the magnification skill to make my move. Jilna's jaw practically dropped when her tiny model ballooned into a massive house, and Noct couldn't stop admiring how Jilna somehow used his item augmentation skill to pull off that miracle. The young master told Jilna that even her tiny designs could grow into a real, full-fledged house, and her eyes lit up, because for once, someone actually valued what she could do, instead of her family constantly snarling at those sad little layouts she kept getting blamed for. The young master told Jilna, "Now you can finally build a real house," and then he hit her with the brutal truth. Nearly all of it was on her. Cucula beamed with joy and declared she'd live right here, and Olivia quickly chimed in too. She was just as thrilled with this kind of home. The mayor's interior decoration inside the place is absolutely unmatched. Jilna is thrilled because it finally feels like the perfect spot to do what they love most. Knock, knock. Right off the bat, he scoured his new home for a bed, because that's how you settle in for real, and Gaelna told his brother that choosing these lands was the right move all along. A few days later, young Master Noct switched things up and went hunting. Then, as he lunged after it, he fully believed he'd finally bagged the rabbit. But at the very last second, he blew it. Luz and Greg immediately asked what the young master meant. Noct finally realized hunting wasn't his true strength, and he straight up told everyone he was handing the job off to. Luz wasted no time. She hit the vision enhancement skill first, then stacked the accurate shot skill right on top of it. Greg finally got what he wanted, and they pulled off 2 wins in one shot. Luz admitted that nothing had gone exactly her way, but the outcome was what mattered most. Then Greg patted his colleague on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it all went exactly according to plan." Noct said this wasn't what you'd expect from real hunters, then turned right around and praised them for delivering absolute top-tier work. Greg's eyes snapped to a honey hive, and he went for it. Right then, he used a. Luz fired a fireball to knock out the aggressive bees, then snapped her focus to the deer, right there beside her. Noct watched them work and said, This time, I'm putting everything in your hands, and thanks to Jilna, his domain bloomed into something far more beautiful and comfortable in the blink of an eye. New buildings kept pouring in, gorgeous and wonderful. And get this, two brand new residents rolled in who were born to hunt. Luz, a sharp-as-a-blade elf, and Greg, a battle-tested adventurer. Once they wrapped up the hunt, both of them strutted around bragging like kings over that amazing catch. Because of that, everyone finally gets fresh meat. Noct was ecstatic, too, since he'd been craving it for a month and a half straight. That veggie-only food wrecked his stomach, and Luz and Greg rushed him. "We're going home now," they said, so they could cook something delicious and fresh from the meat. Noct felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd followed them just to hunt, begging for them to cook the meat right away and chow down, but the young master said, "Let's eat out in the open," because the view out there was downright beautiful. Luz nodded along with Not's logic and couldn't stop staring at the view, while Greg said he'd round up the other residents for lunch. Then Not snapped that Greg better stay put and light a fire while he went down to fetch everyone. Once everyone finally gathered, Noct felt pure joy, because each person was locked onto something wild and important, and together they made one unstoppable, friendly team. That delicious meat hit his nose, and suddenly he couldn't stop wondering, was this really the ultimate bliss? Just feel the joy of something simple. Mare was already worn out from waiting, snapped that the meat was medium rare and ready to taste, and the young master asked for a little more time. Then he slammed his augmentation ability onto the meat, bam, and that roast ballooned into a massive chunk. And with Joseph visibly shaken by emotion, he swore he'd follow the young master anywhere, no questions asked, and everyone cheered, thrilled at how much meat they were about to feast on. Joseph grinned and said he'd sliced off the biggest hunk of meat just for his beloved master. Then Nacht handed him a gift, praising him as the best butler in the whole world. Noct locked onto the meat with hungry eyes, convinced he'd finally clawed his way to the moment he'd been waiting for. But then whoosh, some hot meat slipped right out. Mayer's hand got knocked away, and he had no choice. He sprinted after it, period. He was ready to yell that she didn't have to do this, but Noct was so locked in on snatching that fried meat that he never even noticed when he slipped right off the cliff. Noct. He figured if he died right there, he'd never regret a single thing. Then it all clicked. Young master froze because something felt wildly wrong. When he slammed into the ground, he didn't even feel a single drop of pain. The first thought hit him hard. Maybe he was in yet another ravine, until. Then it hit me, this reality was totally different, like some kind of paradise, and the huge girl just kept complaining that she was barely tickled. Noct is so blindsided by this massive girl that his brain totally short-circuits trying to even guess who she could be. All the young master could think about was that sizzling roast, and that one distraction sent him tumbling off the cliff, yet a brutal collision with a massive girl yanked him back just enough to survive the fall. Noth has no clue why she's so huge or how she even showed up there. Mare boomed from above, yelling to make sure the young master was still all right. Then they all stared down and exploded with shock, shouting that a real giant was down there. That massive girl's eyes snapped to the roast meat, and she blurted, "This is exactly what I needed." Noct watched heartsick as she dug in, then he realized the moment she started eating, it was already slipping away for good. The giant girl raved that the meat was insanely delicious and begged for more, but the young master snapped back that there was no way he'd let her do that, because if he caved, they'd all be stuck without lunch. Noct slammed his power and shot up into a giant girl, tower-sized in seconds. The giant girl gasped, blurting out that Noct was just like Bear, then Noct snapped, begging her to stop chewing on their meat. The young master declared, loud and clear, "Let everyone dig in, don't hog it, and make sure every resident gets a proper piece of meat." The giant girl blurted out an apology, swearing she had no idea the meat was theirs at all. She only wanted to eat, and boy was it insanely delicious. Rage flared on her face, and Noct stepped in to fix the whole mess. He triggered the magnification ability again, and that meat ballooned into a massive, giant-sized monster in an instant. Everybody cheered over what he did, stunned by the young master's genius. Then they dug back into the meal together, and everyone got a full plate. The giant girl leaned in and demanded a super delicious sweet sauce. Mare broke it down, saying it's a special fruit-based sauce they pour on meat, and the giant girl gasped like it was her first time ever tasting food this good, begging for more. Noct then shot her a question. So was this the first time she'd ever eaten meat, or what in the world had she been eating up until now? The giant girl told her she had to munch on all kinds of stuff, fruits, animals, and even monsters, and Not didn't even have time to be shocked, because of course monsters were on the menu too. Merchant Raphael swears the girl is from the giant family, and tells the young master their name fits perfectly, because giants, at least according to witness stories, are massive, fearless monsters. Young Master Noct finally clocked it. The giant girl had been absorbed by that low. So without even realizing it, she still shielded what was his. The giant girl kept digging in, grinning as she kept demanding more food from Noct, and the young master never said no. Watching her happily munch away made him feel even better. And just like that, lunch wrapped up with everyone grinning ear to ear over the food. Everyone else looked full and satisfied, but the young master knew better. He was wrecked. Mare swore Noct looked dead on his feet, utterly drained, and the young master finally admitted it. He felt sluggish too, like he'd pushed his ability way past his limits. Then Noct declared it was time to head back home and bid farewell to the towering girl, Burdina. The giant girl looked crushed when that loud group marched off, leaving her behind. Burdine couldn't stand the thought of being left alone again. She was sick of it, and she marched right up to the young master and demanded to come with them. Noct nearly choked on the shock of it, then asked if she truly meant to move into his domain. The young master figured he couldn't possibly handle a girl as huge as her, and Noct snapped that she shouldn't. If she left, her family would panic, so Burbina was. She fumed and blurted out that she wanted to go with everyone. Noct trembled at the giant girl's rage and begged her to calm down right now. The young master shrugged and told her, plainly, that he didn't care one bit about her moving in with them. But man, her size could cause a whole mess, so he'd probably try to shrink it a little, just to make it work. Noct told Birdie to chill, stop fighting back, and just breathe. Then, like magic, everything fell into place and the giant girl shrank down to normal. Burdina stepped into the settlement and couldn't stop staring at how good the locals had it. Then Noct leaned in and said it all belonged to the big small family, Burdina. She couldn't stop grinning about the fresh sensations, and she admitted that being tiny is awesome, because now she can slip into any house she wants. After the barbecue, Noct dragged the giant girl back to his house and replayed it in his head like a ticking bomb, because he couldn't shake the fear of whether he'd done the right thing or what would happen when her family learned she was gone. Noct also realized this time his birding ability didn't get shut down like it did with slime, and he figured it was because the girl herself didn't mind the whole thing at all. So he decided if Birdine suddenly wants it, I'll just flip her back to the reverse state, no drama. After that, the young master admitted he was wiped out and headed straight to bed. Birdine blared that she wanted a tour of the settlement right now, but Noct snapped back that it was tomorrow or nothing. Meanwhile, the mayor told Birdine to hop into a bath and scrub off all that dirt, and Olivia chimed in that it'd feel even better to change into something fresher, but Birdine totally didn't get it, so he blurted out, "Wait, what's a bath?" He didn't just wake up out of nowhere in the middle of the night, feeling this soft, warm touch in his hand. Then he froze, and his mind started racing as he wondered. It was a beautiful pillow, and he'd somehow never noticed it before until the young master showed up. He snapped his eyes open, and there was Birdine lying right beside him, straight up lying. Birdine greeted the young master with a cheerful good morning, like the whole disaster never even happened. He was shocked that some girl had somehow slipped into his bed without him noticing, but Birdine just lounged there like it was nothing, calm as could be, even pleased. The mayor greeted the young master and announced she'd brought fresh fruit she'd picked herself. When his governess ended up knocking, she just stood there with nothing to say about that whole ridiculous mess. Mare's fury flared as she snapped, asking if the young master couldn't even spin excuses for what she'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, Birdine practically beamed when the fresh plums appeared, and before Noct even knew it, everything had moved on. That girl yanked him out of the room, and Mayor's furious yelling spilled in right behind them while she begged Birdine to remember her clothes. Noct snapped, "Where are we rushing to?" And she reminded him, "You promised me a tour of your estate." On the street, Olivia and Kuklua stepped out, beaming as they greeted the young master like it was the best day ever. Noct took her to the vegetable garden, where the little doll was growing a whole rainbow of crops, and Kuklua immediately went wild, praising the massive root vegetable that had sprouted because of her hard work. Birdine stared at that strange vegetable for the first time, blurted out what kind of tree root it was, and why it was so painfully white. Then Noct shook his head and said, "It's not tree roots at all." The young master froze when he learned the giants knew nothing about vegetables, and Noct snapped in that eating them in moderation makes them both delicious and good for you. Kuklua backed him up and even dared Birdine to try the vegetables herself. Birdine nodded and blurted out that she loved that sweet flavor so much, then asked Kuklua what fruit it was, until Kuklua smiled and said, "Nope, not fruit, it's daikon, a vegetable." And Birdine couldn't stop grinning as she admitted the Kuklua vegetables were ridiculously tasty, and she was thrilled she'd finally tried them. The young master praised the little girl and declared, "This is your reward for all your hard work." Kuklua beamed and said, "Exactly, I'm desperate to grow my vegetables with love, and the young master then turned to Birding and teased, "So, do you truly love that dakin?" Because she had wolfed it down in minutes. The giant girl confessed she didn't actually like the vegetable. She just loved eating it with everyone else, and Kuklua wasn't far behind. As she crunched the daikon, she smiled and said she was fully satisfied with the taste. Birding told them the real joy of eating isn't something you savor by yourself. The young master remembered her hunger the moment they met, and how worn out and shabby she looked, and it was painfully clear that Birding had no clue what he was dealing with. Kitchen, Noct couldn't shake the fear that she'd been alone this whole time, and then he hit her with the truth. Her family would be frantic back home. So yeah, there was no point even bringing it up, just made her heart sink, when Kuklua said life runs its course and nobody can change a thing, and then the young gardener practically begged the giant girl to come try his pumpkin. Then a creepy sound tore through the calm, and everyone snapped to attention in an instant. The young master snapped, "What was that awful howl, and is it really a silver moon?" Then he learned the truth. The silver moon was a wolf with blood-red eyes and dazzling silver fur, a beast so deadly it prowled the great forest. Noct's domain was off limits, no ifs, no buts, but the young master still couldn't believe it was almost right on top of him, because hunters Luz and Greg were standing outside the settlement right now. Kukua shook with fear and burst into tears, and Birding rushed in close, whispering that everything would be okay. Birding quickly leaned in and told the young master they had to get out, right now. The young master snapped, "Where are you rushing off to?" Birding snapped that she could clearly smell Greg and Luz nearby, and she swore someone had attacked them, no doubt about it. Yeah, right over there. Greg and Luz were scrambling to figure out how to escape. They were trapped in a brutal situation. Rage surged through Greg as he blurted, "Who would have guessed there'd be a silver moon here?" Then he snapped that they'd been careless, and they needed to somehow throw the wolves off and slip back toward young Master Noct's domain. Birding screamed that they'd finally found them, and shouted that wolves were really tearing into them right now. Noct spotted the wolves tearing in, and he rushed in, firing his reduction ability at them to try to stop it all. The wolves, and to his total shock, it didn't scare a thing off the wolf. Luz and Greg fought like fire, but the odds crushed them, because they were wildly outnumbered. Birding burst out that she was rushing over to help. After just a beat, the young master's eyes widened. Birding was way stronger than he expected. Terrified hunters Luz and Greg blurted, "Is the young master okay?" And he shot back, "I'm fine." Then they all sprinted to help. Birding burst into happy words, saying it felt way easier to move now than it ever did when she was huge, while Nod nodded along, grinning like, "That's amazing news." The young master shoved Birding toward those giant wolves, basically telling her, "Make sure they never mess with my domain again." Birding snapped back on courage, "You can count on me. Not one wolf is walking away without my attention." Noct ripped into Birding, yelling that it was time to end this for good. The giant girl hissed that those disgusting wolves never stopped lurking, always watching her, even when she tried to look away. And now there's no turning back, time to end it all. Suddenly, a pack of wolves tore through the night with bone-chilling screams. Panic surged through him and he bolted, no turning back. The young master couldn't believe it, those wolves just scattered in pure terror. Birding blurted out that she'd finished the young master's task and everything was finally under control, and Noct praised her like he'd been expecting nothing less from his own student. She practically floated with joy, glowing with pride. Greg got hit with the question, where did Silver Moon even come from? And he shot back, maybe the orcs drove it off in the first place. Noct muttered that something could have gone down in the woods, and until they pinned down the reason, nobody's getting a decent night's sleep. He weighed the young master's words, then charged into the search for a real answer to this problem. Noct then credits Birding's powers for everything turning out okay, so he shrugs and immediately goes for some much-needed sleep. Birding grabbed the young master and begged him not to rush off to bed, because the girl swore she knew exactly where a ridiculously tasty fruit was growing. Birding admitted that because she terrified Kuklua and the whole crowd, she wanted to make it up to everyone with an awesome fruit, so Noct just stared and demanded, "Why are you suddenly talking about fruit?" In the thick of the woods, Nopf leaned in and told everyone that Badana's house looked absolutely feral. The giant girl pointed to the garden and told me the fruit grows right there. Then she grabbed them and said she'd bring them to me. Noct and the crew gawked at how massive the furniture was, and it hit them fast. This place wasn't going to be easy to live in. Of course there were chairs, 3 of them too, and that Noct hint sparked in the elf's head like, yeah, those 3 chairs aren't random. They're there for a reason. Birdie threw her hands up and apologized for the wait, then proudly said she'd already borne fruit. He peered at them and said they looked just like grapes, then demanded what they were called. Birdna shrugged and said she didn't know any name, just called them fruit, or delicious fruit, and Buzz admitted she'd never seen berries like that either. Nock took a bite and smirked, saying it was barely sweet. Then Birding leaned in and insisted it used to taste way better, and that's when Nock decided. Put it to the test and apply the reduction method to these berries. Birding burst out, "Wait, this tastes just like before," and the young master leaned in and said, "Big fruit packs less sweetness per bite, so once you cut it down, the flavor changes." Noct finally confessed he'd never tasted anything like it, and in his gut, this could brew some top-tier alcohol. Right there in the mansion, the proper gear was already waiting, so Noct turned to Birding and asked, "Mind if we try these berries out?" "Oh, yeah, Kuklua's gonna love this, and he'll be all too eager to dive into something totally new." Birding lit up and thanked the young master for showing up, because they barely got any time together, and still, she had the best time. She leaned in and said those wolves had been stalking her for ages, yet they'd never come this close before. And this time when she finally stepped out to them alone, they bolted the second she appeared, bursting with fear. Birdina swore something went down in the forest. She turned small, and somehow, maybe the terror that kept people out of these lands just vanished. So it has to stay right here, and guard these territories with its life on the line. Noct fired up the magnification power, and Birding snapped back to her real size. Then she couldn't help but laugh at how tiny Noct looked, until he grumbled that it was still way too big. To earn forgiveness, Birding demanded I step up and protect every single soul living on that estate. Nock figured that if she'd made that choice, then this was the better way, because it had to be. He clocked it instantly. Birding was absolutely falling apart. And he snapped that it couldn't go on like this. Birding snapped, "What's going on, and why aren't we leaving?" Noct told her that if she didn't drag everyone back, Kuklua would flip out. Birding snapped that if she stayed with them, danger would follow, but if she couldn't make it next time, there'd be nothing left to shield them. Noct swore that if danger ever surged in, he'd throw himself between it and every single settler, because this is his duty as the ruler of these lands. Noct sprinted over to the giant girl, told her to drop the worry, and said he'd escort her home with everyone. Birding shattered into tears. Noct for his trust, and that gratitude hit so hard it felt like pure happiness. Birding snapped that they'd totally forgotten souvenirs, then grabbed a wild pile of strange berries and shoved them in her hands. The moment they got knocked down, everything went lighter and easier to carry, and everyone was instantly set to move. Noct pointed out that the fruit had no name at all, so why not name it, because living without a name is just plain inconvenient. And once Birding found it, she had to name it, so the girl stared at it for a second, thinking hard then. Nick practically shouted that she'd call him that right here, then mocked and praised the genius of stealing syllables from his first name, because it's insanely convenient. Birdina admitted she loves the title and couldn't be happier being together with everyone. Marin and Noct kicked into overdrive, deciding to grow a real tree fast, and they smashed their two abilities together, cell activated. And that item upgrade was a hit. Mayor was grinning, claiming that with a boosted skill, you can do whatever you want, but the guy just looked weirdly at him and said he was done working. He needed rest. Mayor straight up admitted she's convinced they're the perfect match for each other. Noct's cheeks flared at the confession, and he cracked a joke like, "Yeah, I gotta make sure I'm compatible with the others too." With an agitated voice, Joseph snapped, calling his laptop, and told him, "I've got news so huge you're not gonna believe it." The devoted butler leaned in and told everyone the tax inspector had arrived to raid the estate. He was thrown off by this visit, totally clueless on how he was even supposed to act with the tax inspector. The mayor said the inspector was probably here to scoop up the tax money, and Noct didn't even argue. His own father would fume every time tax inspectors showed up. Joseph insisted the landowners had to hand over a slice of their profits to the kingdom, so why was another tax inspector still coming, even after they all knew about the brutal orc attack that wrecked the manor? Joseph said the tax inspector's job is to calculate your annual tax, and they don't get to dodge it. No one's got the right to refuse the money they demand. The state's new tax came crashing down, and when it knocked, Joseph and the mayor, panicking, tried to reassure everyone, "Don't worry," right as the young master made it crystal clear. He wouldn't hand over a single penny for what was already his, and he was marching in to claim his land right now. Noct greeted the tax inspector with a serious bow, then asked if the poor guy was worn out from that brutal trip, and right after that, boom, he introduced himself as the young master and explained that he was the one handling these states right now. So he decides to march straight to the tax inspector and demand they be cleared from this year's taxes, because they're busy rebuilding after that brutal orc attack. The tax inspector leaned in and demanded, "Why are you bowing to the floor like you've got no dignity? Don't you have even an ounce of pride?" Said he'd pay any price to shield his people's quiet lives, no matter what he'd have to give up. Then the young gentleman spotted the tax inspector's dirty shoes and offered, right there and then, to clean them up at once. The tax inspector finally admitted she'd heard about the attack on these lands, and she leaned in, demanding to know every gritty detail of what happened. Nock stepped in and laid out the whole situation fast, then explained how brutal it is to pull off land restoration, and the tax inspector immediately realized the residents had absolutely crushed it. But she can't wrap her head around it, so she pushes to clear a few things, when the tax inspector suddenly asks where those massive walls around the estate came. Nock said it all started with the residents. She built it with everyone's help. The girl inspector pushed for the details, and Nock straight up confirmed the recovery's a success. She nodded at the girl's reaction, then warned them they're still not ready to ship. Right now they're busy making sure they can take care of themselves. Even in the distant future, he can't stop thinking about sending out one-of-a-kind goods from his own lands. Scott urged the tax inspector to taste the amazing fruit nader, and the no-nonsense girl blinked in surprise. She admitted it was the first time she'd ever seen something like this, yet she couldn't ignore the strange, mysterious look of it. The tax inspector agreed to test the product and took a careful bite of the fruit, then lit up and said the sweetness was unreal, juicy, smooth, and backed by an amazing aftertaste that left her feeling like it actually eased her fatigue and chased away her headaches. Noct once again took on the vibe of a strict tax inspector, leaned in, and kept listening to the young master, explaining they were thinking of growing those fruits, turning them into sweets, and even producing their own alcohol. The tax inspector stared at the massive production like it was a wild surprise. Then, after mulling it over for a moment, she said she'd consider how things really stand, so I'm ready to wipe these lands clean, no taxes, starting now. This year, right as they were parting, the tax inspector grabbed him and warned the young master. She made it clear she had to talk. The strict girl told Not to be careful, because when everything life-changing rests on one single person, danger can strike fast. Not swallowed hard, then his thoughts took off. She nailed it, her insight was razor-sharp. The tax inspector warned that a country built on the power of just one person will eventually crumble. The mayor said this girl gives off pure scary vibes, but the young master slammed back, calling the tax inspector a. Nock said it's dead wrong to bet everything on your own skill, because if anything happens to him, it'll all crash and ruin everyone else. Even with the estate packed with even more people now, if he vanishes out of nowhere, everyone should still manage just fine, right up until they miss his skill. Joseph shot back that Not grew up way too fast, straight into becoming a wise man, and now the young master looked just like his father, and Nock told Joseph that if the others really would be okay, this was his ticket to keep living quietly, and even sleep for days, while Joseph pressed him about the comparison, only for the old butler to shrug and say there was nothing to fear. After it lifted the hunting ban and launched its own production line, we finally stitched together a steady supply of food, clothes, and homes for everyone in the settlement, and with that, the number of. And just like that, the territories under young Master Noctu's name kept swelling. Noct loved what he saw, and he watched Mayor's hard work with real satisfaction. Everything played out like clockwork, and the young master seized the perfect moment to do nothing at all, then crashed into sleep for his own pleasure. Of course, the only one who snapped with outrage was old butler Joseph. He tore into the young master for lying on his side on the bed right after dinner, and he kept pointing out that with the new residents multiplying, the manor's owner was setting a pretty awful example. Joseph asked what his father would think of the young master when he finally got home, and Nock fired back. Yeah, he's no slacker. He worked hard until lunch. Then Nock leaned in and said he'd been grinding with Mare, and with their skills teaming up, they can even push out a brand new kind of sweet seed. Their job make the sweetest onions and tomatoes on purpose, no matter what, even without his skill. Right now, they're already at the pollination stage. Joseph heard the young master's excuse and snapped, "Don't you dare lie to me." Nock snapped at Olivia that Joseph didn't believe a single word he said, and it crushed him. Like, how cruel can someone be? Olivia admitted it hurt her to hear it too. Little Cuckoo shot over, tried to calm the master down, and insisted he was a good person, something Joseph clearly didn't agree with. Olivia tried a fresh grown onion variety, and the moment she tasted it, she realized they were insanely sweet and delicious, so Nock felt genuinely thrilled with her verdict, and then, yeah, it was again time. Joseph complained that he couldn't see the results, and Olivia Youngmaster thanked him for his incredible efforts. Then she reassured Noct that everything would be fine. In the next heartbeat, Olivia snapped out of it, apologized to the young master for acting like a doll, and let herself pat the laptop on. He swallowed his feelings, forced himself to steady down, then the young master suddenly got a whole new kind of tomato. Media and Kuklua were stunned by the sight of a vegetable that looked way too familiar, and Noct just smiled and said, "If you're suddenly starving, don't worry, I've got plenty more." Olivia flashed a grin and told him that if the young master suddenly decided he wanted lunch, she'd handle it, no problem not. He couldn't stop smiling at that beautiful girl, then leaned in and promised he'd be thrilled to join everyone for lunch. Olivia got asked why they were cooking outside, and she said that cooking under the sun just feels way better. With a fireball lighting the way, he could spark a fire in the oven in seconds, fast, easy, and ready to go. The cooking sped up like a lightning strike, and the young master, craving home-cooked food bad because his hunger was roaring. Then, meanwhile, Noct decided to lie down without wrecking the skilled cook's work because a quick lunchtime nap, wrapped in the clatter of food being prepared, sounded perfect, until it will. Right after they woke up, it was straight to eating. Then, just as the young master finally felt real joy lying there, he heard someone sprinting straight toward him at full speed. Birding was already right there, and she blurted out that she'd caught the scent and got knocked. Birding was followed by Merchant Raphael and his assistant, until Raphael suggested they shouldn't repeat it again. But the young master leaned in and whispered that it would be their secret soon. Then the dwarves burst in, yelling that they were starving. Olivia was buzzing with excitement from the loud company, so she whipped up a wild little Napoleon stack of sweet onions and juicy tomatoes. Everyone dug into that homemade feast, and suddenly the whole house felt like a real culinary holiday, like joy itself was cooking. Doc trash-talked the new dish, then pointed at Olivia like, "Wow, your cooking is pure genius," and even Joseph had to admit that getting this flavor with only onions and tomatoes is straight-up incredible success, so Olivia turned to the fussy butler and said she was genuinely thrilled that he liked it. Olivia leaned in and told him this kind of veggie was invented by that young master, and she'd only ever use it in her own kitchen. Meanwhile, these vegetables were grown without relying on the Nocti's skill, so now anyone can plant them safely in their own garden. Joseph finally got it. The young master wasn't lying at all. He was trying to give them something genuinely useful. Joseph raved that these new tomatoes and onions tasted wild and unlike anything before, and then the old butler demanded an apology from the young master for what he said that morning. Noct's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "I don't remember a thing from this morning." Sylvia said she loved this loud, happy chaos because everyone's packed together, sharing the little everyday moments. He couldn't help but regret it. Back in his father's reign, there had been far more people, and that thought stung. Olivia told him not to spiral, saying she'd seen other places and had something to compare. With all the traveling, Kuklua had grown painfully timid, but the moment they reached this place, everything snapped into place. After endless searching, they finally found a spot where they could breathe deep and feel completely free. Olivia admitted she'd never felt happier being here, and every other resident of the settlement poured out their endless gratitude to the young master for everything he pulled off in King. The young master realized it. He wasn't the one being thanked at all. He should be thanking everyone who's standing by him. Noct chose to pray every day that his people would stay happy, and he vowed to do everything in his power so the horrible tragedy that tore down his estate would never happen again. Suddenly, the hunters burst in and dropped a terrifying update that shook everything. After the young one studied the orcs' tracks, the master muttered that it had to be reconnaissance. "Just look at those tracks," and the orc advance team pressed in, stopped right here, then wheeled around, turning. Then the young master clocked what it meant. Maybe his brother and his father couldn't make it after all, unable to survive out there. He snapped back to his talk with Joseph. Back then, he was 100% sure his dad and brother were still alive, and Joseph didn't push back at all. He just persuaded him to believe the opposite. Noct snapped to it. History was looping again, and the orcs were charging toward him once more. The young master knew there was no way to dodge the orcs coming for his manor, and now, you've got to. He had to make the call, because this was the first time he'd ever faced something like this all by himself. He never stopped to wonder what his father and brother would do if they were in his shoes. Joseph warned, if those orcs show up to investigate, it screams that an attack is hours away. Mare shot back, "Do they actually think that's smart? Plan each step." And Huntress Luz leaned in, saying, "I found the tiny footprints the scout left behind." Strange, right? The girl hunter leaned in and said orcs don't all fight the same. There are types, each with its own leader, and one of them is blessed with terrifying intelligence. The oddest ones are usually the general, but above him sits the king, and chances are they're not facing some random grunt. They're up against a general who can line up an attack so perfectly it feels impossible. Birdine swore that orcs are pure nightmare fuel. She'd even watched them tear into animals. And then, get this, they showed up with their kids and snapped off tiny pieces of raw meat like it was nothing. Birding demanded to know if the orcs had struck the young master before. Right then, the butler snapped in, saying the last attack was absolutely horrifying. Birding snapped in pure fury and swore she'd wipe out every single orc daring to come within striking distance of the young master. Noct had to slam on the brakes and calm that raging giantess, so he leaned in and demanded how she planned to do it, and Birding fired back. So she unleashed her power and showed the young master exactly how it's done. Meanwhile, Greg, panicking for Noct, practically begged Birding to calm down right now and stop before it got worse. Hunter Greg told Birding that every call had to come straight from young Master Noct, so when Mare panicked for him, she rushed to heal him by firing up the cells. The young master told them all, "Don't wait on me, choose your own path." Then he made it clear, either we stay in the city or we ditch the settlement and flee for salvation. He never saw it coming, that he wouldn't get to bark orders like his brother or his father. But his men rallied behind the young master and demanded his defense plan. They're all hanging on the young master's call, ready to back him no matter what hits. Noct clung to his father's words, "Protect your people," and the moment those memories hit, the young master swore he'd defend them with his life. Land Noct shot back that he couldn't handle it alone, so he begged for help to guard their shared home. "Together, we've got to stand our ground, protect our families all the way." The residents heard the young master's demand, and they didn't hesitate to band together for the very same goal. Birding came to the sea, banged on the door, and the master leaned in and asked if she truly wanted meat again, since she'd only just eaten, but the girl snapped back that meat wasn't why she'd come. Birding grabbed the young master's attention and pleaded for him to make her big again. The girl told him that in this form she'd get way stronger, strong enough to defend the settlement like a shield, then said, "Wouldn't that be awesome?" Then he pressed, "Are you sure about this, Birding, and are you ready to stand guard over my estate with the others?" Birding fired off a warning and said this mission is everything. No matter what, they've got to keep everyone alive and healthy, and she's determined to be part of it, so she begs them to make it big again, even if it means pushing for the sake of the other villagers. The young master noticed how badly she wanted it, and straight up praised her, saying she was incredibly. She took one brutal hit, then unleashed her item magnification ability, turning into a giant bird before anyone could blink. Noct begged Birding to guard the wall's defenses and stay sharp. Mare begged her to craft a huge one so she could fight too, but the young master snapped that it was a terrible plan, because once she grew big, she wouldn't control her body the way she should, and that wasn't her natural state at. Meanwhile, the giant girl slammed the last of her defenses into place and held her breath. Could she really protect the young master? A heavy roar came barreling closer, and the young master snapped that the orcs were already shutting in. Just a few minutes later, the very first squad finally stepped in, guaranteed. Vicious orcs burst out of the forest like a nightmare come to life. Then the orcs pushed forward, and right in front of them loomed a monster, so terrifying it made the air feel ugly. Merchant Raphael jolted back in shock and blurted, "What in the world is that?" The moment that wild, monstrous beast appeared, the whole settlement erupted into panic, people screamed, and the orc general's name got shouted too. Had personally led the charge. The young master at this moment flashed back to his father and brother, and it hit him hard. And with rage burning in his chest and revenge driving every breath, after all, Noct stared at the massive orc's body, clutching his missing brother's sword and his father's cloak, and then it hit him. The orc king was bearing down on them. Merchant Raphael swore it was the orc king and just some monster, maybe even a supreme being with brains and divine protection. But he was dead wrong about how dangerous it really was, because nobody could have predicted a beast like that. Young Master Noct grinned and said he'd actually seen this coming. Now it hit him. Raphael's little assistant snapped to it, counting the incoming orcs fast, because he could finally see why his brother and father hadn't come back. Soon she racked up over 500 enemy orcs in sight, while the settlement's defenders were a tiny crew of just 28 people. The young master snapped that they didn't need to take on every last orc. All they had to do was. He killed the king to crush the orcs, morale so they'd stop pressing the assault on the city, and Noct shouted that this time they'd win for sure. And they'll get it done with 0 losses, because every life out there matters to him more than anything. Nox told them that everything was going great so far, because the Orc King had marched right up to them on his own. At the same time, the young master snapped a warning. Things might not go perfectly, so everyone had to stick together, follow the plan, and stall the Orc King for a while. Then Noct jolted with shock and heartbreak as to the Orc King shattered the fort's defenses with one brutal strike. Merchant Raphael blurted out that they braced to charge through the gap in the defenses. Noct yelled that he was fully counting on Birding now. The giant girl shot back that she'd do whatever it took, and the young master couldn't shake the truth. There were way too many orcs, and holding them off was going to be brutal. Then blurted out, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. We've got a backup plan and defense set a trap with sharp stakes because it'll make it way easier to deal with those who come on." But right after that, everything goes sideways and the young master's whole world starts unraveling. With the orc king himself steering every step. His army cracked the trap with an ingenious trick. Little did they know the orcs were already waiting to turn it against them. Alone, they weren't that deadly, but now someone can actually command them, and the orcs move like real ants, slipping and swarming with perfect control. Nop refused to budge, choosing death over running, and Greg, seeing just how tangled this had become, yelled at the top of his lungs, telling them exactly what to do next. Now Jilna snapped his name, and when he got thrown around and knocked about, she shoved a tiny weapon into his hands. Bag, the young master, didn't get what Jilna was saying, at least not right away. Before the moment even fully landed, he snapped to it and threw himself into action, using every last ounce of power he had. Nog spread Jilna's tiny mock-ups out in front of him, then squared up to take on the orc. Joseph stared in total disbelief and blurted, "Why is the young master on his knees in front of the orcs?" And just then, the moment the mock-up defensive structures hardened into a real barrier, Noct snapped into his item augmentation ability and slammed them into place against the charging force. Jilna barked that she could churn out as many mock-ups as she wanted, and then she still got shoved aside. Nock ordered her to keep right on with the work. At that moment, the mayor snapped and called every victim over, ready to throw help their way, while the girl urgently shouted at the young master to retreat, "Move now, before they get caught in the danger." Mayor snapped that if the young master so much as got hurt, then even a victory would feel pointless, no meaning left at all, and Noct immediately nodded along with Verna Mare and decided to follow her lead. But then the young master snapped back to it. He remembered how he'd dodged trouble before, safe under the young mayor's protection, but he didn't realize that shield was gone now, and everything was about to change. It was his moment to step up and guard his people, so the young master unleashed his magic on the orcs, and that the villagers shouldn't be worth more than their own master. The mayor's eyes went wide as Noct barreled straight at the orcs. Noct flicked his sword out just long enough to land the strike, and that slick little move kept him locked in balance, so he could crank up the force of the hit in. Merchant Raphael watched the young master strain over the tough stuff, yet somehow he made it look easy, using nothing but a plain, ordinary sword. With almost no effort, he squeezed out the biggest results, and it hit hard. Noct had truly nailed his rare skill. Joseph couldn't help admiring the young master's grit to protect. Back home, the little merchant's assistant kept calling out the numbers. Every second felt heavier, and right then she managed to count only 84 orcs, or monsters, left. Young Master Noct lit up, grinned, and yelled that they'd crush this attack for sure. Then Noct finally clocked it. He didn't just need to survive, he had to smash the real threat, the Orc King. And this mission hits way harder than the usual stupid orc problem. The mayor screamed in pure terror, clawing at the air to warn the young master that danger was about to strike. But Noct never even got a chance to react. The Orc King's lightning-fast strike crashed in, and that brutal blow slammed right into. Berdine's eyes snapped over, and when she saw that, she yelled that she'd help for sure right now. The giant girl tore off to the young master's side in an instant. But those pesky orcs kept getting in her way, blocking her every step. And then Berdine finally saw the Orc King closing in himself, and at the very last second, that giant girl threw up her arms to shield herself from his strike. But damn it, she just couldn't resist the insane power of that young Master. Noct gritted through his final scraps of strength, then slammed the item augmentation skill into his sword, turning it into a gigantic beast of steel. With sheer desperation, Nox lunged and tried to stab the Orc King with the very tip of his sword. Young Master Noct couldn't shake the feeling that this had to be a cruel joke. How in the world do you shatter a steel sword with one crushing press? Yet it happened anyway. Then the Orc King roared and launched a brutal, wild attack on the young master. That vile roar drowned everything. Noct felt those hideous paws clamp down on his body, and he screamed like it was pure agony. Merchant Raphael thundered that the Orc King was bullying the young master. Noct felt his mind slip away under the crushing pain, like someone yanked his consciousness clean out of his head and his. His body was drowning in unbearable fatigue, and the young master just wanted to give up. He finally let himself drift off to sleep, blocking out every problem, because the young master's fading consciousness desperately wanted to believe he'd done everything they asked, and the only thing weighing on him was. Noct still couldn't snag his father's cloak back. He remembered being so tiny, sitting there. Right there beside his father, he listens as Dad squeezes in one more bedtime lesson, this time about the monsters every man needs to know, and he goes, "My father told me about a Caecella, an insanely rare plant whose pollen can trigger brutal hallucinations, and whose mouth literally devours every living thing, people and animals alike. But get this, if you douse it with water, it turns totally harmless." Then my father leaned in and demanded what the orc's biggest weakness was, and little Noct didn't hesitate. They're terrified of fire. So my father lit up and praised his sharp memory, then his real, native voice hit like a command. "Now's the time to wake up." Noct had no clue what he was supposed to do. But some unknown force yanked him back to reality. Then he gasped, opened his eyes, and the young master saw Birding battling the orc, teeth bared and fury blazing. A furious mare blurted out that she was thrilled the young man was still alive, and that she'd been trying to help him, until he couldn't stop wondering what he was doing right now, and he was baffled. How on earth could anyone sleep in a place that awful? After wrestling his thoughts into place, the young master swore he wouldn't drop off until every last task was finished. Then Noct snapped a fireball into existence and got it ready to unleash. The young master bowed to his father and brother for pulling him back to what mattered, because in that moment, everything clicked, and he finally understood who he truly was. Noct snapped his fingers, blasting a fireball forward, and at the same time, he boosted the thing's size like crazy. The young master blared out that he was the fire god's pet and a real flame caster. Everyone watching was absolutely, painfully submerged ***, like the next second was going to shatter them. The orcs were hit by pure terror at the blazing inferno, and the people in the settlement were no better off. Fear swallowed them too. Hope flared in their chests, because the young master kept driving forward, boosting the spell bigger and bigger, ready to smash the orcs. Then the Orc King spun on his heels and bolted away, terrified out of his mind. Merchant Raphael was practically vibrating with excitement as he yelled that the Orc King was about to bolt straight into the forest, but that was going to happen. Then the Orc King suddenly felt a brutal blade sink into his legs, screamed in agony, and she practically basked in it. Birding shrugged and said, "I'm just handing back the favor." The Orc King slammed his fist down and vowed to launch another attempt. To crack the people's resistance, he rallied every last shred of strength, then threw himself behind the remaining orcs to keep the line from breaking. Joseph snapped that the Orc King was far too sharp to let some mindless monster rig up a shield like that, and Jilna spat that the whole thing was something out of the biggest bastard's playbook. Young Master Noct leaned in and kept swelling the fireball, growing it bigger and bigger. The Monster King decided to torment Noct on the spot and started parading the young master in his father's old clothes. Noticed a surge of rage the moment he realized everything he'd been shown was true, and that sealed it. Their father and brother were probably slaughtered by this colossal monster. Then the Orc King lunged at the young master and hurled his brother's sword straight at him. Mare saw the danger surge toward Nocta and begged him, "Lower your hands, now." The young master clenched his teeth and refused to quit, because if he stopped now, his entire plan would be destroyed, yet in the very last second, Noct yanked one hand off the razor blade of his sword and somehow managed to grip He clutched the ball in his other hand and didn't even realize it, but now it was his turn to take the shot, and blasted a fireball straight at the orcs. In the final heartbeat of his life, the Orc King felt a wave of unbearable heat from. Flames tore through the air, scorching him so fast he couldn't even get a scream out, and the settlement exploded with cheers as they watched the Orc King get completely vaporized by that fireball, wiping out the threat for good. Young Master Noct felt utterly drained, his body screaming for strength because gave way beneath him. Right before he blacked out, the last thing he caught was Birding sprinting toward him, barreling in fast. Slowly, his mind snapped back to reality. The young master stared at the ceiling, baffled. How the heck did he end up knocked out? Noct snapped his focus and realized the faithful mayor was standing right beside him. Then the girl pushed herself hard, firing up her cell activation, just trying to restore her master, only for the mayor to want to help her finish what he started. Strength, or whatever she had left, pushed her to her limit, and then Mare finally spotted that Noct was awake again, relief crashing through her, while the young master leaned in and demanded how long he'd been out. Right away, Butler Joseph burst in and demanded, "So what's really wrong with Knack?" When the young master realized he'd been knocked out for 3 entire days, his jaw dropped in pure shock. Noct didn't even notice it. He was busy patting himself on the back like he was some real dream genius because of that insane record. Then Joseph dropped the truth. While Noct was out cold, the mayor kept using her cell repair skill the whole time. The loyal maid told the young master to straighten his hair, and Noct cut in, telling the girl to rest since she'd been burning herself out with all that hard work. The The girl insisted she was fine, and Noct watched the maid press self-healing magic into her. Then Mare snapped that because she was the young master's maid, the real work had only just begun. Noct nodded and said, "All right, then Mayor owes me lunch for the 3 days I missed, but first the mayor has to crash and rest." The maid agreed too, swore the painting only takes half an hour, and then Noct told her to lie down in his bed and keep. With a burst of strength in her bones, Mare dropped under the covers and fell asleep instantly, and the young master wasted no time thanking the faithful maid for everything she'd done. The butler Joseph demanded where the young gentleman was headed, and the kid snapped back that he had to check on the other residents of the settlement and dig up something important too. Kuklua's face lit up the moment she saw Noct, and she blurted that he was awake at last. Then the young master answered, "I'm fine now," and Noct finally snapped back to full consciousness, and it was all thanks to Dr. Kuklua. When the young master praised her, she instantly turned red with embarrassment, admitting she'd just been desperate to get Noct recovering faster. Les said things weren't going to be okay, so now was the moment to grab better meat and throw a full-on party. Then bam, it felt like the whole world shook like an earthquake hit. But it was only the giant bird girl that came charging straight at the young master. Noct panicked and slammed his shrinking ability to turn himself normal again. The young master rushed to the girl, swallowed his pride, and apologized for dumping her in that huge uniform for 3 brutal days. But Birdine snapped back that her stomach was screaming, and she'd been dreaming of juicy meat. Noct hurried in right away, then piled on the first sweet onions he could find to finally shut her hunger up. Birdine's hunger hit, and that giant girl chomped into the vegetable like she'd been starving. Then she blurted out an apology for being too weak during her fight with the orcs, only for the young master to snap back that Birdine was wrong. If she hadn't shown up right then, the York King would have killed him, and the next thing he asked wasn't what happened, it was where Jalona was. Then with Jalna right there beside him, the young master finally had the graves of his father laid to rest, proper and honored. Noct turned to his brother to deliver his last respects, thanking his fallen relatives for the care and help they'd given. Then he whispered their gratitude with hands held close. He rushed to the burial site and piled it high with his brother's and father's cherished things. Noct swallowed his pride and mentally apologized to his father, because he'd been too weak since childhood to help his family earlier, just when he needed to stop the settlement from getting. Noct suddenly remembered something that hit hard. Since he was a kid, he'd never once seen his father kick back on vacation. My father. Even my father always shut down my older brother whenever loneliness hit, refusing to let him sleep together, just to soothe the emptiness. The young master snapped to attention, declaring he'd throw everything he had into it for his family, and for every soul in their settlement, just the way his father had always demanded. Without realizing, he carried the blood of a man everyone adored and feared to disrespect. And that's how he'll rise to become the same powerful defender and true lord of these lands. Then the whole town threw a real celebration, cheering Mr. Knack's perfect victory and celebrating the settlement's hard-won comeback. Merchant Raphael grinned and said he couldn't believe it all ended safely, because after everything they went through, they finally crushed the strongest orc, and now the danger is all but gone. Pico's little assistant clinked glasses like a solemn vow, and the young master insisted it all came from his own hard work, Raphael's help included. Then Merchant Raphael leaned in and said that since the forest was finally fully safe, it was time to do exactly what they'd planned. Raphael pushed for an immediate store launch, right then, right now. Mercy Raphael blindsided him with a sudden offer, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why would you open a shop in my?" Merchant Raphael leaned in and told everyone the truth. Thanks to Knox's hustle, these lands were now bursting with. It opens the door for trade, and now the city is finally set to grow, organize, and build commerce for real. The young master thought he'd nailed it, then it hit him hard that there was no way he'd shake off the new worries of his settlement that easily. So he pushed himself to make his father and brother proud, and boom, he ended up getting knocked down and surrounded by every resident in the city. Said it was time to lock down every detail of the very first store's grand debut, the one that was now in his hands. Right away, everyone started arguing over which store they should build in. Jilna blurted out that they had to find a tavern, now, because alcohol, in her eyes, is a cure-all for every single problem, and she started pushing her plan hard. The young master sensed there had to be some truth in it, because back when he was unemployed, he'd drink himself into a stupor, crash onto the bed exhausted, and drift off so sweetly, wrapped in that total, peaceful calm in it. Beautiful Luz pushed back and demanded they start by building a farm, because they could hunt rare, delicious animals first, breed them up next, and once they had plenty of meat, the whole settlement would finally be happy. The young master bought Luz's pitch, because who wouldn't be tempted by great food and a solid night's sleep? Noct just couldn't stop thinking, what would truly be the best way to get real rest? Night's sleep, Noct practically itched to wake up and find a stunning maid waiting for him, and time to crush a delicious, healthy breakfast, because it hit me out of nowhere, thanks to a wild. Joseph stared in shock as the young master announced they'd open a fancy inn in their own settlement, then asked Noct why he'd made such a bizarre choice. Right away, the room exploded into heated arguments, and every single person slammed their own idea for the new business like it was the only one that mattered. The tiny doll blurted out of nowhere, that every bright wish a person has is always chased by God's unseen hand not. He mulled over the young fox's words, and right then, a whole new project idea blasted into his head. In his head, Noct shot back, thanks, and then Kukla's brilliant tip left him grinning as he started to say, the very first institution in his city, he's crowning it the best retail store on the map, and this decision. It blindsided everyone, and the whole moment got painfully awkward, like a stuck pause. Jalna finally blurted that it was way too easy, and Huntress Laws shot back, asking if it was even worth using. Jilna shot them a reminder. They could grab anything they needed from Raphael's merchant, or from whatever Not's about to hawk in this very shop. Huntress Luz didn't hesitate. We've got nothing to sell. Noct said they weren't really sharing food like that, and he made it clear. He didn't mean it the way it sounded. The young master demanded they kickstart the gold coins, circulation across their whole domain, and Noct jumped in to explain it with an example, right then. Love hauled his loot to the shop, sold it for a profit, and then the store turned around and sold that meat to anyone who needed it. And that's how we lock in a stable economy, so these possessions. He'll claw his way back to the old financial system, the one that existed before the orc army struck. Joseph nodded, begging for the old days to come roaring back, everything just like it used to be, while Not shouted that they'd team up and fight to restore a free market to their city. The young master declared they'd swap for exclusive goods, and just like that, they'd crank up their settlement's shine, because soon merchants from nearby lands would come flocking in, dumping even more gold into their booming economy. And if it needs to happen, they'll build a solid hotel. Then on the first floor, you'll get a dining room where the meals are cooked from rare, one-of-a-kind ingredients you can't find anywhere else, and Noct also pushed for the profits to be split fairly among everyone. All of it, everything they've built and valued so far, will be split evenly among them, and the young master made that crystal clear as he explained that they had. They weren't just doing a good job anymore, they'd turned the whole place into a powerhouse, with a carpenter, a hunter, and a cook all working together, and suddenly they weren't apprentices at all, they were true masters of their craft. If they team up and mash their skills together, they'll crush it, and once the rewards roll in, they can finally launch a new land. Jelna seethed with anger and snapped, why are we paying a land tax when this year we got to dodge paying it all? Next year that tax is gone, and their bills come due, so they can't keep living together and building a life. If they want to save their homes and protect their land, they've got to slam the brakes on chaos and restore a steady economy fast. He didn't even notice the confused looks from his own residents. And he shot back, asking if nobody wanted to join in. Then Little Doll blurted, can't we all eat together now? Noct shook his head hard, saying, that's not how it is. We can do it any time that suits us. Jaelna's brother begged her to build a tavern exactly the way they'd imagined, but Jaelna snapped back that he probably couldn't pull this off by himself. Noct couldn't forget how Jilna bolted from her own family and got publicly crushed for wanting what she wanted, and Huntress Luz snapped that they also had zero money to burn on trouble that wasn't even necessary right now. The young master swore they couldn't afford to delay, then Noct snapped to Merchant Raphael, saying this was the moment to strike, and Raphael shot back that he'd already waited too long. Then the young master spilled a mountain of jingling coins, and as his friends stared in shock, he blurted out that Raphael had only asked for a tiny favor, nothing big. Raphael even chimed in with a smug grin. And remember, there are 50 million people here. And that one move was the spark for a whole chain of things. Young Mr. Noct declared that everyone would get a 1 million ruble gift. And just like we started with, everybody's stacked with cash, more than enough to chase every idea they've got. Noct also added that if someone suddenly finds themselves in trouble, they can come running to him, and he'll back them up with full cooperation no matter what. Jilna stared at the money, and right there in her dreams, she was already running her very own tavern. The young master leaned in and basically said this, every person on my land ends up here for a reason, chasing something only they know. Maybe they're hunting their dreams, or maybe they're just fleeing something else, and either. Together, they chased the promise of a brighter day, and when a brutal horde of vile orcs crashed in, they fought as one and drove them back. Most people wouldn't have made it, but they'd already clawed through hell and still kept standing. So yeah, now they're way stronger, and every single resident has earned that million. It's a ton of cash, but trust me, every last one of them deserves it." That little doll shrieked that the free market was the ultimate vibe, and Huntress Luz instantly snapped. "Yeah, this is a goldmine," because it turned out to be insanely lucrative. Young Master didn't even thank Raphael, claiming that normally Noct would have never managed on his own, and that made Noct's chest burn with joy. He'd still pulled it off and proven to his friends that his choices were right. The young master blurted it out. Starting today, he was declaring his domain a free market zone. Young Mr. D told Noct to lock in the final detail, where construction would kick off first, and Jilna demanded to see Noct's domain map, the one she'd painstakingly compiled, the list of locations cutting off mid-sentence. That map was top tier, and Noct finally went, "Now I get my domain, everything makes sense." Jaelna told him to hit the books hard, because knowing the lord of these lands could change everything. Noct couldn't stop smiling. He was thrilled to finally reach the capital, and even if he wasn't going to copy its layout piece for piece, he knew it still gave him the perfect blueprint to learn from. Noct snapped and decided he'd forge a whole city from the ground up, and the young lord fired back. "We'll do it together, pour every bit of our love into it." Noct jabbed a finger at the map and declared it was the perfect starting spot, but Jilna shot back that the place looked way too small. Jaelna snapped and demanded, "Why'd you cram it so tiny, like you're trying to trick some poor guy?" Then she fumed even harder because this whole mess sits way too far from her home, and he figured out that if the spot where the first field was supposed to be stood empty, then that would be the perfect place to build next. The young lord picked a new spot, and Jilna admitted it was perfect, until Noct burst out that this place just wouldn't cut it after all. Noct cut right to it. This spot was way too far from Kochlua's house, so Olivia would have to trek way beyond what she could handle. The young lord started eyeing other paths for his development, but every time Noct took a step in that direction, doubt crushed him harder, because what looks convenient today can turn into disaster tomorrow, and Noct bluntly admitted that solving this mess is brutally hard. After all that thinking, he was still stuck, still hesitating to make the... He didn't just wait. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger burst onto the scene and shoved a fresh option in his face. He was building something, and Noct couldn't believe it. This was the first decision he'd ever made. The young lord demanded to know who the stranger was, but the man just stayed silent. And just left. The young lord's jaw dropped. Pico quickly explained that this newcomer is simply settling in from the city of Runner, and he's totally harmless, just weird in the strangest way. Pico leaned in and told everyone Runner was about to land as the brand new employee at Raphael's branch. Gates said Raphael would open his own store right here, and he promised he'd spread the word with a killer advertisement for Nacta's settlement. Then the moment shifted again. Pico took over as the store's top guy and ended up becoming the director. No one was more shocked than I was. He handed out the supplies and drilled the Runner with a quick, "Are you sure?" Because he was older and packed with experience, Runner snapped back, "I don't care," and then Runner said the whole secret of a merchant is simple: sell well. Yet this guy knows all sorts of things and still hasn't sold a single thing. The young lord figured it had to be Runner's terrifying stare keeping buyers away. Noct demanded to know why the Runner had picked this exact construction site as the ultimate place to race. He laid it out like a mission. When you open a store, you don't just pick a spot, you stake it where crowds flood in, and he went straight for the busiest area where locals and foreigners constantly mix. Runner said Not had wanted to pick this place first. Not nodded right away, and Jilna promptly insisted they call it Toshella again. Not said he wanted to rebuild a city on a whole new level, so he's refusing to get stuck on what's already planned and forcing himself to think through every single detail. Runner said the capital didn't just pop up overnight, it was shaped over years, and only a few decades later it turned into what you see now, so everyone needs to tackle the problems and worries facing them right now before anything else can matter. The young lord nodded along with the Runner's words, then snapped back that he'd made his decision. Noct figured Runner only looked terrifying at first, but the words coming out of his mouth hit hard with wisdom, so Noct warned him that if the plan actually succeeds, they'd better brace for massive changes in the settlement, because the real danger is just starting. Runner said there's no need to make it complicated, even though this won't be easy and it'll take a ton of effort. Things because that laptop has a killer trick, one Raphael told him about. Runner broke it down. If you shrink an already finished building, moving it anywhere becomes effortless. Noct snapped to it immediately. This guy is dead on, and it's the kind of brilliant fix that could finally stop. Perestroika, somehow it hit him like deja vu, reminding him of a normal video game from his old life. The young lord clocked that Runner didn't exactly turn heads, but he was solid, dependable, loaded, and packed with smart ideas. Meanwhile, Pico's hope was crumbling fast because her fierce passion just wouldn't let up. But she's wildly charming, and that's her whole superpower. So together, they click instantly and form the kind of team that's destined to dominate. Knox said now that he can move any building around the city with a scaled-down version, this is the perfect setup for their first store. So the young lord would just shift the field to the west, plop the store right in its place, and you can't just erase the field because it gives them a hole. He piled up a mountain of food, but that didn't help. His reduced skill still held him back, and slammed the field down as one solid block. Then the young lord grabbed the field with steady hands, hauled it to a fresh spot, and rebuilt it back to its old size, because when he finished, the results were straight up amazing. Noct finally clocked it. This thing was way simpler than he thought. He barely spent any magic, and yet it could keep pulling off the same trick over and over with zero fallout. Before anyone could blink, the store was up and running, built using that exact layout with those same zooms. Skill and nothing enjoyed. Staring at the numbers, Kuklua asked Noct if he'd opened his shop yet. Noct insisted he had to be the first buyer, and Pico hooked the young lord up with the goods for free, just to make sure that first buyer status was locked in. Turns out those carrots were insanely delicious, and Kukla basically confessed she'd busted her butt growing them, while Noct suddenly saw that trading could get way better now. Raphael was demanding a shipment of vegetables, and with the trade already rolling, loads of people are about to flood in, ready to drop their coins for the good stuff. The young lord declared that all of this, every bit of it, is how you build a thriving economy. Kuklua swore up and down that she'd do everything she could to keep the store, and everyone, stacked with delicious vegetables. Noctis declared that the city's first big, small store was officially open starting right now. Nox said the first store in their city blew up fast. Still, only locals have shown up so far. Under normal conditions, it wouldn't keep its visitors for long, but with Nox's skill and the mayor's power, they sped up a breeding process that usually takes 10 years into a miracle, surviving what should have taken dozens of generations in just 7 days. They churned out tons of product types and built a rock-solid, stable production powerhouse. Merchant Raphael swore that even in the capital, you'd never find vegetables this packed with sugar, and he promised he'd sell an entire batch at a ridiculously good price. Which Noct thanked him, wished him luck, and the young lord told him more visitors were about to flood in any day now, plus merchants would show up, all eager to buy there. Unique products were on the line. Noct seized the moment like, all right, this is the perfect time, and went straight for the plan he'd been cooking. Deep down, all he wants is one thing, to build the most stunning hotel anyone's ever seen. Ghislaine pushed, so you've been doing all this just for the inn. Noct broke it down. If they'd built the inn to begin with, Butler Joseph would have been furious and offended, but now he can't really object, and this hotel is finally going to be a huge help. Jilna finally admitted what she meant. Pushing ahead in the free market would be brutal. Nak cut in and swore he'd back Ghislaine in every single one of her plans. The young lord leaned in and told Jilna, I've got something to say, no explanations, just this. I want you to help me build something beautiful. Jilna snapped her back to reality. Dwarves don't build boxes, they build houses, then stopped mid-sentence and told her she was an unusual. A true voice for her people, and if she chose, she could unleash creation itself. Jilna swore she'd make the furniture too, because of course she's the absolute best at everything. Noct shot back that he knew exactly what Jilna could do, then pushed the idea that they kick off a huge, must-win business. The young lord snapped that the very first move was picking who'd run this place, because doing the math himself would drain him to the bone. He still needs real time to rest and sleep after lunch. Jailna shot back that stuffing this job on her would be the worst deal, so they should appoint Joseph. Noct marched up to the mayor and demanded, where's Joseph now? The maid blurted out that Joseph was out there watering the fields. Noct sighed, mayor's nowhere near trained enough to crunch those complex calculations herself, so she'd better take it up with Joseph. The young master leaned in and asked the maid if there were people in his land who matched every requirement, and who were free right now. Mayor nodded and said she'd just made a list with the perfect names, all neatly marked. Noct's eyes lit up, and he dove straight into the details. Before long, Nact showed up at Olivia's place, and the moment she saw him, she lit up with pure joy at his surprise visit. Olivia admitted she couldn't help smiling when she heard the knock at her door, then told him to wait a minute while she. Olivia had the treats ready, and she joked that if Noct had shown up a bit earlier, he might have sat down for lunch with them, but even with snacks still coming, Kuklua shut that down and said she would. Mind blown, Olivia pushed us to try a cake loaded with rare Nankali cheese and deer fruit sauce. One tiny bite later, Noct tasted that rich, steady sweetness, and those fresh bursts of fruit, pure joy that hits your stomach like a treat. And for the soul too, Olivia leaned in and asked the young lord straight up if he truly wanted her to run the new inn. Knock said this was the best option, if it didn't end up weighing too hard on Olivia herself. Then Cuckoo snapped back that she'd handle her mom, and Olivia would be okay. Knock lined in and demanded to know what she'd been doing before she even showed up. Olivia shot back that she was just switching up her meds, then explained the harsh truth. There's no doctor on their land, so if something goes wrong, they can't count on the mayor's powers alone, meaning the safest move is to stock up and protect themselves with medication. Olivia confessed she'd even dreamed of opening a pharmacy the moment she had everything she needed. Then Knock's mind instantly painted a vivid picture of beautiful Olivia as the town S. Olivia watched the young master's pulse spike as wild thoughts raced through his head, and she calmly said, "If you need someone perfect to run the hotel as manager, I'll find a great candidate, and I'll introduce them to you." Before anyone could even blink, Knott was already crossing paths with the girl's crew, and it didn't take long at all. Anna, and alongside the Levy family's father, too, was with a man who looked like he'd seen everything and survived it all. Olivia told us the Levis once ran that hotel like clockwork, and that in the business, there was nobody sharper or more experienced than them. Levy finally admitted this happened ages ago, back when young Lord was already calling them an excellent match, before Hannah was even born, saying they were perfect to step in and take over the first in his lands. Jelna told them to stop overreacting to the goodies problem, because honestly, all the hotel employees are doing is customer reception and cleaning up the premises. Levy and Knock didn't buy a word of Jilna's comments, and we scrambled to make the point. A top-notch hotel is the pride of any self-respecting city, yet Jilna refused to drop it, pressing harder and asking who on earth even gets to decide which hotel people should pick. Knock said, "Trust me, everything's fine, and it all ends well, because in the grind, the booze, and the road trips, people always cling to the last thing that hit them. And once the sun's down, it's that hotel that signals the end of a long, brutal day for every traveler, so the way that hotel holds up says a lot about the city it calls home." Knock just knew Mr. DeLived was the perfect guy to run that hotel, and Levy had. Levy then explained that he didn't just know hotel operations, he mastered them fast, and he made one point crystal clear: a truly great hotel is built on service from the heart, so every traveler will come back next time, because in this hotel, the real treasures are the bedroom and the spot where you eat, and that's exactly what the young master. Levy agreed, and when it happened, Levy and Noct were hit with total shock, because their wishes. And those thoughts matched perfectly, same heartbeat, same mind, yet he was still slammed in a cozy bedroom first, and Levi made it clear the real key was having an awesome dining room. And the hotel made it their top mission, so when a heated argument erupted, nobody backed down, and everyone dug in on their own opinion. The young master finally decided Levy was a little unhinged, but since Olivia herself vouched for her, he couldn't afford to blow this off. "You can't just leave everything as it is right now. You've got to prove you're totally right, no doubt about it. The young lord is ready to show Levy that real justice is on his side, and that starts with improving the hotel." Noct and Levy cooked up a contest on the spot, because they were done arguing and ready to prove who was right once and for all. Joseph swore they were up to something totally wild again. Asked the young master what they were really planning to do in this competition, and Noct snapped back that Jilna would build custom models, then pour her magic into them, so they could whip up their dream hotel in under. Noct told him, "On this paper, I'm going to spell out exactly what my perfect hotel should look like." Levy shot back that it would be a blast, and he was raring to compete. Then the young lord blurted that they had to test it, using people whose hotel would genuinely prove it was the best in the world. An hour later, Noct strutted over with his take on the hotel and dared everyone to judge his plan. The young master said the whole layout was exactly how he wanted it, every detail falling perfectly into his plan, every room except the reception area. Then Noct showed him a spot to unwind, the kind he swore was made for real rest. Levy snapped out of the dull, same-old routine and knew it had to change. Then she pushed for better sleep and warned them not to pile on multi-layer mattresses, because if it already absorbs shock, then you'll be way more comfortable just sleeping on it. The young lord smirked and said everyone thinks the real hero in bed is the mattress, but that's a total mistake. Mattresses die fast and their magic fades, so the real game changer is the springs that spread your weight evenly for the kind of sleep you actually earn. Noct bragged that these beds are packed with 1,500 springs, so they're insanely comfortable and built like a tank. Then Levy finally stepped up, ready to judge his hotel pick, and explained it's basically half bedroom, half dining room. Noct snapped, calling it ridiculous, because with the kitchen taking up 2/3 of the whole space, it doesn't even feel like a hotel anymore. Levy said that when people crave rest, they swear it's as simple as sleep, but the truth hits way harder, and you've got to look at it from a totally different angle, because honestly, Levy said it best: if the clients walk out with good memories from great food, solid drinks, and a real night of fun after a brutal day, they'll finally feel satisfied enough to rest. And that's the whole point of fairly distributing the hotel guests' wishes in business. Some people win, others get crushed, and once the winner lands the final blow, he snatches everything he ever wanted. Shalna blurted that her newest model was done, then, with zero hesitation, asked if they'd take her too in the competition, because what's the point of great beds when the guest never shows up and refuses to sleep there that night? And the hotel already looks like a gorgeous castle, pulling in visitors the moment they lay eyes on it, so the young lord instantly felt that Jalna's project looked very. Jalma swore Nock would sleep like a dream and wake up refreshed in a hotel like that, but the young lord shot back that he honestly didn't think he'd get a wink, because once he was in that giant room, he'd be up and walking until he got tired way too fast. Ghislaine erupted when Nock nixed her hotel options so fast, and the young lords admitted they finally got who was really driving the ideas, so Nock jumped in and said, "Forget it, let's call a draw and end the contest." Levy and Gilma stepped up to settle it. Whoever had the most residents staying in their hotel would be crowned the winner, and then the whole territory kicked off the showdown for the best hotels. Big Small is a total win, case closed. Bye. Mayor reported that 12 of the city's 43 residents have already checked into the young master's hotel, and 14 people have poured into Mr. Levy's place to rest, and so far, it's a dead-even race. Knott was fuming because the competitors didn't look impressive at all, and he refused to let himself get crushed like that, not when Levy was in the mix, so he decided. He'd offered to go check out the competitor himself and see for sure how. He couldn't believe it. The competitor's hotel was packed and buzzing with energy, like a whole party was happening inside. The young lord fumed. By the rules, you're not supposed to eat for 3 hours before bed, and he couldn't believe the locals actually thought those late meals were fine. Knox said it felt more like a cafe or a real restaurant than any hotel, and the young master was still stuck on how absolutely certain all of this. This was unacceptable, so he snapped at the cook, demanding more food. After that hearty meal, Noct finally crashed. His eyelids kept fluttering shut from pure bone-deep exhaustion. Joseph said Noct went way overboard and ate so much food that he couldn't even hold it anymore. The young master insisted he'd only finished 1 plate, but Joseph snapped back that there were 3. Then Mare froze, suddenly convinced the food might be laced with poison. But the young lord snapped back that nothing was wrong at all. The food was in perfect order and in. Turns out it's the food itself, 1 bite at a time, that settles in his stomach, because some dishes help his digestion, others are best saved for before bedtime, and every single thing on Levy's menu is engineered down to the seasoning. Mr. Levy earlier said business always crowns winners and crushes losers, and he backed it up by thinking every detail through like a blueprint. Then young Lord Noct snapped that Mr. Levy didn't just sell his dream hotel in words, he showed it. Levy didn't even hesitate, real actions, real proof. Then he admitted straight up that he'd completely lost the competition, and Mr. Two's Levy's Inn is the perfect place. Then Birdie leaned in and blurted that she needed to talk, and told the young masters to hit the sheets together. Noct shot a grateful smile at Mr. Levy for the amazing food, then leaned in and asked if he had any spare rooms. Mr. Levy promised their DB room. Noct nodded and promised that he'd show him the room himself. He swore the mattress on the bed was packed with 1,500 springs. Then the hotel owner smiled and said, "First floor is my dining room, second and third are for fun," and together it turned into a real slice of paradise for guests with not even a single nightmare. Drawback, Mr. Levy swore he planted those beds in every single room, and Noct shot back, asking how he even managed to win the contest. Levy admitted it. When he looks at the young master, Noct reminds him of his younger self, so he stopped thinking about the losses and the wins and just went all in on giving his life some real quality rest. Travelers, yeah, but one time, because of it, he caused way too much trouble for the people he was supposed to protect, because in the end, he was just. He'd been downright reckless, chasing only his dream, even when it was impossible and drained every last ounce of him. So Birdine snapped that it was way past bedtime, but Mr. Levy demanded he keep it down and stay quiet. Since the young master is already knocked out, his face still screams that he's been through real, heart-melting pleasure. The young master loved sinking into a warm bath, letting his mind chase his real calling. Then Knox chimed in, saying that a private, huge outdoor tub was basically. Her invention took over the room. Mares made an offer to try the brand new juice she'd whipped up, and the young lord blushed at all the attention before blurting out that he could pour himself a drink too. The mayor said, "Then I'll treat your lord to a soothing massage," even though she clearly wasn't happy at this moment, and he admitted that the silence closing in on him made it feel like time had frozen, and honestly, getting away from all the everyday noise was pure bliss. The young lord insisted that everyone needs to taste that kind of bliss, and that every person deserves a little peace alone. Mare snapped back that Not wasn't alone at all, because she was right there beside him. Then the young lord shot back, "Mare, you're like the..." Fresh air flooded his lungs like freedom itself, and the young lord. He noticed someone staring at him, and right then, it hit him. Berdina, that giant girl, had shouted that she wanted to get in the bath too, even though Joseph's tough warning was still ringing in his head about not letting girls strip for no reason. The young lord just knew Joseph would lose his temper again, furious and indignant. Nock shut that down fast and refused to let Birding get any closer to the young. The young lord leaned in and demanded what dragged Birding here, and whether she was hungry again, right after all this. Then Birding was already at his side, and Nock's worst fear hit. He'd been wrong again. Then the young lord. He decided to play with the giant girl, and then tossed her a tray, daring her to catch it. Nadine went all out, and Nock leaned in and praised her lightning-fast agility. I asked why Birding was fuming and refusing to play, and honestly, it all made sense anyway. She's acting all weird, and Birding can't help but feel a little mortified, having Mare's maid right next to them. But then she dropped the truth. She doesn't just want a job, she's chasing work with everything in her heart because... She was so bored it felt like time was dragging, and the young lord snorted that it was pointless, until he reminded her Birding was already out hunting. "You love meat, and you're damn good at bringing it home," he said. But the giant girl shook her head, because that wasn't even close to enough. She wanted something else to do. The young lord smirked and called Birding a strange girl for wanting to push herself harder, but the giant girl fired back that she just wanted to be her master's greatest help, for the whole settlement too. And then Birding turned the tables, asking if Noct had a perfect job waiting for someone like her. The quick-thinking Nair burst in just in time and took things over. Birdina shoved her giant into a maid outfit, and she admitted it's brutal. She can barely move in that getup. Mare cut in fast, though, saying fashion and work don't mix, so she'd better brace herself for every awkward inconvenience. Birding couldn't help wondering if there were even any clothes for giants, and Mare snapped back that one maid was plenty for the young master. Then Noct chimed in that kids copy everything they see, so Mare had to let Birding try it all out. The giant girl bristled and snapped that she wasn't a kid at all. Noct shot back that he understood every bit of it, no question. And honestly, there was zero reason for her to get that worked up. Birding just said she'd give the young master a massage for sure. Mayor tried to step in like, "Go ahead," but the moment she saw it, her face tightened with indignation. She snapped back that she wouldn't allow it, because only she was the real maid. Mare kicked things off by teaching the giant girl how to be a proper housekeeper, starting with the basics, because if Mr. Noct can't get his peaceful rest, none of it matters. She told her that soothing background music was the key, like he was asleep in a forest with crystal-clear air in his lungs. Birding snapped back that she got it all and would do it perfectly. But those weird, grating noises wouldn't let the young lord get any closer. Noct boiled with rage and barked, "Stop that stupid mess you're making around, right now." His bed, and right then, the mayor leaned in and told Birding she had to haul water from the well to the garden well. Birding, the giant girl, nodded and promised she'd be right back with water, but the way she started birthing a vegetable garden, and it was downright horrifying. Then the mayor realized that the giant girl had just blown away a ton of. She yanked the water out and tossed it right into her plants, so rough it shocked the whole garden, and the young lord ended up snapping at the giant girl that she couldn't handle something this delicate. Then bam, the real shock hit. That plant lunged and tried to attack everyone. Knox said Greg's mandrake thinks something just struck, and rage is blazing in it. Birding started to ask to be careful and hurried to help, and just as the panic hit, the giant girl snatched the evil plant and swore she'd never let her master get hurt. Then the plant immediately. She snapped back to calm in an instant, and Birding leaned in to ask if it really understood what she'd said. Greg showed up fast, apologized for what went down, and insisted he never should be barred from making those shoots of the plant. Birding was practically in pieces from rage. Her skirt had torn clean open while she ran, and when the giant girl snapped that she couldn't work like this, the young lord immediately knew exactly what had to be done. Noct snapped that he'd already found the perfect job for birdwatching, and then he offered the giant girl a chance to take it. Noct laid it out. She doesn't just stand there, she's trained for this. Birdina's whole job is shielding the good guys from the threats out there and keeping order and peace, so yeah, if she's willing, she'll be his steady, no-nonsense defender, assuming she goes along with this. Birding lit up with joy and blurted, "I'll be your young master's bodyguard, just say the word." The giant knocked it in with a warning, telling the girl not to pull any stupid moves, because that bodyguard had to stay responsible and serious. The mayor praised being a security guard as something truly admirable for everyone, and Birding shot back that she'd love to do something that actually helps, while the mayor, right then and there, started wiping the scratches off the giant girl's hands with her cell. Noct leaned in and asked Birding one thing: was she actually happy with this new role? After all, she's still gotta trek up to the mountains just to get the meat, and now the job is gonna steal even more time from her too. Cardine shot back that she needed a job where she could stay close to the young master and not instantly blushed with embarrassment. With the giant girl's revelations ringing in his ears, he rushed to the mayor and demanded he handle what came next. Noct, who once still clinging to the idea that Birding was acting like some harmless kid, Mayor shot off. Where's the young master headed now? Noct answered, he's just going back to his bed, time to catch a proper night's sleep. That young lord figured Birding needed a serious dose of common sense, because no matter what, she was still a kid at heart, doing her job. No one can even say if she's really a kid, she's a giant, and her behavior gives away nothing, not even the smallest sign of fear or agitation. Right out of nowhere, an ecstatic Kuklua burst in and threw her arms around Noct. Then the young master snapped, asking what on earth happened and why she was acting so strangely. A little girl burst out that a pervert had cornered her, and Noct's stomach dropped. He was horrified and shot into action at once to find out who it was. The young lord instantly remembered that creepy stunt butler Joseph pulled once, offering him a moisturizer, and that thought made Noct's stomach drop with horror. But right then he couldn't think of anyone else, because if this was the truth, it was utterly unforgivable. Kuklu blurted out that someone had her in their sights, and that it was definitely some no-good scoundrel. Then the young lord barked that Joseph had already gone too far, only for the shocking twist to be that it was Joseph at all. Hiding in the bushes was Levy's innkeeper's sweet little daughter. Anna knocked, then demanded, "What are you doing here, and why are you hiding from everyone?" Little Hannah admitted she just wanted to be friends with the doll, so she went right for her. The young lord was thrilled it was finally real, and relieved Joseph had nothing to do with it. Noct even said it was a good thing Hannah wanted to be friends. Hannah admitted she didn't even get to talk to Kuklua, because she bolted so fast she didn't explain anything, and insisted there wasn't anything wrong, saying Kuklua was just a little. Noct was scared. Then the young lord called out to the little fox girl, and couldn't believe how fast she shot off. He suddenly realized Kuklua wasn't just frightened, she was shy, and now it was time she got used to people, because new faces showed up every single day. Noct told her that Hannah was dying to play together, so she took a breath and tried. Kuklu said she'd try to socialize, and she didn't even suggest we all play some special game. Together, Kuklu burst out, "I'm ready to play some seriously interesting games." The young lord finally decided to go for something new, right now. Noct had the girls hang back, relax, and watch as he unleashed his reduction technique on the girl. And that shocked him, because on Kuklua his power worked like a charm, but on Hannah's side, some nasty, repulsive force fought back. To tell Hannah not to worry and not to fight back. The next attempt hit perfectly, power surged back, and both girls suddenly shrank down. Kukula fumed because she was way too small, and Noct shot back that she'd return, just not right away. Noct rushed to apologize for freaking the girls out, then led them to a plum tree, and Hannah couldn't help telling her new friend what was on her mind. The plum was so sweet it practically melted on her tongue, so he urged her to taste it. Then Kuklua flashed a grin and said, "Your young master's skills are unreal." Kuklu told Hannah that Noct was seriously awesome, and Hannah nodded along like, "Yeah, totally." Noct pushed to start the game, then lit up with this idea: if you stare at the world in a brand new way, there's a ton of jaw-dropping stuff everywhere, and then Noct realized that what these two girls had in common, they were both kids, full stop, even though the rest about them couldn't be more different. Abilities matter, sure, but none of it compares to the one thing that truly matters. Noct laughed and played with the kids, then hurried home to catch a few hours of sleep. But when Noct finally spotted Birding sprawled out asleep in the bed, he figured it was just another kid. Morning hit, and Merchant Raphael rushed into Nut like he'd come with something big to sell. Joseph told him the young master had busted his butt yesterday and was worn out, but then he still gets. Yeah, that's what it felt like. Noct acting like an even older guy than he is, then hurrying to apologize for his looks and asking why Raphael was here so damn early. The merchant just shrugged and said he'd spotted someone useful, someone who could actually wield magic. Noct practically burst with joy, because even in this world the wizards are treated like treasure. People adore them for the insane power they wield. Wizards either inherit the blessing of their bloodline or dive into the hard-earned wisdom needed to master magic. Then they gulp down every secret from the Book of Sorcery and grind through training at the Magic Academy until they finally earn their mentor's trust. Noct realized he came from a noble line, and that this wizard could be a key piece in his future, so he wasted zero time, dressed in a rush, and headed straight to greet the newcomer. But just like that, three fresh faces crashed into the scene: Sido, Juno, and Lion, and when they spoke, they revealed they'd once served in the Royal Magic Army. Before you realize it, you're forced to admit, those people aren't just wizards, they're absolutely top-tier, deadly skilled masters who can command powers at that level. Sido said everything's changed, like, their whole lives flipped upside down because of those acquisitions. They're hunting for a new job, and Noct immediately says he'd be thrilled to bring in new people. Ryan got a sharp reminder that they were an elite unit, but they were still choosing to stay and work in this settlement for a while. Noct noticed Lion was shaking with pure agitation, so he demanded they calm her, then asked what magic they used in there. Lion started spilling the plan: an expedition, setting up a base in that one city, then Sido snapped, "Stop," and cut him off mid-sentence. "The things I never should have said," and then Lionette and the other witches showed up. They snapped into an argument, blasting their party's name with full-on denunciations. But the second Lynette spotted Joseph, her brain went full static, she was completely thrown. Young Lord Noct was thrilled to have representatives of the former kingdom's magical army on his territory, because if they were here, they could supercharge his work. The only snag, Lynette had reacted way too strangely when Joseph's butler, the young lord, leaned in and demanded to know what their squad actually specialized in within the magical army, and Lionette couldn't stop thinking that the guy in front of her felt like a walking pervert. But she still swore up and down. She said they were a band of magical cultivators. Bruno snapped that it wasn't exactly something to brag about. Sito shrugged and said there was no way around it. They were just digging in the ground, and Noct couldn't believe how differently the girls reacted, realizing they were genuinely worried about what they were doing. Merchant Raphael leaned in and told them, these people are called mudbloods, what earth mages get branded as, and that they were desperate to hide it so nobody would freak out or get blindsided by their powers. The young lord grilled the sorceresses and demanded they admit they were basically digging in the sand like kids, but Seto snapped back that wasn't happening at all, and that Noct had completely misread everything. Then the young Lord Noct leaned in and grinned. "This is perfect," he said, "because you're exactly what I needed." The bewildered sorceresses stared in confusion, begging to know what this strange lord of the lands was really trying to say, because nothing made sense. He didn't catch their confusion and just declared that his land's motto was, "Live what you love and do what you like." Then the young lord promised that with their skills and experience, they could do a ton of good for the city folk, never even bothering to ask if their team could help build and maintain a road on their property. Sito mulled it over, then blurted out, "Shouldn't we build the wall first?" The young lord frowned. He couldn't understand why everyone was so instantly locked onto the city wall. Lynette told me she'd already checked every city wall before stepping inside, and said they were in absolutely terrible shape. Tito flat out said the city's defenses are in ruins, so if another attack hits, they can't hold it off, because those walls could drop any second. Juno also snapped that those walls feel like nothing but paper, and they won't hold up when it really matters, in the event of a brutal war raged, and Lion snapped that she didn't care who was behind these walls, because the whole thing was an utter failure. Noct didn't stay quiet. He declared the walls were built by him personally. Then boom, those sorceresses completely flipped their story, claiming it was all just a joke, while the walls still stood in a suspiciously normal state. Level, the young lord swept aside the sorceress girls' blunt, honest opinions. Still, he'd be over the moon if they'd join his settlement, because their experience is pure gold. See. It all came crashing into tears of pure joy when she admitted she'd never, ever heard anyone say such kind words. Juno snapped at her friend to stop crying right now, because you can't let your tears show. Sita was terrified of her friend's rage, so she blurted that she was only crying because pollen in the air had stabbed her eyes, still clueless that those girls had probably been through far worse before. Young Lord Noct said, "All right then, tell me this." He wanted their party to raise a brand new city wall, but Lionette snapped back that it was a huge job for defending the whole territory, and asked if Noct was really going to hand such a dangerous responsibility to the first people he bumped into. The young lord shot back that he could read people like a book, even the ones he'd only just met. Lion never saw those words coming, and her emotions exploded out of her before she could stop them. Noct saw it instantly. She took his words like they were life and death, and the tears pouring out showed it, leaving their old organization behind to reach the border of the probably wasn't easy for her. Noct remembered this exact kind of thing from his past life, so to him, the result mattered more than any grind, and people who dig into the heart of the problem always get valued over trophies and checkmarks. Lynette swore her team would pull off the task the best way possible. And trust me, those ex-members of the elite Royal Magic Army will craft a wall so flawless, nobody in the world will ever get past it. He didn't stop to think about building a whole new wall. He decided he could help too and actually do something useful. The young lord leaned in and told Greg everything about the construction that was coming next. Greg was over the moon because they were finally set to watch walls, and he couldn't stop thinking about how it went the last time, during the last attack. He'd been letting Birding handle the fights this whole time, and Greg hated that he kept getting shut out of the battle, so when he finally calmed Greg down, he told him to stop fretting so much. No one bothered to explain that Birding doesn't even know the price of anything. She just goes in swinging with brutal, extreme cruelty and wipes out her enemies fast. So yeah, it's basically normal for her, and that's why Greg doesn't have to worry about her. The young lord declared he'd steal the wisdom of the top wizard crew and use it to forge walls for the Watch, and Lyon shot back that they'd do whatever the ruler of these lands demanded. Juno snapped back that they didn't have enough people to pull off a job this brutal, so Saito pitched the idea of 6-hour shifts, and Greg just waved it off like, no stress, because they'd already got free reign. Greg bragged about his living plants and swore they could actually help. A lot. And if it was Birding. Right now, she'd absolutely blow the doors off and fight them head-on. Ryan jabbed a plant with her staff, and Greg snapped, asking why she had to do that, so she hurriedly apologized, saying his special-grown plants looked creepy as hell and that they were just way too disgusting. Greg begged everyone not to harm his plants, because to him they're real friends, and then his patience snapped. Then he started burying the dead plant, and the sorceresses practically froze, because they'd never seen anything like it anywhere. Nott was stunned too. He never in a million years thought Greg would turn into a true tamer of plant monsters. And just like that, the young lord told everyone to drop it, forget the shock, and make friends. Then, like a peace offering, he finally made amends. Everyone dug in and started sipping tea, until Greg's military past came up, and Joseph snapped back that, yeah, it was real. He even remembered little Nox sparring with her brother when they were kids. With that, Lyon and Greg laid out the defense plan, and the girls lit up because now she finally had the ideas to do everything the right way. Lynette said the first move was to raise a double gate so they could spring a trap on the enemies, and Juno immediately pushed the plan, spike the walls, dig deep ditches, and when they're caught, they'll be able to attack that enemy on their own terms, no arguing. Cedo pitched the idea of a suspension bridge with water underneath, so if things went sideways, they could hurl enemies straight down, while Noct blundered stared at the whole plan, wondering if these guys really had served in the army. Greg snapped that he didn't get a single thing they were saying, and that their ideas were trash. Then he started explaining Mandrake's. Sink too fast, and you'll struggle to use them while you're digging a ditch in the water. Once again, Noct can't help but see exactly how much Greg cares about his plant monsters. A few days after those sorceresses from the Royal Magical Army rolled into town, Noct sprawled under the blazing sun, and the butler Joseph kept grumbling, again, about how the young master still wouldn't lift a finger. Noct just shrugged and said resting like this is how you stay consistent in everything. Joseph couldn't help but worry. How could it be fine to just guard the area while the young lord lounged around, carefree and dozing? And what about Mr. Noct? Did he truly not care at all? Noct cut in, saying everything was already under control, leaving the defense to the others like it was routine, and telling him things would carry on the same way. Then the young lord chimed in that you should be able to trust sorceresses, and if something really went wrong, they'd be informed instantly. The young lord even said, let people chase their goals their way, don't try to reshape them into what you want, because when they do things their own way, you'll end up with better results in the end. Joseph the butler snapped back that it didn't sound too awful at first, then Noct caught the real issue. If you're a local lord, you can't ignore your territories, and Joseph's right to grumble, so Noct decided there was no swaying that cranky butler, and instead marched off to check how everything was really going. Now as Noct strolled through his settlement, he spotted the residents. At first glance, everything looked like it was going right. So many people were content and smiling as they settled into this place, and everyone couldn't get enough of the local food, rich, tasty, and full of variety. Even Joseph, the butler, chimed in that he was personally thrilled too. Young Lord Noct suddenly remembered the treasure trove, rare, jaw-dropping items Merchant Raphael had brought into the city from everywhere he'd wandered. Noct figured their residents would love seeing all of this, and the shopping plaza was packed with people. Mayor was thrilled to spot unfamiliar faces and fresh merchants from other cities, saying their economy is finally improving because more and more people keep pouring in from other possessions, and that's a damn good sign, at least to him, because it's not just the rare things Raphael managed to drag in. The young lord leaned in and told them their city was packed with rare goods you couldn't find anywhere else. Even those weird little berries are normal here, and with his augmentation skills and the mayor's knack for growing cages, You'll be able to buy every non-seasonal vegetable in this market, anytime you want. Knox said they had the perfect pick for any buyer, and Merchant Raphael's killer ads paid off fast, but the young lord admitted he already had another plan brewing. Knock told them that once he used his magnification skill, the glass blew up in size, so he could build an insane greenhouse, even in this place. Butler Joseph tried not to lose his temper. He grumbled that it was pure waste to treat precious glass like this, while the mayor insisted it looked stunning and totally out of the ordinary. Then the young lord stepped in, pointing out that the glass soaks up and sends the sun's rays straight through while locking in blistering heat inside the room, and he couldn't help but gush that making several greenhouses like this would be downright perfect. After all, thanks to the greenhouse, anyone can grow vegetables, no skills needed, no matter the season. The butler, Joseph, even admitted he never expected Knock to come up with something that clever. The young master fired back that they all had to bring this land back to its old glory, and the seeds they managed to plant from day one. They started sprouting right away and kept pushing out fruit, step by step. Soon, Sorceress was hammering out defensive fortifications, and word hit that the very last stretch of the wall was already finished, so Knock tore into them with a big thank you, thinking, wow, these guys are seriously capable. The magician revealed the layout he'd made, and then froze in disbelief at how insanely heavy it was, despite its tiny size. The girls admitted the three of them built this project with materials packed with deadly magic, but they couldn't stretch the layout even a little. Still, they're convinced it'll be enough to boost Noct, even if the young lord himself wasn't exactly sure this part was the right choice. Lynette bragged that they decooked up different ways to wipe out enemies, and all they needed was a bit more intel on who they might be up against. Noct snapped that they didn't need that talk right now, and the young lord swore he'd question the sorceresses when the moment hit, but until then, he needed to look. Noct unleashed the item magnification skill, turning what they'd done into something way bigger than they expected. And the wall shot up in seconds, towering over everything, and the young lord couldn't help but stare, blown away by how good it turned out. And then decided his city should look and feel like a royal palace, guarded and protected from every angle. The lionette proudly declared that from this point on, no threat can shake this territory, because if things go the way she's about to explain, this city has turned into an invincible fortress. So yeah, he wasn't thrilled about it at all. And with that, he knew it. This city had finally stopped living in fear of any attack. And now you can't even tremble at demons anymore, because nobody's breaking through those walls with mere protective gear. But right then, wham, a brutal roar ripped through the air from the forest, and something massive surged toward the city so fast that panic detonated everywhere. Everyone realized in a split second that those fancy protective walls meant nothing against a flying nightmare, so the moment. A massive dragon surged into the sky above the city, circling and hunting for the perfect target. A young lord burst up to the door, knocked in shock, staring at what he'd just seen, and thought with disbelief that even his own land could never handle something this intense. Once the defensive wall finally went up around the city, the big, small territory swore he'd become invincible, at least. That's what everyone who survived their world believed. Then boom, a colossal dragon tore through everything, crushing the team's full defense in one terrifying sweep, and young Mr. Noct couldn't make heads or tails of it. No problem got in his way, and the very next day he kicked off a full-on search for a solution. Nuff. He tore through his books, desperate to crack how to stop that flying monster, while Joseph the butler stared in shock at Noct's wild behavior, asking whether the young lord had been working on the fly all night. Noct told him he was hunting for the right answers, and the moment he found them, he'd head straight to bed, so Joseph could stop worrying. Mayor got worried about Lord Noct and begged him to rest, but Noct snapped, "How am I supposed to sleep when the whole city is terrified and everyone's lost their rest?" He insisted he had to take on that cursed dragon right now, because if they didn't stop it soon. Yeah, it's about to get way worse, and in this mess, they can't afford one single mistake. The young lord told me that in Master Resenford's library, he searched everywhere but found 0 cracks in dragons, and that's the terrifying part. These beasts are so legendary, there's basically no record of them at all, not even a hint of what could hurt them. Jaelna burst into the room out of nowhere and blurted, all fired up, that this time they had no choice. Jaelna blurted, "All right, now we just have to build the greatest pub ever." Jaelna swore that with the right drink, young Lord Noct could drown every problem. Then Noct snapped back that she'd already fed him that same line more than once, and demanded she try something new. He insisted he shouldn't get drunk at all, and that taking rational steps was the smarter move, until Jaelna brushed it off as pure nonsense and pushed for them to go outside as fast as they could. Turns out the settlement got hit with a full-blown alcoholism outbreak, and soon every last resident was chasing escape and forgetting their troubles in a bottle of hard liquor. Jilna said there's only one way people deal with stress out here: drink right on the street, and that's exactly why they need a proper bar, so nobody gets sick from drinking outside. The young lord stared in disbelief. There was an entire crowd of drunken fools, ditching their jobs and hunting for alcohol like it was their only purpose. Noct couldn't wrap his head around it, how in one single night, all of this managed to explode into existence, and then the young lord decided he was about to need. He pushed to end the dragon threat fast, because if he didn't, his own settlement would have already gone down to self-destruction from the alcohol. Lord Noct decided to blast out a scouting mission beyond his domain. The only snag on the road to choosing the right team was simple. Nobody knew who to pick: Luz, the deadly hunter and seasoned scout; Greg, a hulking adventurer with a killer tamer skill; Lion, a former elite earth mage from the king's magic army; Ceto, basically Lion's twin from the same ranks but even smarter; Juno, another ex-elite earth mage built perfectly for support and the rear guard; Verdun, a loud giant girl packed with raw power; Joseph, the usual irritating butler; and Mare, the witty's loyal maid who can heal. Noct was stuck in a brutal choice, pacing circles in his head, trying to figure out who he could possibly bring into this impossible test. Greg's got real combat experience and the skill to control chaos, and that could be the edge he needs right now. So yeah, he's a strong pick to pull off the mission, even if there's a scary chance his character could steer everyone straight into the worst situation imaginable. And if everything hits the fan, city security can swoop in fast to evacuate the residents before it's too late. Keep your eyes on the rest of the city's applicants, because what happens next depends on who else gets chosen for that participation spot. In the end, the young lord locked in his decision. Noct told everyone that Juno would have to handle the squad's communication during the mission, and Juno nodded like, "Got it, I'll do it flawlessly, and you can trust me." Noct leaned in and told the elf Luz that her scouting skills were the reason this mission could work, so he's putting everything on her as a hunter, plus the edge of a seasoned elf. Luz confessed she's already seen dragons, then swore she'll hit every move at the absolute perfect level. Lord Noct loved the team's attitude and knew they had a real shot at success. Then he barked one more warning to stay ultra careful, right as the giantess Birdie shot back. It's going to be that way. Noct clocked that Birdie might be the weakest link and still felt the danger, because she was powerful enough to swing everything at any moment. Then he watched Luz, the elf, chug water like she was nervous, though maybe a seasoned huntress just needed to cool off, since she's fought plenty of monsters and should stay sharp even under pressure. Pressure like facing a legendary dragon, the kind of opponent none of them have met yet, so honestly, they don't even know what's coming. Before long, Lord Noct's team finally tracked down the dragon itself. That shattered the calm of the whole settlement, and everyone just couldn't believe it when they saw how this. A fearsome monster snatches up small nader berries like it's snack time, and Juno can't believe it. This dragon has red scales, yet it isn't acting like a predator at all, it's an omnivore. Noct then turns to Huntress Luz and demands what they should do next. But when the question hit the air, the seasoned elf didn't answer. She just cupped the moment and pressed her lips hungrily to hers. Everyone on the team went wide-eyed at what happened, and Lord Noct demanded answers. Then he snatched the elf's flask and felt it instantly. It wasn't water at all, but strong alcohol. Huntress Luz explained that alcohol is super tasty, so yeah, she can finally shove all those worries out of her mind. Not realizing he'd messed up with his choice, he rushed to apologize to Luz for scaring her so badly. But right then, flustered Juno blurted out, "Hold on, this isn't the time for idle ch." Turns out the dragon clocked them instantly, and it's charging at full speed straight toward them. As the hero team closed in, confusion hit them hard for a few tense moments. Lord Noct demanded answers as he watched the dragon lose focus on those delicious berries, then declared they'd be the perfect target right now. Birdie, the giant girl, shrieked that the dragon was devouring her precious berries, then tore across the ground toward the mighty monster. Luz the elf sprinted right behind her, and Lord Noct stared in shock, blurting out that this could. And get this, there's a rare black Iberian pig in the wild, and if you keep topping her meals with acorns, her pork picks up this insanely special flavor from that exact trick, and something like that is happening right now. Anna's been snacking on nader berries since she was a kid, and now her whole body reeks of them, so the dragon finally zeroes in and actually comes closer. And he didn't rush to help at all, because it was crystal clear the monster had only one target, Birdie. But to everyone's shock, the massive dragon never went for the giant girl. It tiptoed forward, eyeing the elf-law like it was dangerous. Lord Noct had zero clue what was happening, and everything about it felt wildly off. Then, just when everyone thought they'd seen the strangest part, the flying monster shot everyone an apology for the scare, because deep down it never wanted to hurt anyone. Noct insisted it wasn't real, that the dragon wasn't truly talking to them, while Elfles shot back that magical creatures can mimic human speech, yet this was the first time she'd ever seen it, and even she didn't expect it to happen. The dragon erupted in laughter and bragged, "Of course we can talk, and we can talk loud. Nobody's getting a peaceful night now." One mighty beast's roar hit, and everyone was left reeling in shock. Then the dragon leaned in and demanded to know if they were all right, Lord. Noct couldn't help but think it was all way too fascinating, because that monster didn't look like any harmless beast at all. And it hits him like a jolt of fear, pushing him to dig deep and find the courage to go on. Lord Noct demanded to know why the dragon had shown up in this land at all, because it had never been here before. The dragon shot back that he didn't come here to negotiate, he came to rip the land apart and plunder it to the bone. Then the dragon begged him not to worry, not to fear him, because his terrifying looks had spooked someone once. It roared that it was only hunting one thing, the purple berries. Since the Titan's daughter loved them, the beast had been craving a taste for ages, and Lord Noct snapped back, "So why didn't you just try the berries already? I mean, you wanted to." The dragon said Birdine always lit up with pure joy whenever she gobbled those berries, and he looked crushed that he'd been taking away her favorite treat. Birdine snapped, asking if the dragon felt even a shred of regret for the poor elf Luz, who was shaking like crazy after the dragon got that close. Then the dragon bowed his head, apologized, and confessed that he couldn't help being drawn in by the smell of alcohol, and he forced himself to hold back that surge of desire, because honestly, he never expected dragons to even care about alcohol. The dragon said it had a small request to make of the humans. The magic monster begged for one tiny mercy, just one sip of that fragrant, fiery alcoholic drink. Luz lunged for the jug, piled a plate high with that intoxicating drink, and right then, Lord Noct leaned in and told the dragon to hold up. Noct fired off item magnification magic, swelling the plate again and again until it was huge enough to get. Noct slid the dragon the right amount of alcohol, and that giant beast lit up like a kid in a candy store, so Noct grabbed the moment and offered him an even bigger treat. They teamed up, set the table, and started gathering berries. Then, with Lord's knock, they grew bigger and bigger until they had enough food to feed everyone. For the first time ever, a magic dragon actually sat down with humans, eating and drinking side by side in the same place, and when he admitted how thrilled he was to be surrounded by them, even the food tasted like heaven to him. Then the dragon leaned in and said, "From what I can tell, young master has two tricks, one you just saw when Noct zoomed in and mapped every detail on that table. He tapped the next one, and the other. A reverse move that flips everything back." Noct stared, shocked that the flying monsters knew so much, and blurted, "How do you know that?" The dragon went on, saying Birdine was that giant girl who always feasted on berries in the forest, until now, because she shrunk down to normal size, meaning someone actually managed to reduce her. Then it confessed it had been waiting forever to meet Noct, and with that shrinking power, they finally had a shot at becoming real friends. Birdine burst out that the dragon could be friends with her, because she'd already been Noct's personal bodyguard. Then the dragon snorted at the giant girl's words and demanded why Noct was covering for Birdine if she was supposed to be the bodyguard, and right then, the dragon's massive tail surged upward, and every single person went white with terror. It turns out the dragon just strutted over, patted his head, and told him he was a really nice guy. Right then, the young lord felt something off in his bones, and suddenly, he remembered the day his father used to stroke his head when he was just a kid. Everyone kept talking, and Birdine finally slumped in exhaustion, muttering that she was completely stuffed. The dragon quizzed the giant girl about why she loved those purple berries so much, and then Lord Noct demanded to know if the dragon would really go anywhere after scarfing every last one. He asked what his plan even was, and the dragon snapped back. First he'd been ready to go, but after meeting everyone, he'd already flipped his mind, refusing to leave this land at all. Then bam, mystic energy surged around the mighty beast, and in the blink of an eye. Right then the dragon snapped into an almost normal guy, muscles and all, and Lord Noct's jaw dropped at the shock of it. And the dragon bragged that this was just one of his powers, and yeah, he could switch into a human if he wanted. Noct immediately realized that if the dragon could do that, then he must have even more tricks up his sleeve, and sure enough, abilities don't always come down to magic power at all. Then the dragon leaned in and asked if Noct could let him live in peace inside Lord Noct's domain. Still staring at that naked man, he blurted, so the legendary dragon finally decided to team up with the human settlement. Poe the dragon felt it too. Living alone was crushingly boring, and he was done with it. So it'd be amazing if they could take him in, because even the dragon was grumbling that it had been ages since it last got to sip this delicious, and it kept pining for whatever food the cook was making. Then the dragon leaned in and admitted, he was just as curious about. I sensed there was something special in Mr. Knox's abilities, and I couldn't wait to get up close and learn what made him tick. The young lord clearly didn't see the dragon's interest coming, so he froze on the spot, stunned. The dragon said that people with rare gifts like Noct usually have the most fascinating stories, and he wanted to know what Mr. Noct could actually do, only for the young lord to stammer back that he didn't even know how to answer, because everything about it was just messy and complicated. But the dragon leaned in and said, "Relax, this is way simpler than you think," and then promised they'd all have the time of their lives together. Lord Noct flashed back to his own childhood, back when people said lines just like that to him, and life was nonstop fun. Noct pointed to the dragon and declared him master of these lands, then practically beamed as he welcomed him home, only for the dragon to grin, thank him for letting him stay, and reveal his name, Hornbeam. Like a true sign of friendship, the dragon clasped the young lord's hand in a fierce shake. Noct let out a cry, then the Hornbeam sputtered out an apology, saying it didn't mean to misjudge its own power, because it still can't instantly adapt to a human. From that moment on, the big small lands gained a new muscle, Mr. Grub, the red dragon. Grub marveled that a gorgeous wall now cradles the city, and he couldn't stop staring at the view. Juno snapped back that those walls weren't luck at all. They were built by her squad of elite mages, working side by side with Mr. Noth. The squad finally rolled back into their hometown with a brand new friend in tow, and Lord Noct couldn't shake the feeling. Mr. Grub looked and moved just like his dead father, all that steady confidence and tough, manly strength blazing out of him. Lion leaned in and demanded of Lord Noct, "So, did you actually track down that dragon?" In the forest, Lord Noct snapped back that the mission was a total dead end, and the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Found it, the young master chose to rip the truth from the shadows, but he refused to spill it in front of the residents, because he knew showing them they'd actually met a dragon could unleash even worse suffering, so he dragged the dragon right into the city with him. Noct leaned in and whispered to Lion, "The dragon's right here with us." But right when the stunned sorcerers were about to fire off more questions, everything changed. Noct snapped his hand over her mouth, and the young lord ordered Liony to simmer down and pick up the conversation inside his office. Shot into the shadows with nobody watching, Noct pulled his closest friends close and told them how they tracked down the dragon and where it all started. Lynette demanded, "Where's the dragon now?" And the young lord just smiled, calm as ever, saying the dragon would be right here with them in this room. Thinking this was just another one of Noct's wild jokes, they all leaned into it, padding around like maniacs for a dragon, even right inside the flower pots. Grab still decided to prove himself, pointing at his hand and asking if Mr. Noct might believe him more. Lynette blurted in shock that the dragon had chosen to unleash its power and masquerade as a regular person. Then Hornbeam hurriedly asked if he could ever return to his real self, but the young lord rushed in, insisting he'd have to do it right now, because once that huge body fully broke character, it would smash everything around it in an instant. Lynette was all worked up, and she demanded Noct come with her, then immediately asked, "Are you sure, young master, bringing a dragon into here?" Noct mulled it over and hit the truth like a gut punch. He didn't even know the answer himself, because how could he swear that the dragon wouldn't wreck this settlement in the worst way? Meanwhile, Grub zeroed in on Greg and couldn't stop himself from saying, "You've got a pretty wild job going on." Greg didn't get a word of what they were talking about, and rage bubbled up fast as his agitation spilled all over his face. Grub explained. He spotted fresh scratches on Greg's armor and a weird stench hanging in the air. "So yeah, Greg's probably the tame one." Hornbeam pointed at the markings and said it looked like Greg was growing mandrakes, and Lord Noct's stomach sank, because the dragon could totally blame him for it, especially with Greg's obsession, though his worries didn't stop there. And Hornbeam chuckled, saying this felt weirdly familiar, because he'd grown plants like that himself before. Lord Noct let out a breath of relief, stunned that a dragon would actually go that far. Greg burst out with pure joy, shouting that he'd finally found a real friend, even grumbling that everyone else called his job awful, but somehow he felt it was his calling. Then Hornbeam leaned in and said these mandrake creatures are absolutely beautiful, but growing them takes real know-how, because depending on the soil and how you cultivate them, mandrakes can grow to any size imaginable. The dragon bragged that he once soared around the world hunting for the finest soil, and that quest revealed two things: the most nutrient-packed earth lies in the south, and the great forest soil is soaked through with magic, while Noct, hearing Grub's tale, couldn't believe how fired up he was about it. Hornbeam strutted up to Greg and bragged about the massive mandrake he'd once grown, and when Greg saw it, he practically shouted that it was over 3 times bigger than his own. Then he leaned in and demanded, "How'd you do it?" Hornbeam just smirked and said Greg was still too young, and Greg admitted he didn't have the experience yet, but he couldn't stop himself from begging to learn the secret behind the dragon mask. Grub leaned in and asked Greg if he wanted to be his student. Greg cut him off. He blurted out, no hesitation at all, that he really wanted this, and he'd do his absolute best to meet the dragon's expectations. Crushed his smile. Lord Not figured Greg connected with the dragon even faster than he did, and Lion was just as shocked by how quickly that dragon could sniff out a real friend in the middle of humans. Greg even confessed that when the creature he loves dies, it guts him, because he has to watch it lie there dead, but the real point is, it doesn't matter if they die, mandrakes still cling to the soil, stubbornly staying right there, no matter what. Greg and Grub nodded, and Lionette couldn't stop staring. How fast everyone bonded with this dragon was unreal. Noct just muttered that it was pretty strange too, then they let it all play out the way it was meant to. The young lord leaned in and told his friends the truth, that who the hornbeam really is stays between them and everyone else stays in the dark, because if word leaks, panic will explode. City, Lord Noct figured, if Grub's such a friendly social butterfly, everyone could use him. Then he called it time to shut his eyes and hit the bed, until Garb stepped in and said, come on, let's take a walk and talk. Because he'd barely been around anyone at all, and he was starving to talk to people. Not. Grub totally didn't see that offer coming, and then he quickly apologized for jumping the gun. Noct clocked that this plan was actually smart, leaned in and promised it'd be way better, then said they should leave now, no waiting. Grub shot back, are we going out right this second? And Noct answered, nothing's wrong now, hurry. Lord Noct finally stepped forward and declared it was time to bring the dragon straight into his city. Garb mulled it over for a second, then grabbed my attention and demanded I start the story at the market. Lord Noct swore the market was the busiest spot in the whole city because everyone rushed there to buy stuff and then lingered just to chat, while Raphael kept the shelves stocked with everything the town needed, and Mr. Garb could find literally anything, even the finest sake. The dragon's eyes lit up for the sake, and it rumbled that this perfectly brewed drink tastes so wild that it melts your stress, calms your soul, and delivers pure, real pleasure. Noct replayed the dragon's words in his head, then grinned and told it that the veggies they grow in their greenhouses are insanely tasty, so yeah, they're absolutely worth a try. The young lord bragged that he raised this greenhouse with his magic, while skilled carpenters carved every careful detail. Noct leaned in and said that with glass, and what it can do, you could grow any crop no matter the season. Garb started to answer, Noct. He was a powerhouse with his abilities, using them like a weapon. Then the young lord showed the spot where the nadir berry grows and practically invited the dragon to savor every bite. He asked if the sake he'd drunk deep in the forest was really brewed from those berries, and Noct snapped back that it was. Those berries made an incredible drink. Then the dragon's nose caught a mouth-watering scent, and it demanded to know what it was. Noct waved it off, saying it was nothing special and didn't deserve all that fuss. Noct kicked things off by saying there was a tiny winery just ahead, then Garb couldn't wait and took off running toward it. But the young lord urged them to follow close and get ready, because he had something far more exciting to show them. Lord Noct dragged the dragon to a heavenly bathhouse, where you can soak your worries away for just 5,000 rubles. Garb admitted the view is absolutely stunning, but there's one tiny catch, he's not quite. Garb admitted he could never handle hot springs for long, and Noct immediately apologized for putting the dragon on the spot, then offered him a way better job. Herb also threw in an apology to Mr. Noct, admitting he'd caused pointless trouble and shattered the calm of his settlement after that heated mess. Noct and Garb kicked back after the bath, sipping the chilly coffee Mr. Levy always brewed, only this didn't fix the dragon's nerves. Even after the hot water, he still felt off, because cold coffee wasn't even close to what he wanted. At all, he let all that pent-up emotion spill out at once. The moment hit like a blast. Levy felt a jolt of pure power surge through him, then crumpled to the floor with the trays crashing down. And then Noct finally caught on. He'd messed up big time. Jilna snapped at Noct, yelling that he'd pushed the dragon into a rage and that he had every right to do it. Noct couldn't wrap his head around it. How did he cause that kind of reaction from the dragon? He even skipped his afternoon nap for it. The young lord insisted he was only trying to introduce the dragon to the city they'd built together, and he'd figured the sooner he did, the better. But Jilna snapped that everyone only had one thing on their minds right now, good alcohol, and Noct should have known that already. The young lord pressed Garb for the truth, so the dragon really wanted a drink that badly. Garb snapped back, yep, that's exactly it, and warned him not to order a drink right away and rush it, but Jilna cut in, that won't be enough because everyone wants. Not just to drink, Garb said, but to enjoy it somewhere that feels right, and Jilna nodded along like it was obvious, and sure enough, Noct looked totally lost and demanded, wait, does it really matter where we drink? Then Jilna let out a long, frustrated sigh and snapped, "Why are you so clueless, Lord? You're supposed to understand what your people want." Garb leaned over and told the laptop straight up, "Getting drunk at home or a diner just isn't the same as going to a real, legendary bar." Gile Ned dreamily kicked things off by saying that in a world drowning in daily worries, the only real fairy tale for adults, and the best place to relax for a good time, is a great bar. The girls snapped out that last line at the same time as the dragon. Boom, it nailed that they both wanted the same thing. Lord Noct finally got it, stunned that totally different creatures were chasing the exact same prize, a good drink. Then Garb practically grabbed him by the sleeve and demanded they hit the best bar ASAP. But Jilna had to break the bad news. There wasn't a single bar anywhere in town. The dragon seized because something like that simply couldn't slip through. What a brutal omission. Jilna finally admitted they'd meant to build a bar, but somehow they never found the time. Garb snapped with crushed disappointment, calling it a real tragedy. And honestly, how could anyone claim to live in peace in a city without a bar? Noct didn't see that reaction coming, and now he was kicking himself for not realizing it mattered so much sooner. Dragon and Ghislaine were ordered to whip up a bar ASAP, so the fairy tale could be restored to the souls of people. But while that mission kicked off, Jilna started calling Garb her friend because their goals lined up perfectly. Noct couldn't believe it, again. The dragon slid right into the city like it had known the place forever, chatting and clicking with the residents with terrifying ease. Garb and Ghislaine leaned into their plan, debating what the bar should look like while they hammered out every detail, and as the ideas flew, they quenched their thirst with tea, then couldn't wait to crack open some alcohol. Their wild wishes finally came true, and the very first bar rose up in the city. When this place opened its doors, the whole city came running. People piled up in a massive line just to get inside that bar. Lord Noct got a message that a seat at the bar was waiting just for him. Everyone was ready to welcome him with open arms, so he accepted the invite. And still he couldn't shake the truth. He'd never even stepped into a bar before, so somehow, none of this was on his radar at all. In his past life, he shoved the heavy front door open with brute force and ended up right inside the bar. Dragon Garb swept in and greeted the young lord like it owned the room, and then pulled him into the bar like, "Come on, sit right here." Garb finally found his calling and slipped into the role of the local bartender. Garb turned down a weird appetizer and insisted on starting fresh. Then he pulled out a menu that looked straight out of a fantasy tome. Lord Noct froze, flipped it open, and stared in shock at all the names and pictures packed inside. Noct couldn't even begin to pick. He didn't know the menu well enough. He still remembered how Jilna and the dragon had lit up talking about kicking back in the bar, but he didn't get the point at all, and that frustration gnawed at him hard. Garb asked what Lord Noct wanted to try, and the young lord shot back that he wanted something delicious and simple. "Yeah, I already knew that was probably the worst thing you could say in a bar." Dragon Garb noticed Noct was squirming in the bar and urged him to ask for something refreshing, nothing suspicious, just a perfectly normal move any bargoer would make. The young lord got the whole, how this place runs idea in his bones, and jumped straight into placing an order. Nox offered that he wanted something to knock him out, and Garb shot back that he'd do everything he could. Knocked right in on the dragon's death dance, watching every move end. Garb absolutely blew everyone away at the bar, pulling off miracle after miracle like it was nothing. Soon, Garb jumped at the chance to try the drink. Lord Noct caught that sweet tart scent and immediately grinned, saying it smelled absolutely amazing. The red dragon lit up and told Noct, "You showed this city its true beauty," then leaned in and revealed his secret, a special cocktail brewed from naderberry wine. Noct took a few sips and boom, sweetness hit first, then a sharp little burst of lemon, making it absolutely delicious. The young lord leaned in and demanded, "What's this cocktail called?" Garb just shrugged and admitted they hadn't even named most of their drinks yet. So yeah, naming this cocktail after these lands is a brilliant idea, and the dragon even demanded to know if the original drink could be renamed after young Mr. Noct. Lord Noct blinked at the suggestion, stared at it for a moment, and then admitted, "I never thought there'd be a place so simple to reach, and so perfect for finally letting my guard down." Noct nodded along with the name and told the bartender to serve that exact same cocktail to Ghislaine, too. Then Ghislaine flashed a grin and asked if he finally got what made this bar so special. Lord Noct knew the difference now. Having a drink at home or in a cafe was one thing, but dropping into a bar, that hit different. And now it finally clicks. This is what that fairy tale Jillness was talking about in real life, the moment she told him she wanted to hit the bar. Lord Nocty's next sip was headed straight for Olivia. Those gorgeous eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to jump into the bar with a smile. Olivia blushed and gushed that this bar was really nice, then asked if he could come here more often, and Noct just smirked back that the place was open for everyone to use. Lord Noct waved for another drink, grinning like he'd just won, and Kuklua snatched the news with a bright, happy laugh. That cute little doll was totally upset, like, all you gave me was milk, but then the young lady still stepped up and cried out, getting everyone to drink it all the way down. Merchant Raphael showed up at the bar too, and it totally caught everyone off guard. The young lord blurted out that Raphael probably misread him, and that he'd never try to meddle in his subject's business, but the merchant just waved it off, saying everything was totally fine. Then Raphael shot the late young lord a question. Would he like to go try and get something for himself? Noct blinked, confused at what that could mean, yet he couldn't stop himself from wanting to hear more. Raphael leaned in and told everyone about the metro mine, then hinted it'd be pretty awesome too. They pushed it to build the settlement's infrastructure, and there was even an underground mine linking the lands of Big Small and Hadlet. Long ago, these mines were stripped for gold jewelry and rare minerals. After the orc army wrecked the place, the mine went silent, no workers, no output, nothing at all, and Noct knew these weren't business-as-usual days, so maybe it was finally worth putting that forgotten mine to work. Raphael the merchant vowed that this mine would rake in the land's lost fortune, just like the good old days. Young Lord Noct should have been able to master the minerals and gems perfectly, so Raphael downed a drink to that promise and swore he'd think hard about what it meant, while Noct stared at the offer like it was pure devilish trouble. Since Raphael nailed the truth about the mine, Lord Noct went, if we can dig up new materials, Jilna will definitely cook up something exciting. Raphael nodded along, then carried on drinking. A little later, Noct realized, after that chat with Merchant Raphael, that he'd crossed a line he couldn't uncross. Maid Mayor beamed as she greeted the young master back, and Noct quickly whisked Greg over to her. Then the thrilled tamer begged Mayor to try her power again, and Greg leaned in, explaining that if she could pull off the cell activation from Kabasuk. Lord Noct thought Greg was totally delusional, and warned that all that weird animal breeding could spark a full-blown biological disaster. Sure, they might be able to kill the monster, but not like this. Butler Joseph latched onto the mining plan, grinned, and claimed those skilled cuts could rake in fortunes fast, powered by precious stones, and young Lord agreed, saying this was exactly what Merchant Raphael had been hoping he'd do. Mayor demanded who Mr. Noct would trust to dig up the precious stones, and the young lord shot back that before anyone makes a call, you've got to study the whole operation, scour the land, and understand what's really going on, because those mines have been left alone for ages, and nobody knows what condition they're in now. Lord still hadn't decided whether to dive in and tear the whole place apart, because that's where the monsters were probably multiplying. After locking down the mineral extraction site, they've got to send the workers out. The workers were waiting, and the young lord dropped a bombshell. He'd inspect the mine himself first, so now he had to choose who would ride with him. Noct swore Birding was coming with him, because monsters can't be dodged, and the real question is how many more people they'll have to drag along for this mission. Maidmare pleaded for me to bring her along too, swearing that if a fight breaks out her skills will matter, and Noct nodded right along, because having a healer on this trip could save someone the moment things go bad. Greg said he's jumping into the campaign too, and he'll back it up by helping with the research. The fired-up tamer practically begged him on the spot. He only needed to snag every fresh monster that could crawl out of that cave. Lord Noct didn't like it one bit, so he warned Greg. If he dragged another weird creature into town, Lionett, the sorceress, would cut him down with zero remorse. But Greg didn't want to hear no, and he asked. Begs him to take it with him, because deep down, that's exactly what he's craving. Lord Noct couldn't stop thinking about the weird stuff Greg had been muttering lately, and whether he really cooked up the tyrant mandrake, but instead of dragging Greg through torment, Noct just cut him loose and let him tag along. The young lord tossed out the idea of bringing sorceress Juno along too, and Mare shot back. We've done this before, like when they teamed up to hunt dragons through the woods. Noct told me Juno constantly scans her surroundings and jumps in to help with the tiniest stuff, so when an emergency hits, you know you can count on her. Not even remembered how Juno jumped in and cleaned up after lunch out in the fresh air, skill like that was exactly what they needed right then. Juno confessed she loves doing simple, everyday stuff, and she'll gladly lend a hand anytime. Juno then finally admitted, I see how often Lord Noct keeps watching me, and it makes me so happy to work under someone this good. Lord Noct snapped to the truth right then. Juno wasn't just some passerby, she was a librarian, hiding in the shadows and stuck alone. Noct tried to tell Juno she didn't have to hide from everyone, insisting she'd be way better without that hood. Then Lion spotted them getting ready for the hike and blurted out what they were doing, and why Juno had to be in it. Juno told them they were heading to the subway mines to explore before work, but Lion exploded in outrage and snapped that she was at it again, dragging herself into something dangerous. And it wasn't that long ago when she went hunting for a dragon. Juno snapped back that Mr. Noct had picked her, and she'd be vital on the whole trip. Saito and Lion blinked in shock at Juno's wild eagerness for adventure, then leaned in, watching as they tore off onto the track. Noct fought to make Lion understand that Juno wasn't just there. She was a key player the team couldn't afford to lose, and she needed her. But the sorceress Lion didn't buy a single word of that argument and decided to disappear for a bit, then straight up lied to cover it up. It warned that this trip to unknown mines was pure danger, and that means she's going to personally go with Mr. the second he knocked. Mission, nobody saw it coming, and now Noct's just standing there like, great, I don't even know what's coming next. Mare the maid had warned them before they even left. There's a chance they might lose, but she forced herself to shove the dread away fast, so nobody would get hurt, and Verdine swore she'd keep everyone safe, so yeah, don't panic. Greg begged me to watch Lion like a hawk so she wouldn't get hurt, and since Lord Noct treats her like a friend, he knew this time they were walking straight into a fight, so Juno would be the perfect choice. No matter what, nothing changes. Lion is fired up to go with everyone, and he still doesn't tell the sorceress that he's actually excited to work with her, because if they've got a long journey ahead, then before they even set out, they'd better be ready for anything. Sito peppered Greg with questions about why he hauled mandrakes along, while Lionette pressed him on how far that mine really was. Lord Noct told us the trip would take around 5 hours on foot each way, and the mayor's maid sighed that a carriage would have made it so much faster. Then Noct waved it off, saying not to worry, and with his item augmentation skill, he supercharged the cart and shot our travel time way down. Bigger than the young lord snapped his order, have Birdine take the reins, pull the cart up the mountain, because out of all of them she was the strongest. Birdine heard the command and braced herself, ready to move. Come on, let's go. With that loaded cart in tow, Greg and his friends pushed out immediately. Greg was the only one who wasn't happy, kept begging them to slow down, because his mandrakes were flinging through every hummock, and just like that, very soon. The heroes' team stood at the mouth of the mountain, and when they finally saw how massive it was, surprise hit them like a punch. Mountain because it towered over Mr. Noct's house, like a giant that swallowed the whole sky. The lion-eyed sorceress declared that this breathtaking place was made for pioneers. That night, Birdine, refusing to wait, burst forward yelling it was time to go inside, but Lord Noct slammed the brakes and told her the first move, scan the area by the mountain. The closest building turned out to be an old office the mine workers used before, only it was left behind. Greg spotted the door was tightly locked, like it hadn't been opened in ages, and then he asked if the Lord didn't have the right key with. Noct remembered the time he lost the key to the whole territory, and ever since, he could never recall where he'd dropped it. Birdine said she could rip the door open with pure force, and Noct snapped back that what she was trying to do was straight-up property damage. The young lord weighed his choices, then thought, maybe I'll just shrink the door first asterisk, but the sorceress lion laughed and said there was no rush, because she already knew exactly how to fix it. The girl snatched the perfect key into place in seconds, and he started cracking the ancient lock open, one click at a time, stunned that Lion could win him over with her powers again, not just once. A couple minutes later, the sorceress Lion beamed and called everyone inside, her voice ringing with pure satisfaction. The young lord snapped that her skills were just as deadly as an experienced thief's, right after that remark. Lionette snapped with pure indignation and felt absolutely insulted, then demanded why Noct hadn't praised her or petted her like he did with Birding, only for the young lord to apologize and admit he was grateful for the help. Noct then leaned in and asked if Lion could crack open one of the locked houses on his property just as easily, and when Lionette heard that, her face lit up with joy as she vowed that no one would block Mr. The moment the guests stepped in, a nasty stench hit them, and thick dust clung to the air like a suffocating blanket. Robert Knott snapped that the house had sat empty for nearly 6 months, and the mayor admitted she'd never seen this much dust in her life. Greg stared around, stunned by how huge the place was, and Knott pointed out where the workers slept, making it painfully clear what this house was really used for. Greg floated the idea of using the building again, but he insisted it needed a proper cleanup first. Then Lion cut in, reminding him that because of her work, the door wasn't even broken, and the young lord still snapped that it wasn't good enough. He made it clear that bed wasn't for the staff, and what happened to the bedding is anyone's guess, because it looks like a wet rice cracker. The young lords kicked things off by demanding they fix everything around here first. The mayor and the maid showered Noct with praise for his smart plan, and promised they'd help with every single thing. Birdine spotted the box and blurted, "What kind of beautiful stones are these?" Lord Noct leaned in and said, "That picture stone shines when magic comes near." Then he tapped one rock and declared, "This one glows dimly, because the magic in the air is already touching it. And if you press it hard enough, it'll transform into a lamp and blast out a blazing light. Birding practically shouted that it was a straight-up real miracle. Lord Noct then pointed at the giant girl and demanded she shatter one of those stones the sorceress Lionett had been asking about, because, yeah, it's ridiculously expensive, but Noct cut in fast. They needed more pieces to light up the mine. At the estate, Noct fired up his reduction skill, shrinking everyone's tools down to smaller sizes, then told the whole crew to grab their mining gear and go with them, while Lionett stood there baffled, calling it totally absurd. As the team stepped into the mine, Noct snapped, "Birding, lead us," because she picks up every warning sign and can feel danger coming before it strikes, so if anything lunged at them out of nowhere, Greg would be the one to back the whole squad up. The young lord leaned in and told Lyanna Greg and Birding weren't just fighters. They'd already battled the Orc King, so she could trust them without a doubt. Lyanna blinked in surprise, and a wave of confidence hit her hard. During the fight with the Orc King, Greg finally clocked it. Lord Noct had real skill, and he helped cut through the danger, and when Noct teased that this time it was worth trusting him, he made it clear he didn't bring them along for nothing. Then he admitted the truth too, that trying to help in such a cramped room would be brutal, because his zoom-in and zoom-out moves demand space. Lion snapped back to the truth, she can fight too, and nobody should underestimate her, while Noct shot back that once they stepped into the territory, Lion would handle the enemy, and that would be the best outcome for everyone. Noct figured that even if Sorceress Lion once served in the Emperor's army, she was still an engineer at heart. That was her real calling, so he knew he couldn't let her go. Nox told us to go even further, but right then a weird sound hit, fast like it was chasing us. Right as they got close, gigantic monster ants burst out of the dungeon, crawling straight toward the guests like a nightmare on the move. Greg and Birding snapped into action, gearing up for a fight and rushing in to cover the rest. But shock hit everyone. The Sorceress Lion actually slammed the brakes on the monsters. With her magic blazing, Lion strutted and declared this was their turf, and that she wouldn't lift a finger to protect them. Nacht finally got it. This was exactly what the Royal Magical Army was really all about. This mine had been left to rot for years because, right after the orc, not one worker remained in the mine. This cramped, sealed nightmare made it almost impossible to use the skills that control ups and downs. Projects because one wrong move will get you killed, and turns out this place is packed to the brim with all kinds. Monsters. Lord Noct finally cracked and admitted the truth. There were way more of them than anyone ever expected. And every time they slash one monster down, more keep bursting into existence, endless waves nonstop. The mayor heard the terrified maids panic. What do we do now? Because Master Noct was wiped out after that brutal battle. Out of nowhere, a giant, freaky monster crashed onto the scene, and Lord Noct's suffering hit a whole new level, so Mare snapped into action and rushed to help. While the giant girl kept going, she battled monsters, pulled off miracle after miracle, and fought tooth and nail to protect her master. Undaunted, Birding only laughed while she pounded another opponent into the ground. Then Mare hurried in, begging the master not to worry, insisting Birding was strong enough to protect them. Noct felt terrible and snapped that those monster ants were far too dangerous to mess with. While the fight raged, Greg barked at the giant girl to slow down and stop smashing everything in sight, and once again Lord Noct couldn't believe it. He was shocked by how carefully Greg watched the small stuff and how genuinely he cared for his monsters. No matter what got in her way, Birding kept blasting through, wrecking every monster that stood between her and her destination. The lion-hearted sorceress didn't hang back for a second. She dove straight into cleaning the mine, waved her magic, and summoned earthen stakes that shattered the monster ants with ease. Leone beamed at the results and said it felt like a total pleasure, because every time they cut down a monster, the world somehow gets better. Lord Noct stood there watching his companions pull it off, and he thrilled at the win, but it felt like he was the only one taking it all deadly serious. Then out of the tunnel's darkness, something unseen slammed into the ears with a brutal, painful hit. Lord blared that it was a gigantic vampire bat. Noct just knew vampire bats were definitely lurking around here. But seriously, this was weird beyond belief, because this vampire bat was absolutely gigantic, and nobody even knows if it's the only one like it. After the vampire bats tore through, Greg stared at his wrecked monsters, and hurt twisted his face. Greg didn't just get told to be careful, because if a bat went after his pet, it could come for him next. Then boom, everything went wild. The vampire bat blasted her with deadly ultrasound, pinned Birding in place and snatched her up. Sorceress Lionett dashed to the giant girl's side and slammed down deadly earthen spikes. Greg burst forward, bellowing that he'd avenge it, just as that clever tamer managed to smack the vampire bat and yank it away. Birding clawed at his clutches, but Lord Noct didn't hesitate. He snapped up an earth shield just in time to block the flying monster, and Lionett couldn't help admiring the young lord's incredible magic. Abilities, she stared at Earth's shield, perfect, spotless, not a single crack, and Lionett demanded to know where Mr. Noct had learned to pull off that kind of magic on. Magic Noct mumbled something vague, but the gist was clear. It was all worth it if it meant keeping up those hot baths. Lionett gasped that it was wild they could even meet the Bat King here. But the young lord shook his head. This didn't feel like the real king, not with zero special skills on display. Noct said the bat's freak mutation made it grow massive. Then the road slammed shut with a brutal dead end, and panic hit the team. Where could they go now? Maidmare spotted a tiny opening tucked at the base of the wall. Lord Noct instantly fired off the magnification skill, blasting the passage open and stretching it out. When it opened up to normal size, the whole team gasped. The cave's ceiling glittered with precious stones, so many they seemed endless. Noct crept forward, asking what any of it meant, and the sorceress told Lion, "This is all just an ordinary manatite, nothing special at all." The young lord felt a strange hitch in his mind, like he'd heard that name somewhere before, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't pin down what it actually meant. Lionett told him that manatite ore drinks in magical energy like nothing else, and if you forge a staff from it, the owner's magic skyrockets. Then swing it as a weapon, and it turns into a magic sword, blasting your strength and stamina while unleashing special magic too. And yeah, this ore is insanely rare, so its price can skyrocket into mind-blowing numbers. To forge armor for just one warrior with it, you're usually looking at a staggering 100,000 gold minimum. Lord Noct straight up admitted it's brutally expensive, but said the payoff could be massive, pure profit. That's when Nox wondered if Merchant Raphael already knew this ore existed. And that's why they basically teased the idea of hitting the mine ASAP, because if they start pulling that insanely valuable ore, they can use it to level up their territories. Nock even promised he'd go personally tell everyone in the settlement, and Jilno would be forced to throw a massive celebration the moment it happens. Lord Noct also promised that if they managed to pull out that rare ore, he'd pay the annual tax without breaking a sweat. And just like that, she didn't have to worry anymore. Mayor, the maid, beamed and congratulated her master on his luck, promising that the next step wouldn't be all that hard, and Noct himself insisted they needed to tell the merchant Raphael ASAP. The giant girl, Birding, grabbed the young lord and started yanking him away at full speed. Noct blurted, "What are you doing?" and Birding shot back, explaining exactly what she couldn't wait to show him something big. Some people were hanging around the massive manatite vein. And the sorceress Lion snapped, "Who are you, and who's got you working for?" Lord Noct's eyes narrowed. He knew these men instantly, because he'd seen them before, and it all was leading to something. Market, and then boom, everybody's staring at the goods and the butts, like it's the main event. Everyone's jaws dropped when Lord Noct stepped right in front of them. Lionett the sorceress leaned in and asked if they knew anyone connected to Noct, so the young lord explained, "They're not friends, they're mine workers, the same folks who used to toil in this place. They were once citizens of Big Small too, and he'd spotted them again and again since he was a kid." Noct told them he hadn't seen them in forever and asked how they were doing now, and judging by the way the three of them looked, it was obvious they weren't holding up at all. And they didn't even apologize for everything they'd survived, just owned it. People murmured back, "We're not that bad," but it was obvious they were terrified out of their minds. The Lord didn't apologize for failing to shield them when the orcs crashed the manor. Noct beamed and said he was so happy to meet them. He never once expected to run into them here. The three miners froze, because the lord of these lands greeted them so warmly, with not a single question about what they did to survive out there. Suddenly, a massive brute burst in, screaming at the miners and lobbing accusations at them like they'd done it all. He refused to let it rest, so cruel he started hurling insults at the battered workers and forcing them to yank out manatite on the spot. Then the rough-looking man clocked the strangers and barked, "Who are you, and what gave you the nerve to do that?" Just as Mayor hurried over to help the battered woman by activating the cells, Noct snapped back that he was the lord of the Big Small territory, while I instantly clocked that this brazen dude was probably a local boss running the work in the mall. The brute swallowed his rage, because he never thought he'd actually run into a real lord in this place. The miners kept whispering through shaking breaths, terrified of the boss, while the chief suddenly turned extra polite and said it was an honor to meet Lord, then knocked as he passed, and offered the same courteous words. Lord Noct and his crew had better haul out of this place right now, before it's too late. The miners' boss explained it plain and simple. This mine sits in a tricky spot where their hardlit territory overlaps with the Big Small territory, so everyone keeps getting lost about where, exactly, they're standing in the mine. And right where they're standing, this is the territory of Hardlet. Mayor the Maid snapped in fury, demanding whether their neighbors really meant to hog the entire monotype mine, and Lord Noct went pale at the very idea. All his hopes of paying his yearly taxes now feel like a joke, and Rebecca is going to be furious when the promised money never shows up. The minor chief broke into laughter and, with a straight-up lie, told them he was terribly sorry. Lord Bigsmall was so furious. Sorceress Lionett snapped at me not to leap to conclusions, and then I turned around and asked, straight up, whether Hardlet's representatives could actually back up their claim to this mine. So yeah, according to the map, this spot sits in the open ground between two holdings, meaning nobody gets to swat in and claim it like it's theirs alone. Linus insisted they had to dig into this the right way, figure out who truly owns the Manatic deposit. But the mine boss snapped at the sorceress, roaring that nobody here ever gave women the right to vote. Lion. She didn't flinch at all. She snapped back that his size had nothing to do with her, and her gender definitely didn't either. Lord Noct's rage surged higher and higher as his superior's rudeness kept hitting him. His actions were anything but gentlemanly. The chief flat out said he'd speak only to Lord Noct, but even so, he admitted there were still a few nasty points they couldn't agree on. So yeah, this has to be settled between the two lords. Boss said he needed to warn his lord about what was going on, and then the problem would get way easier to crack. Lord Noct snapped that if it came down to that, both sides would grab their own Manatate, and the whole thing would be settled for good in the negotiations. The minor leader stormed out of that meeting, not even bothering to wait, and sprinted back to his property, while Mare simmered with fresh rage at the nerve and disrespect of some nobody, because this guy had spoken to Lord Noct with zero manners. Lynette, the sorceress, grabbed his gratitude and told the young master she'd never forget how he stood up for her, because in that moment, it wasn't just brave, it was the kind of strength fit for a true lord. Knocked right off the throne, started snapping that they'd just dumped another mess on them, and he had no clue how to fix it, so the mayor rushed in fast to calm him down and warned her master not to act like that in public. Butler Joseph warned that the Hardlet family is anything but friendly, and that long ago, when monsters from the Big Four looked ready to strike, things went bad fast. Mr. Noct's father fired off requests for help, because everyone in those brutal virgin lands lived by one silent rule: the lords always backed each other when trouble hit. But the neighbors never threw a single troop into the fight. At best, they grudgingly tossed a small stash of resources, and only once in a rare while did they do even that. Mayor snapped to attention, then the maid practically burst with excitement, shouting that a letter had finally arrived from the Hardlet area. The letter slid across the desk with one clear message: come back tomorrow, and that was it. The ruler was pointed out as the Hardlet family's ancestral estate, and Mayor's fury flared because Mr. Noct got treated so brutally. The girl even admitted she wanted to wipe them all out for their audacity. Merchant Raphael snapped that it'd be smarter to bring the negotiators right here, because if you misjudge the enemy's power, you pay with your life. So he insisted there was no need to march into their territory, and Noct answered that, sure, he understood it all. But he still had to prove he had the nerve, so he'd show up at that exact place, at that exact time, because it was his lord's duty, and he'd bet everything on securing the future of his people and getting those negotiations to finally click. Mare the maid gushed over Noct, praising his non-stop, extraordinary dedication. This morning, more than ever, he decided to get up ridiculously early, because the young lord groaned that being late for an appointment just wasn't acceptable, so he had to trade sleep for it. That noisy little bird refused to settle down, kept blurting, how much farther. Noct snapped that they had to be patient and not yank the curtains, because honestly today is a big make-it-count kind of day, and they're heading into serious negotiations, right toward the capital of the Hardlet lands, and it's been waiting for them, standing there like it knows everything. Obscurity hung over them because nobody had any clue how they'd be treated there. Then the capital of the neighboring state turned out to be a huge, stunning city that blew the guests away, and right after that, a major showdown of words was waiting. The talk about extracting the rare Ormanita. Lord Noct claimed nothing surprised him, same plain as his lands, same terrain, but out here everything looked way more prosperous, like the neighbors' territories hadn't been crushed by those brutal orc attacks. Berdine stared ahead in shock at a towering, strange building, and Noct snapped that Hardlet's a multi-ethnic country where cultures mash together. Then the young lord wasted no time, ordering Jilna and Rog to dig into the myth right away. They stared at that magnificent structure and dared themselves to build something just like it back in their own city. No excuses. Huntress is thrilled to find out there are elves living in the city too, and she even wonders if some of her own people are out there waiting for her. But Luz's voice dropped with sadness as she admitted she didn't know a soul here, because she was the only elf from her village to make that long journey, and her village is sealed off so tightly that nobody ever gets out, not ever, and Lord Noct was stunned to hear Luz say it. Noct leaned in, wondering why this girl had ended up joining his settlement, then decided not to pepper the elf with pointless questions and figured he'd get answers later, because right now Luz only said she wanted to grab a few drinks. Suddenly, a thrilled little bird burst out, chirping, "Hey, what weird food does the local eat?" And everyone stared at it like it was just dirty earth. Lord Noct shrugged and said curry was just only curry, claiming no real curry even existed in this world. Then his words hit hard, and Noct's surprise turned into an instant urge to taste the real thing. He ordered a serving and waved Birdie over to taste it, but the giant girl eyed the strange food like a threat, then muttered that it looked exactly like ordinary dirt. Brave Birdie wouldn't dare taste the curry, even as she admitted it smelled incredible, yet the young lord still stepped in, took charge, and ordered her to open her mouth. After one spoonful of curry hit Birdie's mouth, he blurted out that it was unbelievably delicious. Saito and Gilna couldn't believe Birdie's reaction, so they begged him for a taste, and once everyone dug in, that weird dish blew them away with the rich, unbeatable flavor of local food. Lord Noct had been pining for the food from his home world, so that long-forgotten flavor hit him like a miracle, and he figured this trip wasn't a mistake. Birdie told him to shrink the shop right away and haul it home, but the young lord snapped back that if Birdie wanted to use the place, it had to stay normal-sized. Then Noct grinned and swore that the moment they got back, he'd cook up an amazing curry himself. Noct clocked the prices here and nearly choked, but he still went for it, snagging spices so he could whip up a real curry at home. And even out on Big Small's turf, that flavor hits hard, especially for Birdie, the most emotional girl in the group, who lit up the second she tasted the dish, while Nut stared at the curry like it instantly reminded him. Then the whole crew dug into the local food and had a blast, until every single person suddenly remembered why they'd come here in the first place. They hit the door, and after a long scramble, the others finally barreled into the Hardlet family's main house. The butler sprinted to the doors and blared that Lord Knox was finally here. And then he swung the door open and pulled the guests in. Inside, a good-looking man shot up, apologized on the spot for dragging Lord Knocked out to this remote mess, then introduced himself. He was the second in the Hardlet Norvis family and the lord who ruled these lands. Ock stepped forward, introduced himself, and told his neighbor it was a real pleasure to finally meet him. Lord Norvis pushed us to stop wasting time and get right to the point. At least, that's how he sees it. It'll zero in on the rights used to pull out the rare manatite. Lord Noct swore he'd combed every one of his father's files back home, but he still couldn't dig up a single clue about where the manatite was first discovered. Lord Noct never saw this coming. He had 0 trump cards, and all he dared to hope for was at least 40% of the manatite deposits, but Lord Norvis's statement hit like a bombshell. He declared that every mining right to this rare treasure would be handed over to his territory. Lord Noct demanded answers, and Lord Norvis snapped that everything was already sealed in the old family documents, passed down for generations, and he. Noct was ready to spill it, but he told them territorial documents should go online for both sides, except there weren't any like that to share, and Norvis just stared at the whole mess like it was wildly weird, yet he couldn't change a thing. Eager as hell, Noct demanded the documents right then, so he could confirm their truth with his own eyes, and Norvis didn't push back. He even offered to check them himself. He knocked on the door, stared at the documents, and thought, there's no way this is wrong. Norvis sounded so sure of himself, until I realized it was all just good faith. But without proof, proving it felt nearly impossible, so Norvis suggested that it might have all gone down during the orc attack. Somewhere between the chaos and the split territories, those crucial documents vanished, and that's why Lord Noct can't even bring himself to believe the truth. Noct said the mansion wasn't hit at all in the orc attack, so there was no way the documents could have been lost, and then he hit back hard. Lord Norvis, documents were so perfectly faked that it was almost scary, so Norvis snapped right away and demanded proof that his papers were counterfeit. Lord Norvis leaned in and demanded, Noct, are you truly okay with us giving up what we're legally entitled to from the start? If he still wouldn't dare say something like that, he'd already sealed his fate with an unforgivable mistake. And now every argument they've been stuck on can only be settled with war, because that's the noble tradition they swear by to crush conflicts once and for all. By old custom, the two lords lined up their troops in the prearranged territory and went to war. This fake war meant to settle all kinds of disputes, and Lord Noct knew, in his bones, he just walked straight into a trap. Lord Norvis had already cooked up the forged documents, then abruptly dragged me to his side, right before I could gather proof, so I'd be trapped. In the conversation, he hit me with an ultimatum and declared war on the spot. It was crystal clear. He'd planned every single move long ago, and he'd just been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He didn't know the Lord must never gamble his life for scraps, because once he folds to the enemy now, people will brand his land weak, and they'll treat him like a coward who backs off at the first mention of a fight. War was already tearing everything apart, and when Lord Norvis starts treating Noct like this, you can bet he's trying to steal even more than the manatee resource, setting the big small family on the fast track to ruin. Lord Noct remembered how their land had been hammered by orcs only recently, leaving it drained and desperate. So yeah, demanding they fight under conditions this lopsided, that's not just unfair, it's downright dishonest. Norvis thought it over and swore he'd only scraped together 100 soldiers to even the score, while Lord Noct could flood the battlefield with as many warriors as he wanted, or as many as he could. Noct didn't even buy the idea. There had to be a catch lurking in it somewhere, so Lord Norvis wasted no time, snapped back with a question, and demanded to know what Noct was choosing. Young Lord Noct flashed a quick apology to his companions and slipped away. He blurted in the name of Lord Bigsmall, and the second the words left his mouth, he accepted the challenge, ready to end that wartime feud before it spiraled any further. Norvis grinned and let his opponent pick the battlefield, location, date, and time, then turned to Lord Naktu and ordered him to train hard and show up early. On the way home, Lord Noct leaned in and told Ghislaine and Rog everything, but they quickly reassured the young master, because it was crystal clear. Lord Norvis had baited him on purpose to make that choice. Noct said the second he got home, he'd have to apologize to everyone, because the whole war kicked off because of him, and he knew it, while Gile no promised she'd step in and explain everything, since there was no other way. But the second Lord Noct stumbled back home, everything changed. Every one of his friends heard about the coming war in stride, and they all backed him up without hesitation. Juno dropped the bomb that she'd built a brand new death trap, something the enemies won't see coming, and Greg couldn't help bragging that he'd made his monsters even deadlier. Sito told them she'd already warned everyone to start gearing up for the fight, and Greg. He said Lord Noct looked weak, like he'd stumble into fight after fight, yet somehow everyone else would never, ever be bored. Greg pressed and asked what they were truly planning to do in this war, and Lord Noct snapped back that they wouldn't even touch death traps. The young lord leaned in and declared the fake war would be over in just 10 days, right up in the sky between Bigsmall and Hardlet. Weapons are only allowed under strict rules, no lethal hits, no serious injuries, and the real win comes when you knock out the opponent's lord. Sorceress Lionette leaned in and demanded their odds. Lord Noct snapped back that the talks had capped the enemy at just 100 soldiers. Noct also decided to swing his attention to the Red Dragon for help. Garb demanded answers, asking why Lord Noct was so on edge and what mission had dragged him here. Noct told Lord Dragon he had a request to bring to him, and the young lord fired back. Bigsmall and Hardlet were about to spark a fake war. And that's why it'd be a huge advantage if Mr. Grub could use his power to come in clutch. Lord Noct even admitted he had no choice but to back this fight, because really, it had to be this way. Every soul in this country had its fate hanging on these negotiations. Noct said that. He knew Mr. Grub was the kindest soul around and hated violence in any form, yet without. If his power truly comes online, they're going to have a nightmare trying to win this war and protect what they care about. Hard Noct said his country is only just starting to grow, but this test could wipe out everything he's poured into it, and there's no way he's letting it happen. He told them, and the Red Dragon snapped back that if Lord Noctu was in trouble, he'd step in without hesitation. Not thanked Grab for saving the day and swore his help would tip the war in their favor, while Sito laughed that chasing a pseudo-war against a mighty dragon was pure genius. Nobody had ever dared it before. Then Sorceress Lynette lit up, clearly thrilled with how it all turned out. The mayor's maid lined in and told me straight, Mr. Noct was a seriously capable manager. Then everyone snapped into action. Gear flew out, plans got drawn up, and they started plotting every move for the fight ahead. After what felt like forever, the mayors suddenly declared the good news. Another second had finally arrived from the kingdom. Lord Noct couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Rebecca in that role, and he demanded to know why she hadn't been fired as a tax inspector, only for Rebecca to grin and say, I'm a civil servant. I juggle plenty of jobs, including being second. Lord Noct thanked Rebecca for all her hard work, admitted he thought he'd be meeting some plain secretary from the kingdom, and then Rebecca said she had accepted. Shedding her role to uncover the secret fueling Bigsmall Land's sudden, explosive growth. And if this secret really hinges on Noct's skills, then the kingdom might come knocking soon, begging Noct to step in and crush its biggest problems. Lord Noct was convinced he couldn't let his secret slip to anyone beyond his tight little circle. Friends, Rebecca admitted that if she hadn't taken that role, the second spot would have gone to someone tightly tied to the Hardlet house. Lord Noct grabbed Rebecca's help in his heart, thanked her with full sincerity, and swore he'd never forget it. Rebecca warned you that she'd weigh everything up and make the fairest decision for you. No matter what it took, Lord Noct knew the clash of their powers would feel brutal, because Lord Norvis had been cooking up this fake war for ages. Still, Big Small's got a flicker of hope with the red dragon hornbeam, but in a fight like this, who's going to step up and save them? At the same time, nobody knows what the enemy will unleash next, or how they'll hit you with the surprise. And get this, on Lord Hardlet's side, there are 3 times as many people on Earth as on Lord Noct's, and the moment finally comes. Everything is set, ready for the start of it all. The battle surged, and Rebecca's second spell rocketed into the blazing sky, kicking off the kind of fight that would decide the fate of the Big Small family. And just like that, the long-awaited pseudo-war with Hardlet erupted, sparked by a rare prize pulled from their disputed mines, Manatite. Tamer Greg bragged that victory was his for the taking, because unlike the warriors of Hardlet who just want an easy life, they've got a brutal edge from combat, and even wiped out the orc army by killing their own king. But Lord Noct shot back, face tightening that he couldn't be that confident. But this time their enemies are ruthless masterminds, ready for every trick and dialed in for this fight. So for Big Small, this isn't just any match. It's the first time their people face opponents like you, which means you'd better brace for every surprise. Young Lord Noct just declared the war will last 10 days. 4 of them are all about carving out troop positions, and that countdown is one of the big moments of this pseudo-war, so don't kid yourself. There's no guaranteed win, even with confidence. Only the one who's fully ready for the fight can knock Lord down and bring victory. Friends practically cheered at the stash of healing potions. Sure, they might not kill enemies, but in a fight they're gold. And then Lord Noct snapped, warning that the real problem was Manatite, an essential resource, so he pushed you to spend big and come out on top. Lord Noct even confessed he struck a killer deal with the merchant Raphael, who handed over the resources with a huge discount. Lord Nox's crew was buzzing with confidence, convinced they'd crush their cause and win. Meanwhile, Lord Norvis just kept his eyes locked on his opponent, and came to the brutal conclusion that Lord Noct had already drained every last resource left for him. Lord Norvis swaggered like he was untouchable, sneered whenever Lord Noct came up, and I swear, I honestly thought he was a total fool. Lord Norvis was convinced of one thing: if you were too scared to go all in on any game, you'd be terrified to bet big every single time. Betting big is a trap. Once you start thinking like some average commoner, you're already in danger, and you might not even realize the second you turn into a loser, because Noct's stakes in this fight are so low they're basically non-existent. Even with all his power and money, he's still stuck with no more than 30 soldiers. And that's the real deciding factor. Without a huge crew, you can't crank out a defensive fortress fast enough to win the battle. Lord Norvis barked orders to his soldiers, demanding their full attention. They only got 4 days to scramble and raise defensive fortifications, so everyone threw themselves into it and gave it everything they had. Lord Norvis sneered at his soldiers and demanded, with cruel gusto, what they thought of a 96-hour shift. The soldiers froze at the sight, then burst into terrified whispers, convinced they were being dragged straight into hell. Rebecca grabbed her duties by the horns, watching every move the moment both sides started prepping for war, because if she kept control, Lord Hardlet wouldn't dare unleash any really dirty tactics. Even so, his edge over Lord Noct's forces still looks. Rebecca couldn't stop wondering what Lord Noct was about to pull off to absolutely shock his opponent. Everyone leaned in, counting down to the next battle. One person painstakingly prepped for it, while others sat on the edge of their seats, watching every second like it mattered. Led by Lyon, the Royal Magic Army's sorceresses slammed earth magic into place and forged a wall of protection, a defensive moat that held the line. Young Lord Noct stepped in to help. Lionette the sorceress grilled him, asking if he was about to use earth magic again, like at the mine, and Noct told her he wanted to apply it. He'll shuffle the story like a deck of cards, and with pure imagination, he'll carve out the exact patch of land he wants. Then Lord Noct slams his item reduction ability, chooses a painfully tedious size for the perfect block, and Lord. Of course, he watched every move his opponents made, and the second he saw it, he knew exactly that if he could command the soil at that scale and speed, then he was probably up against a squad of elite earth mages. Norvis admitted that Lord Noct could sling earth magic just as well, and once you map their territories, it's clear the Big Small lands sit right beside a deadly forest. So yeah, they're used to getting into fights nonstop, and their defense is so sharp and crafty it'll make you hesitate. The commanders of Norvis's soldiers swore they had nothing to fear, and that they already had a plan for their problems. Juno suddenly felt a sharp jolt hit him out of nowhere. Pain tore through him, he crashed to the ground, but the young lord didn't even rush to the sorceress, totally blind to what was coming next. So Much pushed forward and demanded to know what happened to her, and why she'd suddenly dropped sick out of nowhere. But Juno was wrecked, her voice barely cutting through, and Lord Noct demanded to know why she hadn't said a word. Since the training had drained her to the bone, Juno only mumbled that she just wanted to be useful to Mr. Noct, and Lord Norvis lit up, gloating that the enemy camp was suffering, while calling the sorceress downright stupid for overusing her magic, and for using healing potions that taste awful and barely work. Lyon the sorceress admitted she'd hit the wall too. Her magic was gone and she could barely stand, so Mavemare rushed in fast, firing up her cell activation to haul the exhausted sorceresses back to their feet as the moment kept spilling forward. Time after time, the mayor grumbled like old Joseph, snapping that she'd never let anyone waste her magic so recklessly again. Jaelna and Rog said the sorceresses could finally rest. Now it was their turn to go full throttle. Jaelna forged the perfect defense mock-up like always, then handed it straight to Lord Noct. The young master of the big small lands instantly tapped his power to boost everything boom, and a massive, gorgeous castle shot into existence, but Lord Norvis went nuclear, screaming that it had to be magic. Then Lord Norvis started to wobble, his vision blurring as the world faded around him. Norvis snapped to his feet, spitting out words no one could make out, and his soldiers immediately started whispering that someone might have hypnotized their master. They were suddenly boxed in by a swarm of enemies, blindsided with nowhere to run. Right then, one of the crews snapped into his own game plan and charged the enemy, swinging the fur cap he'd been gripping like a weapon. By then, the hero had scanned everything and snapped into action. You went to war with Belle's boost in your corner, teaming up with the guys to pull off the fight. He barked instructions to Belle, wait for his signal, grab the fur cob, and sprint straight ahead. The girl demanded to know our goal, and the Lord grinned and said, "It's that boss, yeah, the one that smells amazing," then tossed Belle a good luck like a challenge. Belle shot a quick nod and agreed on the spot. The crew and the team finally locked in side by side to crush their enemies, and right then, the countdown roared to life. The hero slammed his signal, and the girl unleashed her superpower. Then another girl stepped in and made sure they pulled it off. The guy snapped smaller and smaller until he was tiny. Then the guys and the team pounced on him without hesitation, while Belle clutched Lord in her hands. The enemy squads instantly spotted the team's sudden drop in numbers and immediately clocked what it meant for the hero's weakening. So the enemy men started to smell a trap and realized Lord's team was closing in on their boss, and he barked an order, keep them away from Norvis at all costs. At this point, one of the enemy's top men tried to stop their own plan, and he almost pulled it off. The girl snapped back right away and handed Mr. Nafta over to Jun. One of the enemies refused to let them pass, barreling forward with one goal, stop them at any cost. Juno lunged forward, shoved Lord Luz into safety, and unleashed his power straight at the enemy. Inside the castle, the boss finally spotted them closing in on the target, and he snapped, "Stop them right now." Escape helplessness at last, reach Mr. Noct and save Verduna. She instantly caught on and hurled the hero straight toward the castle. And one of the maids snapped a knife across the air straight at the Lord. Seeing it happen fast, he sprang away from the fur cap just in time. Bad luck hit hard, the knife shot straight through the fur cab. Mr. Noct, watching it all unfold, burst into tears he just couldn't stop. You slammed into the panoramic window at full speed. With that, a draft snapped into motion inside the room. The boss froze in confusion the moment he laid eyes on the Lord face to face. The enemies outside froze in shock, and defeat hit them like a brutal taste they couldn't forget. The boss jerked himself up from his throne in pure fury, and then absolute horror crashed over him. The boss yanked his weapon from his office stash. Lord Noct laid his sword on the line for this battle, and it has to be settled right here, right now. The Lord demanded an immediate showdown, right here, right now, with weapons. The king gets smacked out cold while gripping his sword, or else he's forced to spit out the words, "I surrender." He knocked, already knowing their whole plan had blown up in their faces, so he steadied himself to meet the enemy head-on, because they were still going to crush Norvis, no doubt. The boss seethed at his useless colleagues. After all, he'd paid them big just to pull off this mission. He couldn't wrap his head around it, so he snapped and decided to do it himself. Norvis yanked his sword free and lunged into the fight. The enemy blinked in shock, because he hadn't even touched a sword in ages. The brunette had already plotted her move, one clean sword strike, and she'd stop him cold. Lord Noct's brother leaned in and showed him, step by step, how to swing a sword like a weapon meant to end fights. But the boss somehow read his mind and instantly slipped out of the way, dodging his strike like it was nothing, leaving the Lord utterly stunned by how fast the enemy moved. He didn't see it coming. Suddenly the professionalism hit, and he realized the power shift was massive. Without even thinking, he lunged into action for his victory. Mr. Noct caught his timing, wrenching his sword into the right position so he wouldn't slice himself. Norvis's punch landed, and the brunette crumpled backward, straight down and under the table. He never let his sword skills slip. Every fencing strike hit like a cannon, and his power matched his brother, with strength built just right. Both of them were born as the eldest sons of powerful lords, destined to seize the throne as the next king. Norvis told him Lord had an older brother, so when he came out that strong, it didn't even shock him. And just like that, he snapped that he wasn't lacking in fighting skills at all. Then he threw himself right back into the brawl. Noct tapped into his power and rose up like a wall, ready to defend his teammates no matter what. The boss didn't see it coming. He knocked the guy back with a superpower, then hiked his own weight through the roof. The brunette braced himself and took the boss's hits head-on. The boss leans in and tells the Lord he can twist matter's size, and he's been doing it to the castle and even the food. Then right when the sword swings, everything swells out and slams into the blade, knocking it aside. Noct realizes too late, the enemy already clocked the shift in his moves. Norvis hits him with his secret sword skills and leaves him stunned. Mr. Noct realized he was outmatched when the enemy swung a vacuum blade around his sword, and no matter what he did, he couldn't parry it. The Lord slams the earth shield down hard, trapping himself inside its defense and stopping every hit. Norvis slices straight through Noct's shield with nothing but his sword, breaking it into a shower of tiny fragments. The brunette finally understood. No matter how hard she fought, she was totally helpless against him. The Lord slams down onto the floor with bone-rattling force. Right then the maids rushed to check on their boss, and Norvis barked, "Make toast now." From the second negotiations began, it was obvious, this boss ruled with a sly lord's cunning. Noct finally realized he couldn't outmatch Norvis, so he unleashed his fireball technique instead. Smoke churns through the room, and the boss suddenly feels fear creeping in. Right then Noct slipped in like a shadow and struck at Norvis before the chance even slipped away. The boss barely gets a split second to twist away after that punch lands. Norvis wasn't about to back down. He'd strike again and hurt his opponent one more time right. Mr. Noct drags him right back into his trap, and this time he hits him with that shrinking technique too. They both shoot down, but the brunette snaps his superpower on Bam, and Earth Shield explodes into place. Norvis crumples to the ground, while Lord stands tall atop the earthly shield. The boss stared in shock, completely thrown off by that technique. Mr. Noct had a whole mountain of jars, each packed tight with glowing liquid. Norvis already clocked what was happening. Before he could even finish thinking, Lord lunged in and started tearing into him, and Noct blasted him with a cold torrent, soaking him head to toe. The brunette bares her sword and threatens him. The boss finally caves, admitting he's beaten, and begs for a hand. The Lord, totally unaware of what's coming, reaches out and offers his hand. Turns out the boss still wanted to drown him and himself, using the same twisted technique all over again. Mr. Noct finally rips his superpower to life. Norvis suddenly goes powerless, then pitches backward and crashes down. Meanwhile, the other guys are posted up outside, waiting for them to finally show. They spot the steps coming, and they hear every single one getting closer. The guys spot Noct slinging Norvis over his back like it's nothing. The moment the signal hits, his teammates rush straight for the Lord. Right after the battle, a girl bursts in, explains who gets what, and lays it out. Every subway watch right belongs to Big Small. Norvis' eyes brim with sadness and regret, but before the girl can finish, Noct cuts right in. The brunette pushes the idea that both sides should split the metro shift evenly, and right then, the whole room goes wide-eyed, stunned by how bold that sounds. Mr. Noct tells them this. In the future, Norvis is going to rise into greatness, so stop grabbing the watch for yourself, share it, help each other, and turn it into hope that'll protect their people and shape their shared future. Noct calls his crew in and gets the verdict. Every single one of them agrees, and Norvis thanks them with his whole heart, but it's only half his real gratitude. The Lord promised they'd at least team up to handle the road leading to the subway shaft, then thanked him for the feedback. Right then, one of the boys marched up to Norvis and begged him to share those curry spice seedlings. Norris's jaw dropped, because the guys on the team are claiming Belle is actually leveling up and growing them. The Noctis team's girl pushes for one thing, going home. Again, Rebecca, after that fight, offered him the rights and then slid in, asking for 1 minute of his time. The brunette is already thinking, time to collect those taxes, because the money's hers after this win, but then she blurts, "Tell me, will the Lord really come to King's Landing?" The Lord and the girl froze when Rebecca dropped her bombshell. She wasn't asking around, she was begging for help from Noct himself. Noct nearly choked on the proposal, and the doubt hit him so hard he started questioning himself. Brunette says that back when Boss and his crew actually put their talents to work, they crushed the Hardlit House, despite the fact that Hardlit House was stronger than them. Noct tore into them and told them to rethink their claims, then forge a brand new nation on their own land. Rebecca refuses to budge. She insists Noct is essential for their kingdom. Then the brunette swallows her nerves and suggests Joseph, the guy who always finds something wrong with everyone, should take the job instead. Rebecca says she's just calling it like it is. Then Lord blurts out a huge, grateful thanks for saying it. Noct nods along and secretly prays he can prove himself and give it his all in the BS zone. Rebecca stared at Lord's words, completely baffled. The team guys sprint over, grab the knock, and tell Rebecca a fast goodbye right before they vanish. One teammate mulls over Rebecca's words, but the brunette smirks and claims he's the master of big small. Rebecca finally snaps and yells at them to pay her a huge tribute. They land in a brand new place, run straight into a terrifying new monster, and team up to beat it down. The guys are gearing up to unleash every ounce of strength they've got. They close in from every angle and waste zero time. Right then, they go to war. The Lord, terrified for the Furkabin's life, throws himself into protection. Then the monster is about to strike Noct, and just like that, someone steps between them. Nervous and stunned, he marched up to Lord and blurtingly swore he was a real comedian, because Lord was once again backing his own men. Norvis wasn't about to sit back, he was stepping in to help Mr. Norvis. After the monster fight, the boys huddle up, still shaking as they trade stunned comments about how brutal it was. Then Belle leans in and tells her friend, "I only landed 3 hits. Right then, they knocked on the door, then thanked Norvis for the help he'd given them. Norvis says he just wants payback, while the brunette throws herself into helping his subordinates master their magic. The boss admits that back then, Noct's father, Noct's brother, and he all tried to help him with an open hand, and he still went on to pay for it. The Oak King-'s gone completely off the rails, and Norvis is out there forging border papers and cheating like crazy, so the boss tells everyone that Noct, instead of nursing a grudge, is ready to reach out and help. Norvis throws out a heartfelt apology for what he did before, then swears he'll make up for it by doing all the good he should have done for his brother and father. Noct couldn't shake the feeling that Norvis was insanely strong, painfully cunning, and smarter than anyone around, and he prayed that it would all turn out okay. Mr. Noct lanes in and tells Norvis, "I trust you." Thanks to the territory of Rio Hardlit teaming up, the underground mine finally roars to life, but the grind isn't over yet. One of Lord's loyal subordinates steps up and begs to boost the reserves of manatite. "Don't just ask Scalena if the one you're hunting for is ready. You said the right words in time," and they answered. Mr. Noct tossed a rare manatite custom gift to every person who'd been swinging hard in the pseudo-war, and to top it off, he handed his own boys 1 manatite cup each, and you could practically see the joy hit them the second they got it. They were thrilled by how spotless the product looked, especially since it cost a fortune, but then the brunette snapped that he'd had a nightmare with Miss Rail, and suddenly it all felt fine, no matter what. The Lord leaned in and asked if they wanted anything to drink, then promised to share a round with Mr. Grubb. That little girl shrank into herself and whispered, asking if he'd share with her too, so she fired up the kitchen and cooked it for him, and Noct couldn't stop smiling at how perfect the deal was. Livius screamed that it knocked him off course, then said how he survived that brutal war because he was desperate to come back to her. The Lord wanted to show his gratitude, so he handed her a manatite kitchen knife, and she lit up like the world's happiest girl the moment she took it. Not told her she had to make miso soup every single morning. Olivia shot back with sarcasm, saying she had no clue what miso soup even was. Then Cuculoa chimed in, eyes wide, insisting she wanted some too. The Lord handed Cuculoa a super cute choker, then she let it slide right off and swore it was just a necklace. Joseph leaned out the window and blared, "Cuculoa, what's going on?" That little girl proudly flashed him her adorable choker, and Joseph's whole vibe turned cold, like the Lord had to hang his head for letting something like that happen to a kid. As Joseph chased him down, he got knocked around, screamed his way off, and somehow still thought it didn't count as shameless. Then the next gift hit Greg. The brunette handed him a watering can carved from rare manatite, and his face lit up with pure delight. Even the cabs got crushed by the war, so Noct stepped in and made sure they were taken care of. Mr. Noct shot the cab drivers a grateful nod and thanked them for jumping in to help. Greg leaned over and asked if this cab was alive, and then everything went wild because he'd heard this one was dead while the other was alive, and the two cabs basically started an argument over why he'd jam the dead one next to the living one. Everyone beamed and the girl behind him cheered, even though Noct wasn't totally convinced he'd picked the right gift. Still, every single person loved what they got. Lord even hands her a gift, even though she never fought alongside him in the war. Mr. Noct told her straight up that she always shows up to help cook and restore everything back to its best. She didn't feel worthy of the gift at all, but if the Lord commanded it, could she refuse? Could she even open it? She asked him, and Noct agreed. At first, she thought the gift had to be either a knife or a ladle. Then the truth hit, and it turned out to be a stunning necklace. Noct figured it'd fit her perfectly and slid it right onto her. She practically lit up with joy from that sweet, beautiful gift. Bell jolted awake, getting knocked up on his morning. Noct didn't like it one bit, so he told her she could just eat meat, and the girl snapped back that she never woke him up for that. Belle proudly flaunted her shiny new prize, itching to see it in action. Then a loud knock shattered the moment. Commander Greg grabbed the young man right there, right then, because the neighborhood watch had a request. They're demanding that the subway mine road be cleared of monsters, because Norvis swears they're drawn in by the magic of manatite. So yeah, it's a pain, but they've got to keep exterminating them on schedule. As soon as the guys heard that, they ditched the chit-chat and got straight to work. They wiped them out using weapons forged from men and wound tight. Greg swung his sword and cut down monsters left and right. Then Bell ripped into action, roaring with manatite roaring forged claws. With one brutal punch, Bell detonated a massive explosion like a cannon going off. Bell lit up with pure joy as her manatite weapon slammed down and shattered the monster in a single blow, so tough it practically refused to break. The Lord burst into the room, sword in hand, and demanded they try out his brand new blade. Juno struggled to use her brand new manatite weapon, because manatite just can't be loaded into a grimoire. They were celebrating their win when one of their teammates burst in, panting, and blurted out that something terrible had just gone down. He told them there was a suspicious stranger lurking inside the mine. Knowing the mine could hide monsters and thieves alike, Lord the owner didn't send anyone. He stormed inside himself. The young man blurts that he told him to stay right here. Then the Lord yanks the door open at once and steps in, announcing himself on behalf of the law. Then he spots a girl with long hair, and his world just stops. She stands tall with her black wings flared backward, like she's daring the world to come closer. The young man hurriedly apologized for not telling the Lord it was a girl, and when she finally clocked it, the girl stared in disbelief as the figure in front of her revealed itself as Lord Noct. Noct couldn't wrap his head around why she needed him, until she smiled and said it was fate. She leaned in and introduced herself as Lasasha, then admitted her eyes were locked on Noct. The brunette's harsh words left her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The Lord stripped off his clothes and told the girl to wear them, then he took her place in the moment himself. The girl couldn't help smiling. This Lord was the kind of gentleman who actually knew how to treat people right. The girl leaned in and declared she was an ancient alchemist, hunting rare manatite or right here. Belle thrusts a single stone toward Lasash, insisting it's the stone of light. Then she reveals another, and the girl snaps back that it's the exact stone she's been hunting for. Lasash said it like this: it's an alchemist's paradise, where you can tear into a mountain of rare materials and test your wild ideas to the limit. Juno confessed he blew his whole month's salary on a weapon, and the girl shot back that he was swinging a bargain wand like it was the real deal. Lasasha dropped the idea that they should test her superpower. With a pretty pathetic wand in hand, she snaps her fingers and unleashes her power. Lasasha stepped up and helped make that mediocre stick work the right way. Juno fired his weapon just to test it, and the blast almost wrecked the very thing it hit. Still, the boys erupted with joy because it worked, and their friend was fine. The Lord rushed up to Juno and demanded to know what it felt like, and Juno beamed, thrilled with his newly activated wand. The girl asked if she could head to their territory to craft something from rare manatite, and the Lord said yes. Then he insisted on thanking her for helping them like that. After a while, Lasasha carved a pot from manatite, hands blazing with focus. The girl lit up over that gorgeous pot, and its sheer durability blew her mind. Boil water and snap, it's ready in just 30 seconds, and if you cook soup with it, that thing stays hot even after 6 whole hours. Del thought Lasasha would forge a weapon from manatite, but Lasasha flipped the script, turning it into mouthwatering dishes instead, and the Lord couldn't believe how wild that was. The Lord broke down how this kettle works. Heat shoots through fast thanks to its high thermal conductivity, so the water boils quickly, and it barely cools because its low thermal conductivity keeps the heat trapped. Noct called it a truly revolutionary invention. Mr. Noct never dreamed he'd find someone who could truly grasp the higher things. She told him she'd always dreamed of running a diner with a steaming pot of manitate, and the Lord just stared in total confusion, because Lasasha is an alchemist. Cooking and alchemy go together like magic, at least that's what the girl swore. Lasasha pitched the idea of opening her own diner here, and Belle instantly lit up and agreed. The very next morning, Joseph begs to be turned into a tyrant, because the workload he's facing is already crushing him. At that exact moment, Ma burst into the room and declared today was the opening day of Lasashi's diner, so the Lord shot up from his bed right away. No, you wouldn't even guess why Joseph yanked him out of bed at dawn the moment he opened his mouth with that request. The Lord raged at the long line and wanted nothing more than to crawl back into bed, until Ma grabbed his attention and demanded he wait, because it was thanks to him that all these people had shown up. When the Lord finally fell asleep, it felt like an invisible voice was yanking him from the dark. He snapped his eyes open and froze. The brunette locked onto May standing right in front of him. Ma shot knocked a question. What did he really think of her? The moment she stepped up and he dismissed her as just a servant, Ma's resentment flared, because that brunette didn't just talk down to her, she judged her for what she did. Rage burned in her chest, because the Lord kept doing the same cruel thing to her again and again. The Lord couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ma broke down and started crying. The brunette panicked, convinced Ma was crying because of him, and Ma just started saying those were good times. Ma told him that once the three of them were together, even if nothing happened, they still had the best time, so the Lord answered that he should thank her for every bit of fun she gave him. Just as he tried to say thank you, Ma cut him off, eyes wide in shock, while Noct snapped, "Did you eat something bad?" And Ma quickly shook her head, saying no. Ma lit up when she got flowers for the opening, then Lord pieced it together, clocked who was behind it all, and rushed to put an end to it. On the way, the brunette ran into Jelena, and Jelena demanded he sweep her up in a hug like she was the princess. Her brother stepped in for support, and before he even had time to help, she slammed into him. Then this little girl starts waving a threat at Notch, hug her, or she swears he'll end up exactly like her, and she starts counting to 10. The little girl lit up and praised his work, then told him, straight to his face, that he was exactly who she wanted to see. The Lord bragged that he'd burned a ton of calories, then said he had to hit the diner, right as a girl rushed up, asked if she'd eaten there too, and dropped the question like a punch. The little girl tilts her head and asks, right to his face, if he'll marry her. Noct blinked in confusion and told her, "I'm your father, but that's going to be hard." And as the Lord pondered how much people's lives had twisted and what it meant, he suddenly noticed a man closing in. "I found you, Mr. Nog," Seth blurted, like the search was finally over. The Lord lit up the moment he saw him, because with Leon and Juno it always played out the same way. "Don't worry, I've got your back," he said. Still, his eyes were locked on Noct, and Noct was completely stunned. "Mr. Noct, bite me if these feelings freak you out," he snapped. Then Noct realized he was terrified. The brunette, rattled by his words, whipped out her superpower. Then Joseph leaned in and asked if he could get a few words. Joseph lit up and said that meal was pure wonder. Then he leaned in and admitted he wanted to get even closer to the Lord, while Noct just snapped that he needed to be alone for a while. Joseph told Noct, "I don't want you to end up like your father," insisting the brunette was already the more perfect version, and that he intended to keep him as the closest image to the Lord. Noct smiled, thrilled to hear those words from his boss. Right now, Lasasha was cranking up something delicious in the diner. The Lord snapped his power and shrank the bowler hat down to a tiny size. Then the girl's face went pale as she saw the picture. Yeah, it turns out the crazy mass hypnosis in big small territory wasn't just bad luck. It looked like Lasashi's buff dishes got the effect doubled, and that missing pot was the culprit. From that moment on, Noct swore he'd keep a label on everything that had magical ingredients. After all that, the Lord finally grinned and dug into a simple, everyday omelet. Then Noct leaned in and demanded to know how she pulled magic into her food. The girl said this food makes you crack a little and spill your real feelings, because once the guy heard her talk, he replayed his own words and started thinking hard. After a brutal day holed up in the bathroom, Lord replayed every word they'd thrown at him, over and over, like it was burning a hole in his head. Ma slid a letter to him from King's Landing. A letter slammed into my hands, inviting me to a glittering social party thrown for the nobility. The boys huddled in close and read that letter together, word for word. At the party, Joseph confessed he had no clue what he felt, while his father just kept doing the best he could. Joseph spotted him as someone respectable, a man belonging to big and small lands alike, while Joseph's father kept bowing to people who wouldn't even spare him a single glance. Joseph told them this was a serious duty for the lords too. Then he spat, "Come on, let's go make ourselves look like total fools." The horned girl practically burst with joy because she'd been picked to head to King's Landing with the Lord. Then later, she realized they absolutely weren't the only ones headed there. To stay protected, he'll ride with a squad backed by heavy hitters, and the brunette grabbed the girl and asked her to lead him the way. The little girl refused to go anywhere near that place because her old man was waiting there. That old man was brutal on her, so the little brother begged for mercy, then his sister clocked him on the spot for even saying it. The Lord nodded to the plan and ordered his little brother to protect his sister, no matter what. Noct trusted his little sister. Together, they'd build a whole house on the estate, and she'd grow up into a truly good person. One of the guys jumped in too, saying he wanted to go along, because her dream is to open a store in the capital. Rael seized the moment to build her own pipeline. Then the Lord couldn't believe how fast the rumors tore through the whole place. When Rael shot the Lord a question, "When's the social event?" the Lord smirked and said it would be tomorrow, 2 days from now. They launched into the sky atop a flying beast, racing ahead faster than any white horse ever could. They haven't come back to this place in ages. Gaelna designed this royal tower with the kind of vision that screams power. Rael swore this city was pure magic, the beating heart of the whole world, and he couldn't stop smiling because he was finally here. That horned girl cut Rael off mid-sentence and pitched this secret place where Noct could show up with his beloved and sharpen his skills. Then the brunette fired up fast and completely shifted the whole conversation. The Lord was itching to hit a clothing store, and the moment they stepped inside, they saw everyone hustling like their lives depended on it. The girl asked for 4 ball gowns, and the saleswoman shot back a quick apology. Sorry, they were slammed and couldn't take her order right now. The saleswoman leaned in and told them their order would be ready in about a month. The horned girl begged for forgiveness, and the boys shot back, "What's the Lord going to do?" In one shop's window, those dolls dazzled them in gorgeous outfits. Then Mr. Noct tapped his power and swelled them bigger with a flash. The girl was absolutely glowing in that outfit, and the other guys scrambled to find gear that fit them just as perfectly. They bolted toward the social event, hyped and ready for whatever chaos was waiting. Everyone there shot Noct nasty side glances, like his young age was already a crime. Noct stared at all that fancy high society crowd, totally lost. Then Norvis stepped in, already knowing exactly how it all worked. Norvis stormed up and demanded, "Why isn't Big Small here?" "Hold up, how did you even know I was here?" Noct demanded, voice shaking with doubt. Norvis pushed Curry his way, and he snatched it up without hesitating for even a second. Noct realized he'd never been alone at an event like this, and when he saw Norvis, he practically felt the weight lift off his shoulders. Norvis said that when he battled Noct, he had this unshakable look on his face, even right when he was teetering on the edge of giving up. Norvis stepped up and told Noct this because he saw how Noct never quit in the fight. He fought on and won. The boss snaps that he's not in a good spot either, right in front of all these people, and then tells Noct to stop cowering, stop trembling, and be ashamed of himself for it. Norvis' words lit a fire in the brunette's chest, and that's when he finally trusted himself. While he dug into his food, he spotted a girl in a stunning dress, and the sight hit him like seeing his friend all over again. They locked eyes with each other, then both froze, shocked at what they were seeing. In Nocta Big Small's childhood, a girl grabbed his attention and begged him to dance with her. He decided to take her hand and spin into a dance with her, and they awkwardly stumbled through a waltz like it was the first time either of them ever tried. Noct couldn't shake the memory of this moment from his life. He just wanted one last dance with Anna's, but fate ripped it away when some random guy swept in and stole the waltz from him. He snaps at her that she's got no idea where she stands. Seeing that, Noct's mind snapped. He realized Anise had climbed the ranks, and he believed her move was exactly what the noble world needed. Noct didn't waste a second. He bolted out of there. The girls closed in on Rael because they couldn't wait to dance with him, and when they saw the stunning looks of both guys, their jaws dropped, while the Lord grinned, proud of his comrade. Rael leaned in and told them straight up, yeah, he worked as a salesman, and he pushed Nadell as his prized signature product, crafted in that surprisingly tiny little area. One woman swore Rael was a good man, spread word about the Nadell, and pressed him with one savage question. Why did he keep choosing weak lords instead of the ones who knocked Big Small? She demands the Royal Hawaiian shop on one brutal condition. Rael has to get out of Big Small's territory, and she's using that demand to humiliate Mr. Nocta. The Lord heard that and snapped. Then Rael shot back that it was a brilliant proposal. Rael says Mr. Noct is one of his closest friends, so the Lord can't stand it. He won't work with anyone who insults his guy, and those words hit the Lord hard. Enraged by his words, she snapped on the spot and in a burst of pure emotion, dumped her wine all over him. The Lord sprinted to his friend's side, ready to help. The woman snapped at Rael, calling him a vile person, and right away Noct started scrubbing the stain off his suit, while Monsieur Rael just stood there doing nothing. The girl just strolled past, and bam, she turned out to be Noct's old friend Chiara, and Noct's face lit up because meeting her again, after all this time, felt unreal. Meanwhile, Anna gripped the railing on the second floor, peering from the side as the two of them leaned in and talked to each other. Jealous girls stacked her with extra dishes, hoping she'd spill them and get hurt, but the Lord snapped into action, used the shrinking technique for Chiara's sake, and told everyone to leave this place. No matter how many years had passed, Noct clocked her in seconds. There was no mistaking Chiara in that sea of faces, and Chiara was just as stunned that fate had brought them together like this. While they talked, Lord suddenly praised Chiara for how much she'd changed, and that one sentence embarrassed her so hard she straight up dropped to the ground. Chiara suddenly slipped back into her childhood days. After all the wild games, she and the other kids would flop down and finally catch their breath. In aristocratic circles, just friends can matter more than any jewel, so from childhood, they swore they'd stay close forever. Chiara swallowed her pride and apologized for not stepping in during the Lord's hard moment, and for disappearing when he needed her most. Then she calmed herself down and fired off the question, did she talk to Annis? There were way too many people crowding around Annis, so Chiara couldn't get close. Noctua looked confused. He couldn't wrap his head around how Annis might have changed. In their world, the courts were stacked in a 5-step ladder. He and Chiara were stuck at the very bottom, while Anna's stood one rung higher than them. Back when they were kids, the four of them would always cram together and play. Then years tore it all apart and everything changed. But now they were finally ready to meet again as a threesome. No, wait, Chiara cut in, insisting it was a foursome. Even though the hero's brother couldn't show up because he'd already died, his memory still burned in their hearts, and Lord agreed. She was right because he lived on in his heart. They refused to leave the social event without talking to Annis, and the Lord swore they still had a shot to speak with her before they went. Noct Bigsmall told Chiara to chase Annis right away together. They'd rise as a Viscount and Viscountess. Chiara mulled it over, straight up doubting the brunette's claim, because the hero didn't just talk big, he could actually end up becoming him, if that wild, unreal coolness didn't give it away. The hero fires her up. These seaside lands let them crank up the male production and even draw in Mr. Rail, but Chiara warns with a heavy voice that day after day, fewer and fewer people are left living there. Chiara tells the Lord her father isn't just a feudal lord, he's also a fisherman, and since the territory's short on people, he spends every day out at sea to keep things running. If they forged diplomatic ties between their lands, the future could look bright for the government, but the girl shuts that down, because even if they share the same title, that still doesn't mean she's any less his equal. If the Lord can't come back with real merit, high society will rip him apart, so he pushes to help Chiara before the backlash hits. They trade offers that actually help both sides, and Noct swears she'll bring her sea lands back, so people can live there again in the future. Chiara's head was spinning at the sudden shift in the Lord's vibe, but before she could even get out a goodbye, Noct vanished off to do his own thing. The very next day, the brunette steps in and offers a diplomatic trip to the feudal fisherman, guiding him straight to his fief in the fisherman's own guise, because she wants to lock in good relations and help him become a truly strong lord for his people someday. They're hauled off to the exact drop-off point by a flying monster that carries them there. Belle and the other boys lit up at the sight of that giant ocean. Then they snatched their beach gear and jumped straight into their swimsuits so they could hit the water and swim. Chiara started greeting her guests. Then the Lord leaned in and demanded to go see her father. Chiara's story reveals the feudal lord wasn't a noble at all. He was really a fisherman, and you could tell he genuinely loved the work. Then the father told his daughter to set the table for his guests. At first, Belle frowned at the skimpy meat, but the moment she bit into that fried fish, her face lit up because she absolutely loved it. The moment that coastal thief got served that dish, everyone couldn't stop loving it. Marine production takes brutal work, and that's why the country's basically got no skilled crew left. Big ships never sail out, so importing is dead on arrival. NOCT's like, if there are no ships, stop waiting, build your own. Lately, something unbelievable has surfaced in the sea, an enchanted monster everyone fears, the so-called sea god, or maybe the sea serpent. For generations, that monster has been smashing the ships that make everyone money, so the only move left is to hunt it down and obliterate it first. The girl couldn't hold it in. Her Her tears burst out as this monster stole everything from her. Noct slammed his superpower into the ship and ballooned it from tiny to huge, turning it into their floating base for hunting the monster, because it was in this very ship that so many people injured in the crash ended up drowning. Kiara's father broke into pure joy the moment his ship was back, its hull strong enough to sail on water, while Jelena only tweaked a few small details. Noct begged to team up with them now so they could hit the future together, and that ship, it's perfect fuel for the Coastal Five's plans. The Lord swore he'd bring the sea serpent down with everything he had, and Kiara nearly lost her mind because this monster is pure danger to everyone. The Lord leaned in and swore his boys were more than ready to smash that monster, so they struck a deal with Kiara's father. First things first, finding that sea monster was the real nightmare, so they ditched the plan and used the boar as bait to lure it in. One big giveaway that a sea monster's lurking, black-tailed gulls, then they suddenly swarm into view like they've spotted something terrifying. The second the bait hit the water, the sea monster lunged in, massive, brutal, and terrifying, slithering in like a giant snake with power you could feel in your bones. The monster bought the trick hook, line, and sinker, staggered, knocked fast, snapped into his superpower, and started turning on the very monster he thought he'd stopped. The monster refused to quit so easily, then it started fighting back with full-on, no-mercy resistance. Kaba refused to fold, and he unleashed his power at full throttle. Kaba threw everything he had into his hands, then the sea monster's eyes lit up, blazing with danger. The monster erupted in violent screams, and the boys immediately snapped into action, racing to figure out their next move. The Lord calmed them down, straight up telling them not to panic, because their hunt was only just getting started. One of the team members locked onto the monster and started battling it head-on. Then he triggered his super ability and transformed into a monster himself. He demanded a one-on-one showdown, refusing to let him keep hurting innocent people any longer. In the final clash, the monster plunged under the water, and they were this close to winning. A little girl and her brother launched into a brutal assault on the manates, hurling massive harpoons like they meant to shatter everything in their way. They blasted straight at the target, and the monster crumpled in exhaustion. Then the Lord turned to them and praised their hard-won work. The guys geared up for the fight, because that monster was already drained and on the brink. Kiara's father tried to warn them, but you could tell he was terrified, pure worry pouring out of him. The monster jolted free and shot off in a blur, ripping those massive manatee harpoons off its body as it vanished into the water. The feudal fisherman snapped that there was no turning back, only a fight to the very end, because if they kept resisting, he'd slaughter them all in one shot, so they'd better retreat. In a single day, the feudal lord watched every man he had vanish, and now he was desperate to keep the rest from meeting the same brutal fate. Relief hit him hard because somehow they'd managed to actually land a wound on that monster. The fisherman practically begs them to quit this brawl and turn back, but the Lord won't back down an inch. A desperate hero grabs his weapon and storms after them, determined to end the deadly run of deaths once and for all. The brunette goes in first and slams into the monster. Right when it finally goes down, he drops it with his own hands. Mr. Noct ripped a massive manatee harpoon into his own back because he'd promised his old friend he'd help, and the brunette had demanded it, kill him, and out in the future somehow, the lands are getting along. The Lord didn't miss. He slammed his attack right into the old wound, and the monster nearly dropped dead from all the damage piling on. The Lord decided to forge a bigger harpoon, because one strike wasn't enough. He wanted the monster to be finished for good. But the monster tightens its tail around him, pinning him in place, and the hero can't get a single word out. The brunette is nearly choking on that grip, and he can't move a single inch. The boys are freaking out for their lord, because they don't just want to help him, they desperately need to. Nocta taught him a bunch of skills to take down the enemy, and now, this time, he snaps his teeth and bites the monster's tail, a reckless-looking move that takes guts, and it literally saves his life. Not Big Small was itching to fight, even if it meant dying on the spot, because he'd seen what Kyr's father went through, the crushing torment, the nightmares that dragged him awake at night, and now Not was determined to keep swinging until victory finally broke through. The feudal lord dropped to his knees and begged the god of the sea to stop it. Then he snapped that his people were the ones who'd caused all of this. Right now, the Lord was fully set, ready to strike down that monster with no fear and zero regrets. Ma was already geared up to help the Lord, until everything suddenly turned. Noct couldn't stop thinking about the promise he swore to his friend, Chiara. Even Kiara's father was desperate to get one thing, his daughter's smile. The feudal fisherman straightened up, swallowed his nerves, and begged for a favor. He ordered the boys to hurl gunpowder into the ship's back, and once the heavy artillery woke up, they blasted out brutal, game-ending weapons. Under Kiara's father's orders, the boys line up and aim at the sea monster. Galena's gut instantly tells her it can't hurt them. Still, the fishermen swear they'll come back untouched and stronger. The light the Lord had been waiting for suddenly blazed in the feudal lord's eyes, and with the command finally delivered, the order went out: start shooting at the target. The monster nearly swallowed the Lord whole, but somehow he ripped free and came back alive, like a miracle. Kiara's father was absolutely thrilled. Since the sea monster's defeat was right around the corner, he was already dreaming up which mouth-watering dishes he'd cook from its meat. The explosion tore the ship apart and smashed the whole attack into chaos, but every single boy came out safe and sound. The feudal lord was boiling with frustration, because that ship was worth more to him than anything. The fisherman beamed with pure joy over the win, and he swore he'd regret nothing. I was genuinely grateful to Noct Big Small. He took on the toughest tests and refused to quit. Kiara saw the guys practically light up because they made it back alive, and they even hauled the sea monster along with them. The coastal fiefs people cheered when the boys came back, because they'd finally handed the sea back to them. Every sea creature breathed a sigh of relief, because now they weren't just surviving, they were finally living in peace and stuffing themselves on delicious seafood. Some people grabbed their fishing rods to celebrate that huge event. Even the feudal lord ditched his throne and went fishing himself, right there, for his heroes. The heroes huddled around a giant bonfire, drinks clutched in their hands, celebrating the win like it's the best night of their lives. Cheers flew, toasts landed, jokes cracked, smiles spread, and everyone couldn't stop staring at that massive beast they just took down, proudly displayed as their trophy. Noct Big Small leans in with hungry fascination as his friend braces with a huge sword, ready to slice into the monster, showing off that wild magic that lets weapons grow way bigger. A long-haired man in a sharp vest and dress shirt swings a massive sword and slices a giant fish into hundreds of clean, glimmering chunks that rocket through the air, while everyone nearby stares, blown away and cheering. This is pure celebration, all joy, no doubt. Chiara throws a smile onto her face as the villagers cheer, each of them proudly holding a cooked fish on a stick at the festival, but in her eyes, there's a hidden ache and a flutter of worry. Right beside her, her father, a feudal lord, watches her with real concern, and even as tears threaten to spill, Chiara steadies herself and tells him everything's okay, showing just how strong she can be, turning the whole warm, heartfelt moment into something that feels full of gratitude for the festival and for every second they're together. The feudal lord stands there, sincere and fired up, promising he'll push even harder, his gaze soft on Chiara, packed with warmth and love, his serious face suddenly breaking into a bright, tender smile of joy and gratitude, while Chiara mirrors it back with her own warm grin, tears shimmering in her eyes like the two of them just locked onto the same understanding and support, right there together. At the festival square, everyone's laughing and stuffing their faces with food and drink, while Noct Big Small sits at a hero's table, grinning and trading stories, remembering how his father used to fret over him. Then a little girl joyfully lifts her mug and joins the cheers. Not long after, the feudal lord, still in a great mood, thanks Noct and teases him with the offer to accept gifts, and Noct, blushing with embarrassment, tries to slip away before the awkwardness bites. The feudal lord beams as he welcomes Noct Big Small, then, like it's the funniest thing ever, tells him to marry his daughter, even though there's a serious edge under the grin. Noct starts out smiling back, but the moment he hears it, his expression snaps to pure shock, staring at the words like they're impossible, right in the middle of everyone else's relaxed laughter, while a little girl happily sips from her mug and Chiara joyfully thanks the guests for the ship gift, leaving the whole scene buzzing with humor, mild embarrassment, and a warm, kind heartbeat. Noct's eyes go wide as the feudal lord drops a shockingly sudden proposal: marry his daughter. Chiara freezes beside him, stunned by every word. Calmly, Noct tells the lord he won't agree until he hears what Chiara truly feels. The feudal lord leans in on his arm, hanging on the reply, while off to the side a celebrant keeps watching, mug in hand. Chiara stands with her head dipped a little, smiling softly as a blush warms her cheeks, while she carefully tucks a flower into her hair. Her loose hair whips in the wind like it's dancing, and a crystal pendant at her neck glitters with every breath. Noct Big Small snaps his head to the side at a voice calling out, and his expression turns to sharp focus, his eyes locking onto Chiara, while behind him someone cheers and waves, stealing his attention. Verdana suddenly barrels up to Noct, beaming with a huge smile, stretching her arms toward him and begging, "Make me bigger." Noct stares back, caught off guard and a little confused, while more girls pop in close. One with ears and a tail bounces up and blurts out that she wants a hug, and another nervously holds out the dish she prepared, saying she really tried for him. In the middle of it all, Noct becomes the center of a swirl of happy, carrying energy as every girl cheers him on, until he finally smiles back, warm and genuine. Noct sits at the table with the boys, and Joseph bursts out laughing, saying the lands have been craving Nock's return. Then several girls sprawl comfortably beside the Lord, clinging to him with easy smiles. The room feels warm and welcoming, until the next second, a serious-looking girl strides up with 2 glasses in hand, pushes a drink toward Noct, and when he stares in surprise, she steps closer and announces it's time to go, sliding 1 glass into his hands. Lord Noct springs to his feet, shoots a grateful look toward the food, and praises how delicious it all tastes, while the other boys and nearby villagers stare at him from the table. Suddenly, a whole swarm of hostile, vulture-like monsters tears across the sky and dive bombs in from above. Noct locks his gaze on the incoming horror, and then, just as the danger closes in, someone leaps down in front of him, lands at his side, and gets ready to fight, shouting his name. With people clinging to its back, the dragon braces and blasts for takeoff, while everyone else crowds nearby, splashing waves and urging Chiara to come to Big Small's lands, where they'll introduce her to tons of people. Chiara freezes for a heartbeat, then grins and waves back with bright, happy energy. Noct sits at a table with 2 girls, chewing shrimp like he could eat it forever. Then one of them spots weird white circles on their plate, while across the room other guys demolish their food with savage appetite. The dish is packed with seafood, scallops, squid strips, and cuttlefish, and the group starts arguing what's actually on there, until Noct suddenly hears a familiar voice drifting over from somewhere nearby. Norvis sprawls on a throne in the huge hall, elbow propped under his head, looking worn out and pissed off as hell. His stare is razor-tight, because the Lord just called him out of nowhere and demanded he come. Norvis sprawls on his throne, elbows planted on the armrests, while a crowd of people, yes, even a group of guards, stands right in front of him. One voice blurts, "But you still came, Mr. Norvis." Norvis snaps his gaze over then. "Hey you." A guy beside him suddenly coughs. Norvis grins, barks, "Good job," and with a laugh he whips a bag of coins through the air, pelting them in the face, because these guys had been driving him insane. Ma, a short blonde with sparkly joy, blurts, "What a beautiful dress." Noct happily shouts, "Chiara." Right then, a girl in that stunning dress with a tiara steps forward. "Hello." She asks, and her smile fades just a bit as she adds, "Did I interrupt?" Chiara's father is the one who helped her pick out the dress. The boys pack themselves at the table and dig in, while Noct catches a flicker of how deadly serious Chiara's father is, and Chiara's trying to hide her embarrassment. Joseph and a short-haired girl sit there, calm as ever, just eating. Across the room, Norvis lounges at the far end with a plate in hand, snapping at Noct, asking why he dragged Chiara over. Noct winces, then admits he just wanted her to eat too, yet even with Norvis glaring, the vibe stays warm and friendly. Noct jabs his finger at Norvis and Chiara, and declares he's got something big to say to the 3 of them, while Asasha ladles a thick dish onto a plate with careful hands, right in a wide, bright kitchen, where you can practically feel a life-changing conversation brewing over dinner. A steaming plate of shrimp and rice hits the table, glowing under the light, and Noct can't wait. He offers to taste it first. Chiara gasps in pure awe, Norvis nods and says it looks amazing, and the 3 of them dig in right away, gripping their spoons and savoring every bite. Chiara beams and explains the curry's packed with seafood she brought straight from her lands. Noct's jaw drops because he's never tasted curry like this. Norvis even admits he'd love to have that seafood at home, and when Noct clarifies it's called seafood curry, he flashes a grin and reveals he was about to propose. Noct grins, flashes 2 fingers, and offers an alliance. Chiara freezes mid-motion with a spoon clutched in her hands, eyes wide and nervous as she stares at him, still serious. Noct keeps that gentle smile rolling on, and Chiara can't stop being stunned by everything he just said. Mr. Noct blinks in disbelief and demands to know why they're refusing him, and the boss, eyes locked with a cold seriousness, snaps back that it can't be done, then drops his own name like a warning. He keeps going, saying he's tied down by the brunettes, yet you can tell it hurts. The Lord leans in with a faint smile, like he just remembered a detail, and Norvis explains the brutal truth. In his world, nothing grows, no vegetables, no fish, unlike Noct's lands. The Lord jabs a finger at the shelves of jars and starts pitching curry for the dish, and Norvis shoots him an irritated glare, right back to that time Noct's men asked for curry too. Lasasha cooks with Norvis's curry, Chiara tosses in her fish, and boom, a killer meal that could rake in money for them down the line. Lasasha mashed Norvis curry with Chiara's seafood and whipped up a dish so insanely good that everyone who tasted it lit up with pure delight, and because the combo worked so perfectly, it could turn into serious trade, meaning they'll soon be earning money, pulling in customers, and growing their holdings. Not wearing a grim face that screams, "Listen up," tells everyone it's all about joining hands, because with the wisdom his partner shared, they somehow pulled off the most insanely delicious curry, and behind him, a crowd of smiling, waving people promises bright days ahead. With a grin, Knot swears their people will get richer and happier, and finishes, "Working together, that's the best kind of fun." A long-haired young man dips his head just a little, then lifts his eyes with a calm, slight smile, because he already gets it. Teamwork matters, and the words hit his mind like a bell. You can't cook something this delicious by yourself. Right beside him, another young man pops into view, still frozen in confused surprise, like he's just realized what power shared effort really has. Noct sits at the table with a crowned girl, digging into their meal while she beams and says she'll treat a niece too. Noct nods with a small smile. Then the serious young man cuts in with a stern look, spoon in hand like a warning bell, reminding them the niece already turned them down once. Noct's caught off guard and the man presses on. He's talking about the Field family's daughter, the one shown in his image, long blonde hair, dressed like pure luxury. Chiara stares ahead with a heavy heart, spoon clenched in her hand, whispering that Annis isn't what everyone thinks, while Norvis slumps at the table, face blank, flat out saying he doesn't care one bit what she's like, looking dead bored as the talk drags on. Then Noct, sitting across from him, snaps up his hand and addresses the young man, calling him Mr. Norvis. The hero pumps his fist and declares that if they get closer to Annis, their curry is going to hit even harder, way more delicious. So the boss stares at him, stunned, and demands where that sudden insight came from. With a grin, the Lord goes on to say Norvis is the sharpest at reading the aristocracy's messy politics, so they should move forward through negotiations. Then that accusation snaps at Noct, glaring like he's the one trying to charm them into it. Norvis holds the spoon like it's nothing, shuts his eyes, and flat out says he's not interested, so the hero's eyebrows lift in worry, thinking he's lost it too. But when Norvis opens his eyes, he smirks and says an alliance with Noct is a whole different ballgame. Noct Big Small stares at him, shocked and locked in, and then the brunette suddenly perks up, leans forward fast, and demands to know what their next move is. Norvis confidently declares that once you climb higher in rank, the whole world around you shifts. He slices the air with an intense hand gesture like it's the truth that matters most. Behind him, a pyramid diagram lights up, mapping the rank ladder, and there's even a classy girl standing before it. The boss leans in and says that if you reach the very top, you'll be able to pick your environment in peace. The Lord stares, stunned and oddly impressed by the sparkling order Norvis has pointed out, while beside him a wide-eyed girl listens like every word is a lifeline. Then the boss lands the final punch. There's only one way. Norvis shoots his hand up to his face, locks eyes with you and says with ruthless certainty, "Get up right now." The moment he's knocked, the girl beside him whips her head toward him, shocked and buzzing with confusion and a little excitement, and Norvis keeps pushing onward to his rank. The Lord and the girl burst out, "Ah, good," while Norvis, a little grin on his face, locks eyes with them and says, "Mr. Noct, I owe you one." Then he grabs the bottle and starts pouring as everyone crowds around the table, right as the boss states the deal, and the girl smiles wide. "Let's seal it." Noct blurts out his sheer embarrassment, and the girl in the crown fires back with a grin, "Let's drink from identical cups," then holds one out. Noct's eyes light up and he calls Chiara over to join them, while the girl muses that maybe they don't need to climb all the way to Viscount level ranks, it should be enough. Right on cue, a diagram of pyramids of status pops up, with Chiara placed in the middle, and she stares up, shocked. Wait, what? Mr. Noct scratches the back of his head, smiles and admits, "I guess I got swept up by your cool speech." Norvis takes a sip from the cup and nods along like, "Yeah, she's right." Norvis shut his eyes, exhausted, then nodded, "Got it. I'll tell you how to become a Viscount." Right then, a knight showed up and told Mr. Norvis it was time to move. Noct and Chiara, listen up. While they watched, the boss kept pouring himself another drink and said the price wasn't cheap. You'd have to pull off a big feat, one the whole country will hear about. Noct's mind bursts with images of crowds cheering as people get tossed into the air. He grins like pure joy, and all around him you can feel the thanks and gratitude hanging in the air. He believes the Lord has to move next, because this isn't just about making a local town happy, it's about fueling progress for all of mankind. Norvis sits at the table with two other boys, cup in hand, while a crowned girl leans in and demands how he earned the title of Count. Norvis answers that his grandfather was a warrior packed with endless energy and curiosity. Norvis' grandfather, rocking short blonde hair, charged into a cave and grabbed food on the run. Then bam, huge clawed monsters lunged at him with open mouths. After that brutal fight, he stumbled on glowing ore deposits. For years, he kept everyone far away, guarding what he found, until one day he tore into a nest of magical animals that finally caught his eye, and there it was again, more glowing ore. He grins, jabs a finger at what he's holding, and boasts, "I've got one too." The girl's eyes widen, glowing ore, "I know it's insanely valuable, but is it really that rare?" Right then, a bunch of people lean in, studying the glowing ore pile on the table with hawk-like focus. Noct gazes at the glowing street, grins and blurts, "Thanks to your grandfather, knights don't plunge into pitch darkness." Then he jolts, "Wait, how did I not notice that before?" At the table, a man with a glass sits deep in thought, while the other voice insists, she's already slid into everyday life and made it better. And just like that, Noct proudly declares, that's exactly what it means to contribute to humanity's future. Noct plants himself by the table with a confident grin, tightens his fist, and shouts that we'll rise to viscounts. So the others, stunned, push in from both sides, urging, let's make the hidden ones too, especially the first ones, to get them back. Then the man at the table gulps from his glass and drawls, dead tired, and I guess I'll fall, while the girl in the gorgeous dress stares at him, shocked. Noct steps up to the girl with her back turned and asks, got a problem with your schedule? Then the scene whips to a guy rushing in, ramming into another dude and snapping back at the yelling with pure irritation. Yeah, shut up. He wipes the sweat off his face, exhales, and says, all right, we've set the direction, we can head back. Then he raises an invitation and lays it out. The Gran Alum family invited me to their place tonight for counts and viscounts only. He lines in, and if I don't go right now, we'll be late. Guy with wide, intense eyes suddenly barks, stop, and the girl clutching a paper jabs it at him from behind, all calm as ever, while the other guys nearby explode with shock. Wait, so why did you show up then? Not stared at the paper in shock, jabbed the spot where Filda's name sat, then grabbed Norvis's hand like he couldn't believe it. Wait, can I come with you? And Norvis burst out in startled surprise. A girl in a gorgeous dress and sparkling tiara stares ahead, clutching her chest in confusion, and when he shoves his way right beside her with a grin claiming he's got an idea, she snaps in indignation and barks, no. I wasn't invited. That tiny helmeted guard jabbed his finger hard, shot back, no way, impossible, while Norvis was already there with Mai, flashing a confident grin and lifting his own finger like he had the answer. He promised, we're slipping in with the escorts. The guard froze, startled, and blurted, oh. Noct pumps his hand up hard and blurts, okay. The long-haired guy plants his finger to his chin like he's thinking under pressure and nods, the hall's big enough. Then he adds, if you find a niece, contact me on the communicator. Standing nearby, a woman in uniform wears a tight, worried stare. Down below, a little guard in a helmet slumps in a chair with a sign on his chest, looking after the house, and he screams in pure despair, they left me. The heroes stride into a huge hall, where the lights shimmer like stars. Noctix flashes his claim with the brilliance of that glow. Norvis instantly gets mobbed by a bunch of squealing girls, spinning around him like it's the best day ever, while Noct and another escort slip to the wall, grab the chairs, and sit tight. Then a girl with a tray storms over, eyes blazing, and snaps, escorts, what are you doing? With scattered dishes already littering the floor in front of her. Noct grins and lifts his arms a little, feeling awkwardly bashful as he sits at a table stacked so high with food it feels unreal. Then he mutters, we're not used to luxury. We figured we'd end up stuck in the corner. The long ponytail girl standing in front of them shoots him a serious look, and right beside him, another girl stays seated at the same table, listening like she's soaking up every word. Annis strides forward with her chin high, lifting the hem of her gorgeous dress as petals whirl around her like they're cheering. Noct's eyes widen. The guy clutching the plate in his hands blurts out that she can make another wish, and beside him, a frightened girl can't stop staring at what's unfolding. Noct clings to the memory of him and Annis, laughing, playing, and sweeping into the waltz like the night itself was dancing with them. When Annis tried to get close to Noct, she spotted her husband and snapped her gaze away from the lord like she'd been caught. Norvis stepped up to the hero and revealed the truth. He and Annas were engaged, and he'd only heard it from the ladies' gossip, spreading the news like wildfire. Noct couldn't shake the feeling that Annis never smiled when she saw him, just drifted around with this heavy sadness, so Norvis snapped into his technique, desperate to track down the truth behind it. The boss slips into Annis's mind in secret, hunting the truth, and then blasts his power straight toward her. The boy strides ahead with a grim face, gripping Annis's hand tight as she hangs her head, and he tells her, no matter what, look only at him. Annis murmurs an apology. Then he halts, whips around, and demands if this is really their engagement, explaining that the Field family keeps the salt price low only because they're still tied to this engagement. The boy snaps at Anna's, calling out her wrong choices and how she's clearly miserable about her family's situation, her father's sick, and the estate's being run into the ground. Then Anna's bows her head and whispers a polite apology, while the boy finishes with a cold jab. He doesn't like impertinent girls. Norvis flashes a smug, satisfied smile and says that everything went off without a hitch. The short-haired guy's dark eyes look wrecked as he blurts, yeah, it wasn't worth it, but then he swallows the regret, because they still learned a ton from it, and in his gut he's already thinking, next time we're doing the plan again. The hero stands tall with a hard, determined stare, eyes blazing like he already knows he'll win, bright lights spilling around him, turning the whole scene into a promise that this moment truly matters. Chiara snaps that Anis's fiancé is secretly twisting her arm to jack up the salt price, while the Lord casually shrugs and pushes for them to raise the salt quantity instead. Norvis shoots back calmly, warning you that if you pull this off, the Grando family will turn on you fast, and the worst part is, you might even end up without the Viscount title. Three characters huddle at a table piled with dishes and cups of tea. One short-haired guy is blasting out an energetic speech, while a serious girl leans in with her hand on her cheek, fully locked in, and Norvis sits there looking uneasy. The whole scene feels like a snug meeting room or even a quiet restroom. A long-haired guy with dark locks stays deadly calm as he boasts, spoon in hand, dead serious, claiming he uncovered a deposit of manatate, took down a king, survived a grenade, and even bowed to a sea god, while beside him, a short-haired buddy grins, gives a thumbs up, pumps his fist, and just says, cool. Then the Lord cuts it short. He's done enough. That long ponytail girl leans in, eyes sparkling like she's figured everything out. I've got a plan. Spoon in one hand, she can't hide the excitement, and before the moment even settles, the girl next to her jumps right in, picking up the thought like, I've got an idea too. They storm right back to Chiara's father and beg for help again, and the feudal lord rummages through his chest of drawers, hunting for something, anything, that can save them. A hard-faced man flips open an ancient map stamped with a big cross, saying it's been handed down through generations, and leads straight to a mythical Bermuda Triangle, and then he slams a warning down. There's a mark you never, ever go near. The guy beside him blurts, stunned, so what's there? The man keeps going, voice tightening, explaining that once you step toward that spot, all 6 kinds of magic will come crashing at you. Behind them, a blazing magical symbol ignites with pulsing energy, and the whole air snaps. This isn't just information, it's a threat that matters. The fisherman feudal lord drops a wild tale about a demon kingdom, an island turned into a monster refuge for every kind of creature. And yeah, that's exactly why it's a brutal, high-level dungeon. Someday, queens are gonna burst from this scorching mix of magic and demons, while kings get dragged back to Earth 3 times or more, and each return turns the dungeon into a nightmare that threatens every last human. Kara's father pushes Noct to drop the whole thing, but Noct snaps back that it could be crawling with kings and demons, meaning massive magical power is right there, like a huge bat and even a mother knight. The whole team shows up, locks in together, and declares they'll hunt down the answers no matter what. Norvis flat out refuses to go, because if he sails with them, he'd pocket the reward, then ditch them and hand them over a ship while introducing them to his men. The people of Norway step up, introduce themselves, and hand them different weapons to fight off the monsters. It turns out the guy they once had to beat just to earn access to the subway mine is the Dragon Slayer, and yeah, they remember them. The guys weren't exactly thrilled to run into these opponents, but they still squared up and accepted the challenge. They gear up for the road to victory and rake in magical resources like they're cashing in destiny. The Lord and everyone else snapped into motion, charging down the road toward brand new adventures. Kira dreams of the open sea, so she snatches the helm and goes for it. Kira also vowed to help save Anis, so she storms in with them too, and since the Lord promised her father he'd bring Anis back unharmed, her dad is left wrestling with pure worry. She snapped back into control, teetered like she'd go down, and Noct caught her on the spot. Then the Lord's face filled with real worry. Noct drills her on how to grip the helm the right way, because the captain isn't just steering a ship, they're gambling with everyone's lives out there in the water. The Lord says they're on the exact right path, so there's nothing to fear, just relax. Kira's got Hawk-level precision, and when she activates it, she doesn't miss a single thing. Every movement around her lights up in full detail. Lord pushed her forward with confidence, thrilled she'd join them, because this superpower is exactly what they need in a world like this. Kira's already settled into being captain, barking orders left and right to the rest of the crew. Right when they were about to step into a hurricane, Kira's nerves went through the roof. Kiara lets her power blaze and shouts, that wild island is ringed with reefs, but we've got to reach solid land fast, before the hurricane swallows us. Kiara's hands are trembling, she just can't handle the controls. The Lord rushes in to save her, and yanks the Dragon Slayer into stopping that bore. Lord Dragonslayer barks for the sails to be folded and hauled up on the mast, then turns to Kiara and tells her to keep a firm grip on the helm. Kira's heart's in her throat, because this is the first time she's run into a problem like this, and the stress is crushing her. The Lord snaps the Dragon Slayer out of the frenzy, then hands him the sails and walks away. Belle steps into the captain's shoes, and Lord makes Kiara try again, no more chances. Kiara blurts out an apology for the whole incident, swearing she never should have grabbed the captaincy. Then the Lord steps in, consoles her, and tells her clearly, none of this is on her. Chiara refuses to feel like a burden. She wants to be just as fearless as Norvis and Noct, and in her eyes, they look downright invincible. The hero leans in and begs Chiara to fire up her superpower so she can show him exactly what's going on. Turns out a massive wave is barreling toward them, so they need to drop lower and cut across. The crew braces in anticipation, then, at Mr. Dragon Slayer's signal, they drop everything, and the moment that Q hits, the sails snap open and unfurl. Seconds later, the wind flipped directions, and everyone started rocking hard aboard. They surged through the water and escaped the pounding waves, and right after that, the whole ship went dead silent. They got dumped right onto that island of demons, giant mushrooms towering everywhere, while massive butterflies fluttered through the air like the place was alive and hunting. They crash-landed on solid ground and immediately tore into the area, searching every corner like something huge was waiting. They slammed their tent down and got busy, setting everything up for the night. The Lord is watching from above, and he commands them to lock back to back. A massive demon slips in out of nowhere, and the team guys bolt the second they spot it. That same monster slams back in, and Belle immediately draws on her powers, ripping into the fight. Water monsters swarm the battlefield, then the heroes clock it. They're all packed in one spot. One of them snaps, "What do we do?" A character keeps his cool and says, "There are more of them here." Then a winged guy launches magical attacks, grinning like he's got this. Then a blonde swordsman fires back, "Great job." Noct just stares, shocked by everything unfolding. A horned man lifts his hands and conjures a glowing shield to slam back a raging water monster. Then the black-haired kid beside him barks an enlargement spell, beefing that barrier up until it gleams with power, and both of them stare ahead like they're bracing for the next incoming hit. Noct grips his sword and freezes when a massive stone golem steps into his path. Then his eyes snap to a fourth opponent, and he blurts out in shock. He whips around fast and throws up a defense, roaring, "Earth Shield." But the golem smashes straight through with a thunderous hit, blasting the boy and his tiny companion flying backward. The horned demon stomps up in front of the monster and bellows his name, while the black-haired youth gets pinned flat under a stone golem's weight. With arms flung wide, the demon demands everyone calm down and practically boasts he's stronger than all of them. Then he whips his attention back to the youth and reminds him, loud and clear, that he's the subordinate. Pinned to the ground, the hero shoots back, flustered that it doesn't really matter. Black-haired kid erupts with a fierce promise to protect, fists clenched, whole body tight as a spring, while that horned demon stares, shocked and locked in on him. Behind them, a menacing monster image flashes like a warning, and then wham, one brutal hit lands and dust erupts into the air. Noct Big is still caught in the stone golem's grip, but his resolve never even wavers. The stone golem clamps the black-haired boy in its fist, while a frightened girl stares from the back, frozen in fear. Then the demon with a grim face lifts his scaled hand and barks commands to stop, his eyes burning with raw power and unstoppable resolve. The golem snaps its fist open and slams the black-haired youth down to the ground, and the kid hits the dirt gasping, exhaustion written all over his face. The stone giant drops to one knee like it's been commanded, while in the back a demon's silhouette crawls into view, blasting the air with raw power. Then the giant's voice turns cold and stern. The youth needs to treat that demon with full seriousness. A horned, legendary beast with a flowing mane stands tall in the grass, facing forward like it owns the world, proud and unshakable, while the guy kneels there, and two girls cling to him on both sides, shaking with fear, staring wide-eyed in shock as he can only sit there, completely dumbfounded by what's happening. The Lord senses things slipping out of control, furious he can't grasp the truth, that the enemies don't want to talk at all, they want to destroy them, and they're rushing to meet them head-on. One of the demons blurts out that the light demon wants to have a chat with them, and the guys are totally thrown off by the shockingly warm welcome. They all dropped to the ground together, and the demons leaned in, grilling them for why they'd come here in the first place. The crew debates the eerie territory, an island humans don't even know exists, and the girl stares up at a massive stone monster, grinning at its raw strength. Then someone notes that the very existence of these kings screams one thing. There's powerful magic here, and with a polite tone, one of the heroes asks if they'll let him conquer a dungeon on this island, because he wants to bring some back with him. The Lord leans in and begs for a favor, because he's got one mission: help his friend. The demons had their own schemes for what their lives would become, so they lured them straight into their cemetery, because they didn't want any headaches, and then they chose the simplest route: kill them. The weak will die, period, that's the rule here, but they couldn't resist the real question: would these guys fight like monsters to save their lives? They shot down with everything they had, and the boys instantly regretted what they'd done to the Lord, while Noct pushed to fix it all right then. The hero snaps his superpower on in a blink, then that tiny handkerchief does its magic, and they're safe and sound, so everyone erupts in pure joy. The group talks it out, and one of the girls swears he saved a massive crowd, but the protagonist snaps back, "No, it's not just him, it's us." Then he lets out a small sigh and goes, "Knock bell, let's go already." They drop into a deep pit, stewing in their thoughts, because falling from that kind of height can only end badly, and down there, the hero realizes, the kings truly did leave us trapped here. The heroes march down a stone corridor, then one of them blurts, "Where are we?" The other shoots back, "We've got to find a way out first." The main hero scans the walls and shouts, "A cemetery." Right then, glowing inscriptions ignite across the stone, and strange, luminous mushrooms start to glow on the floor. The protagonist sweeps their eyes around the place and blurts, "So this is what their cemetery looks like." Right before a suspicious shuffle catches someone's attention, "We're being followed." One of the heroes screams, so everyone tenses up, and a sword fighter steps forward, ready to strike the moment the attack hits. The heroes tear down the corridor and then bam, spot a little white rabbit. Noct slams the brakes and blurts, "There's a cute one here." One of the others gasps, "Mr. Noct, what's wrong?" Noct stares closer and realizes the rabbit's acting way too weird. The group huddles and whispers, "Are you hurt or just resting?" Then someone snaps, "Wait, he's talking to the monster." Noct cradles the tiny little animal in his arms and tells it, "Let's get you warm," then adds that you can't sleep in a cemetery or you'll catch a cold, just as a loud rumble crashes through the corridor, and a pack of hostile creatures surges out of the darkness. One of the heroes screams, "Enemies are here." They spot a bizarre creature hanging upside down, like it's defying gravity. The heroes crouch and watch that giant monster, and one of them snaps, "I'll kill him," but the other shakes his head, "No need, he's dangerous." They describe it in chilling detail. A massive tail that could crack a man's neck in one brutal swing. Noct blurts out, "So what do we do?" They point and warn him they're blind, then one idea hits, "We slip past while we can." The guy cradling a rabbit in his arms declares that these monsters' lives matter just as much to them as human lives matter to us, because after all, they're the ones ruling here. The long-haired guy beside him stays cool and answers, "Got it." Meanwhile, another guy nearby just watches in silence as it all unfolds, and the rabbit in his arms looks perfectly calm. A colossal monster hangs over the heroes with its jaws gaping, and the room goes tense. One guy cradles a rabbit like it's his last hope, while another grips a sword and stares it down. Just beside them, two more warriors snap into battle stances, ready to explode into the attack, and you can practically feel doom closing in. The heroes thunder down the corridor, grinning like they just won the world. One of them even laughs while clutching a rabbit in his hands. Right ahead, strange creatures come crashing into their path, and the main character waves with a bright, happy smile as everyone buzzes with adrenaline, ready to sprint into the next rescue. The heroes finally bust out of the dungeon, cheering like they just clawed their way back from death. Then a little animal darts in, pointing to a glowing light at the end of the corridor. Soon the whole crew barrels down the street, hugging freed creatures to their chests, laughing as they brag about how perfectly they handled the captives, right before they planned to fatten them up and eat them. The protagonist steps forward, chest puffed out, declaring he saved everyone and now it's time to head home. The heroes crash into a pitch-black, tangled forest and bam, there's Dotten Maimai, a giant stone-shelled snail looming like a nightmare. It looks vicious enough to crush fear itself, and one of the heroes warns, "These things wipe out anyone foolish enough to trespass." So the squad doesn't hang around, they slip away fast, praying they don't catch its attention. The girl squats on the floor, clutching a tiny animal to her chest, while a monstrous creature looms in front of her with a gaping, jaw-dropping mouth and blasts a thunderous roar, so she hisses back, trembling, trying to scare the beast off. A monstrous slug towers over the three heroes, and horror hits their faces as its huge eyes lock onto them. Then, in the blink of an eye, it lifts a leg to smash them, and they scramble sideways at full speed to survive. The hero drops to his knees before a towering giant snail-like beast, bulging eyes blazing and long antennae twitching as it looms over him with pure menace, while a crawling mist creeps across the ground and turns the whole place deadly.